RacespotTV. My name's Peter Mackay, and it is a pleasure to join Lorenzo Bonder, Mr. Endurance himself, in the commentary box. Lorenzo, what have been your thoughts on the race so far?
It's been a very busy 6 hours, and also it has been a very hectic 30 minutes, sorry. But it's been a very good race to follow. This safety car procedure has thrown a little bit of a bone on the drivers. So it's going to be really interesting this start of the second half race and see how the drivers will perform.
It certainly is. So we're waiting behind the iRacing pace car as they come around Blanchimont, and looks to me that yes, the lights are off on the Porsche 911 pace car. So we're about to go racing here for, very neatly, part 2 here of this 12 hours of Spa endurance race. It's the number 2 Pure Sims racing machine of David Baker sitting in the front of the pack right now, just giving his lights a little blip, and we'll be about back to go again, and he'll about to unleash 600 horsepower from his Dallara P2. He waits for no one, and we are back racing here at Spa-Francorchamps as they head down to La Source once more.
Yeah, we have to mind that Pure Sports and the Muscle Manual Vigo as they go into turn number 1. Oh, major crash at La Source.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Of course, these just look to me, Lorenzo, just like a bit of cold tires and cold brakes, perhaps.
Yeah, I think that's what happened at turn number 1. We're going to take a look at the replay in a little bit as we're just looking right now. All cars getting lined up into the exit of the Radeon and Eau Rouge section as they come down to Kemmel. Still, Pure Sims leading the charge with Alpine's Geodesic on the fray looking for them. But oh, something might happen to Alpine as we're looking. Torque Freak taking that position from them.
So as they head down towards the Brussels hairpin and then to the Jackie Hicks left-hander, you see the 62 machine here of Miguel Vigo in the Alpine started Geodesic racing machine. Very jazzy looking Dallara chassis that they've got there, heading down towards Pujon for the first time. And of course these new Dallara P2 cars, massive amounts of aerodynamics, brilliant to throw into that fast left-hand curve.
As we just found the car that actually got into the incident, is the number 15 of the RLR Bruzy esports car on the Hell Races Gluttony into La Source. We're going to take shortly a look on the replay. As you're seeing right now, both cars will actually come down as this. We're going to get it shortly. This is well, live racing. So we're going to now, here we go, into the far start section between the cars. They're going to come down into La Source, and you're going to see the RLR Bruzy just missing the braking zone, hitting the Fiercely Forward car hard into the back and getting shut a few spots back.
Oh, that was it just seemed to me that, of course, these Dallara P2 cars, they have carbon fiber, carbon composite brakes, and when they are cold, they are completely useless. When they are warm, they are absolutely fantastic. As yeah, there's the RSR Bruzy, of course, was involved in that incident, but after so many laps under the safety car, that's just bound to have just got the brakes cooled down and just missed the braking point and couldn't slow down in time.
Yeah, we seen this, not this incident in specific, but we saw a similar incident with Manuel Vigo at the start of the previous restart, where he actually overshot his braking point into La Source all by himself. Fortunately, no other cars involved. But here we go once again, Manuel Vigo on the pressure. There is the Devotion Sim Racing car. I was gonna say Devotion Sim Racing car, but that's the Delta Sport and Karl Modov with a good charge once again with a car that actually had a really strong starter, was placed a few spots back with a few incidents. Now with the stellar recovery drive here, Peter, now putting the pressure on that number 62 LMP2 car.
Yeah, it is indeed. I've watched quite a few races of Carl. He seems to be gelling well with this new Dallara, but also very quick in a single-seater car. And of course, Lorenzo, the comparison between a Formula 3 car or something like that and one of these P2 cars, they share a lot of similarities, I guess, with the amount of downforce that they have.
Yeah, they do a little bit. You know, this is one of the funny cars because one of the funny things, because the LMP2 cars, they have so much downforce, they can actually grip themselves quite well and steers themselves quite well. And is one of the interesting scenarios. Unfortunately, it isn't an LMP1, as people like to try to call them sometimes, because they have so much grip and also braking force. But you have to be cautious as you approach. Now we're seeing Torque Freak heading into the pit lane, so Delta Sport eventually will grab that P3 spot out of the Dirt Untold. And I can definitely see some other cars, for example, the lap at Racing 169 should be coming down into the pits shortly as well. And so many other cars in the lead lap as well, in the lead of this race as well, should be coming down in the next few laps.
Indeed, David Baker aboard the Pure Sims racing machine. That car has only been into the lane 10 times. Miguel Vigo has been in 11, and Karl Modov has actually been into the lane 13 times. So a little bit of disparity there as well. But I tell you what, Lorenzo, I know I should be impartial, but this makes me very, very happy indeed to see this beautiful C8R Corvette on screen.
I think you love the C8R. I think you mentioned I have to admit, like I said previous with Arjuna, and God, man, I already forgot the other commentators. And Arjuna's gonna boss me in the head a little bit. He's gonna come out of the production room and boss me with the stick. But the C8R is that mixture between John and Brick. Thank you, Arjuna, for bossing my head. Apologies, Jonathan. I'm human. The C8R is a mixture of the 488 and the C7. So it's a beautiful car, nevertheless. It lost a little bit that raw that the C7 had in previous seasons. We're seeing one of the 4 GTEs battling with against the Sim Racing German GTE car.
Yeah, the Ford GT, also a beautiful machine. It's such a pity that the car is now retired from competition in the real world. Of course, Ben Keating taking the Ford GT to Le Mans as the only ever private entrant with one of those cars, with his co-drivers Jeroen Blekemolen and Felipe Fraga. And took the car to Le Mans, won on the road in the GTE AM class, but unfortunately later disqualified due to a very small infringement with the fuel tank and also with the fueling time. But and sadly, that car now lives in Mr. Keating's office in his car dealership in Texas. So it's a shame we've not seen anyone take these cars on and keep them racing. But hopefully, you never know, there'll be a follow-on to it at some point in the future. But in the meantime, we can enjoy this battle here between the, this is a Fischer Motorsport Porsche and the Kinetic Racing Corvette. Porsche versus Corvette, and a battle we've seen in the sim world and the real racing world for many, many years now as well. And this is, although the latest iteration of the Corvette behind this is actually the recently retired Porsche 911 RSR 17, which is much, I have to say, a slightly more sonorous machine than the new RSR 19, as we see now. David Baker has lost the lead. What's going on here?
Let's try to take a look. I think David Baker just going into... I was going to say he's into the pit lane, or going to try to go back on the replay and see what happened to the Pure Sims driver. But I think that is due to Manuel Vigo's, full charge pace. And that was basically it. He just went for the move on Lecombe and just kind of bullied David Baker off the lead. And now Alpine Geodesic, after quite some time chasing after it, into the lead of this race.
Miguel Vigo is setting the fastest lap of the race so far, a 2-minute 0.757 for Miguel Vigo that time around, and does that while making an overtaking maneuver. That is mighty impressive.
Yeah, that's mighty impressive. Me and Arjun, we were talking, we kind of see this coming, and Jonathan as well kind of predicted it as well, that Manuel would not contend for that P2 spot. He already lost the halfway points, now being the lead of this race, but definitely that Alpine looking strong after a few instants. He too missed the La Source hairpin as well on the restart, and managed to recompose himself and back on the Charger, now in the lead of this race. Absolutely well-deserved for the Florida driver.
So Pascal Pace in this beautiful white and green Porsche 911 RSR, trying to fend off Marc Torres in the growling C8R Corvette, the first mid-engine Corvette in the modern era. They've got a P2 car for company. A constant battle here, but obviously we commentated together a couple of weeks ago on the Sebring 12 hours, Lorenzo, but here at Spa it's a little bit more room to roam for the P2 cars, and hopefully managing the traffic might be a little bit easier this time around.
Yeah, we could say that, to be very honest, Peter, but it hasn't been the case in this these first 6 hours. We saw a few of these LMP2 cars getting involved, especially in that bus stop session in some instance with the LMP2 car, the GTE cars, and now we're seeing this three-way battle in the pro category between Kinetic, because Hellraiser now joining into the fray, and now far behind is that of Miniti Racing and Make car. And this is interesting now with the new BOP applied into iRacing, where the M8 loses some performance down in the rev range, about 1.5%, so it gets slower about 0.3 of seconds per lap, depending on the track itself. The M8 is not that strong car people want to drive anymore. Basically, people say the Corvette is the new OP car.
Yeah, well, that's because it's a Corvette. That's why. But well, funny enough, I'm tomorrow I'm commentating on an IMSA race, and I was doing I haven't compared the cars back to back for quite a while, and it's amazing just the different characteristics of the cars and how they behave. And I found the BMW is actually really, although it's a very big car, it's very maneuverable actually. I like the way it's quite adjustable on the limit. Yeah.
Hellrace is down into Pujon inside for that big BMW M8 against the Kinetic Racing Corvette. Both cars come side to side as they come into the pit path. Nearly touch wheels, both cars. Wars for the M8 who actually goes to the outside, brings him into the track to find. And now we have a car 18, I think, which is slow and coming into the pits as race control just called it. And now we're seeing on the replay that rear wheel-to-wheel touch. You can see crazy the cars, and luckily for Hellraces here, Peter, nothing has happened majorly for that car. Only Miniti now close by.
Yeah, that could have been a lot worse, that's for sure, but very fierce racing, fair racing from both drivers. You know, a lot of the time we would have seen contact there, but both live to fight another day, and it's a long race, but it's amazing now both equally in the real racing, the real world racing, and in the sim racing world, is there's no kind of steady endurance races anymore, no matter what category, especially at this high level. It's just like one big long sprint, and it makes it so exciting to watch, because the concentration required to race at this ferocity for 12 hours is amazing.
It's amazing. You try to drive as fiercely and as fast as possible. You try to keep in contact. Again, the car that is ahead of you, you're trying to keep the other car behind you honest and not having any charges. As we're seeing, I think that's the Fiercely Ford number 34 car with Matthew Cripps having an issue just before Pro Frere, as he clips on the grass all by himself. Luckily avoids the tire barrier. He narrowly avoids the tire barrier, and it comes out just right about the apex on the exit of the right-hand corner, just after the fifth path section, Peter.
Yeah, into Campus and Stavilo. Oh dearie me, back into the in the gravel. But yeah, I mean, I guess over a 12-hour race, you're going to have occasional little mistakes like that. I think the main thing is to just ensure that they are only small mistakes. So here, just like you said, Lorenzo, just a millimetre or two onto the grass, and whoosh, round you go. And yeah, just maybe a little kiss on the barrier for good luck.
Yeah, and I'm looking over here. Julian Booth has been black flag. I think that's the Devotion Sim Racing red car. I've seen he drop back several spots, and I think that's what they just went for the drive-through penalty. Unfortunately, a car that was battling for the lead up to one point in this race, top 5 as well, getting massively damaged by race control. I'm just trying to look over here on the sheet, but I cannot find anything conclusive.
Okay, we'll get back to you with that one as we see the 131 machine battling hard into Lacombe. 131 Simon Jacobson for High Caliber Autosports. battling with Katie Haight for RSR Esport by G Performance. Very jazzy looking red and black machine here as they head down to the newly named fast left Jackie X left-hander. Of course, Jackie X, arguably Belgium's greatest ever racing driver, a 5-time winner of the 1,000 kilometers of Spa in some of the most special racing cars ever made.
Yeah, great Belgian driver. Not the luckiest driver in Formula 1. Highly competent as well. Fought for championship in his Ferrari back in the 60s and 70s, right before the one Niki Lauda took over the car from him and Clay Regazzoni. But really great driver in the other categories as well. And this is now again back into this Fisher Motorsport and Kinetic Racing. Kinetic getting close once again, aided by traffic a little bit. And at the same time, Hell Racers going for the move on the inside of Manini on the outside. He will have preference on the Jackie X corner there. They go side by side, wheel to wheel. And there you go, Peter. Great battle here indeed.
Oh God, I thought they were going to come together there. I tell you what, to maintain pace going side by side through there requires a lot of respect and a lot of trust from both drivers. But Hell Racers and Manidi, two strong teams here. We see them racing a lot in this category of iRacing. Oh, same again. But all this is doing, this is allowing the Corvette and the Porsche to escape a bit at the front in second and third place for Pascal Thies and Marc Torres. Probably Marc Torres is looking in the mirror of the Corvette and going, that's excellent. The Hell Racers and Manitai cars starting to slow each other up, and they can just look at the gap that they're pulling already. There's a big difference than what there was 2 laps ago.
I think he was actually saying the biggest thank you out of this battle, to be very honest, is PJ Clayson's, in the Team 11 GT car, because he's doing consistent laps. He's not doing fast laps. It's 2:13s lows to 2:12s mids, but the battle has been really close, and they're not being able to get with that Porsche 911 RSR of the 211 GT car. So these battles damaging all 4 cars throughout this restart end of this race.
Yeah, so it's a Porsche 1-2, but good to see this balance of performance clearly working. We've got 2 BMWs, 2 Porsches, and a Corvette all in the front pack, which is always good to see. As we look at the other Fisher Motorsport car of Benjamin Fisher, running this very striking green and yellow. He's running in the AM class. You'll see that denoted by the windshield strip on the top, battling with one of the Pro Class Corvettes for Team Huskenveld. Very, very fancy hydraulic pedals that company produce. I have to say, I wouldn't mind a set of those from Father Christmas, Lorenzo.
Me either. I know that one of the guys would, if it depends on the guy, I know he's going to say jokingly, he's never going to allow me to have some Heusinkveld pedals. Big props to that Heusinkveld car, who actually got into a few incidents and also got into problems midway through this race, getting involved with one of the BMWs, if I recall correctly. The car still undamaged despite the big hit he had on the bus stop, I think about 30-40 minutes ago.
Yeah, certainly the Team Huskenveld car, it won't have any excuse for missing the braking point or not slowing up in time anyway, that's for that's for sure. As we see Team RSO leading in the LMP class just now. And, beautiful looking machine, Manuel Sudau, running the 97. Of course, the number run by Shane van Gisbergen in the Australian V8 Supercar Championship, coming up behind one of the AM class Corvettes, number 313 of Paul Van Loen on the No Luck EM Sport machine, but gets past with no problem at all.
Yeah, Manuel Sudau, I think he's having one of these off races. Normally you see RSO, fighting for top 5 contentions in some of these leagues. But unfortunately, I think in this race for Manuel Sudau, coming within a top 10 spot, just climbing bit by bit, but getting caught by the off cycle within the pits. I think they're probably going to be within the fray of maybe getting a top 5 by the end of this race. Still a long way to predict anything. We still might have more safety cautions there. Now we're seeing adequate race and pineapple race over here. That's the battle for the lead of the AM category in the LMP2 class here, Peter. Not anymore.
Oh ho! So they both dive into pit lane. And yeah, so you got a great impression on board there of just how claustrophobic these cars are, and how I guess how difficult the vision is from these cars, or the peripheral vision. And I guess, Lorenzo, the drivers that are working with virtual reality VR headsets are going to have a big advantage over those running with, say, just a single screen, for example.
Yeah, I was actually talking about this on a Brazilian broadcast. Some Brazilian broadcasters that this LMP2 car, the side, I'm not gonna say the side, but the windshield side, structure pods. I'm not gonna say structure pod, but the pillars, they make it very hard to see, especially in these tracks that are very wide. We're seeing over here a battle between classes, the Indy, La Sor, as they come into the Lacombe. That is the high caliber esports just overtaking, I was going to say HD SimSport, but that is a back marker, but he's being chased by the racing team. But that is not a battle for class. Unfortunately, points are awarded by class themselves, not by position in racing.
Indeed, that's what you got to worry about your class, and that is it. That's of course the beauty of sports car racing, isn't it? Multi-class sports car racing, where you just you have 3, maybe 4 different races all going on at the same time, and how they kind of co-inhabit is very important indeed. Now, Lorenzo, I want to talk about incident points, because for me, Spa has got to have some of the most strict and horrible automatic stewards of any circuit on the iRacing service, and it feels like the stewards here at Spa do not let you away with any little abuse of track limits. Now, is for our drivers today, is there an incident point limit that they need to worry about?
I'm just taking a quick look over here on the briefing. I think there was something about penalties. We'll have to take a look at that. There's also a driver's briefing we'll have to take a look at. But there is some incident points. The majority are not actually incident point related. It is actually race control related. And the race control are actually doing some stuff. As we're seeing over here, the German sim racing will be overtaken by the Quasar sim racing, but that is not for class. That is just for GT overall fuel. So now Quasar into P6 within the category. It is about 6 seconds back from the next car within his class, which is the Manidi sim racing BMW M8.
And that's up with that's starting to get up to the sharp end as we see. Oh, this is the race leader. I think the number 97 LMP2 car getting a little bit of difficulty getting through there. Of course, it all depends on the part of the circuit which you come up on. The LMP2 car has a massive advantage in a straight line, only just over 900 kilograms in weight and 600 horsepower from its Gibson V8. And also very good high speed downforce. But in the slow technical stuff, the GT cars are every bit as fast, which makes passing in certain sections like Les Combes, Brussels, and the Jackie X left-hander makes that very difficult, I suppose, Lorenzo.
Yeah, I was talking to this when I think Jack Crawford had an incident in the Fisley 430 LMP2 car he was driving in the AM class. That in some of these sections of this race, the LMP2 car doesn't have the same advantage in terms of speed and acceleration compared to the other cars. In high-speed corners, absolutely, the LMP2 will shatter any of the GT cars. Maybe in these low sections as they go into the bus stop section, the reacceleration factor plays into right here. The GT kind of rival the LMP2s at let's say half a second to a full second, and then the LMP2 car just soars into the track. But other than that, it all comes down to the LMP2 driver being highly technical and approaching the corners consciously and then making the lappings.
Yeah, and that's sometimes I can imagine for an LMP2 driver where that's almost, if you're in a slightly lonely stint, if you've got the car in front is quite far ahead or the car behind is quite far behind, almost having the lap traffic to manage, it kind of keeps you concentrated, doesn't it? It keeps you motivated, where you think, okay, next car, and you just sort of pick them off like you're driving home late one night and you just want to get home. You just pick one car off after the other. It's similar feeling.
Yeah, it's a similar feeling, you know. It's one of those interesting things we see in racing, and that normally it's often unexplored. We normally see just one make racing, and that's why I like more multi-class racing in these different aspects, different scenarios that elaborates on the track, and you kind of can relate to real life of sorts, you know. As we're still seeing this battle between German Team Racing and Quasar as they are getting lapped. I think that's the Devotion LMP2 car. And I think that's an incident right at the Rouge section with the Frisley 4 car.
Oh, and there's a lot of damage there. The number 34 of Matthew Crisp. Huge damage, and there's an M-Class Porsche going very slow. So let's see what's happened here. Looking at the fiercely forward, the Pure Sims car, they've... Oh my word. I don't think he was expecting the Porsche to move across there, but...
I got a yellow.
Oh, this could... Yeah, it could be. Could be. We'll keep you up to date. So this is riding on board with Matthew Crisp on the 34 machine, fiercely forward. Well, he was fiercely upside down there on his roof. So we're riding on the dashboard of this Dallara LMP2. So you see the closing speed. The RSR is holding the line, and then... Oh dear, I don't think he was quite expecting that.
Yeah, he was not expecting that. I thought he thought the LMP2 back down. That's the right move you really expect. You know, the car backing down, the LMP2. If it was closer, he probably would have given the room. It would have been a tight room. I did this move before. It's not the easiest room you really want to make, but unfortunately for the FAC Autotech car, the Sim Racing 396 Porsche, the damage has been too much, and they luckily managed to keep the car off the track and towed themselves back into the pit, so no yellow flag will be thrown out into the track.
Oh, that's good news. We'll keep the race green, which always helps. But that was such a tricky one. I just don't think the Porsche saw the P2 car approaching.
But that's the only LMP2, to be very honest with you, Peter.
Yes.
The LMP2 should have known that you're never going to make that move. You're trying to cut time, but you have to cut time as consciously as possible. And going for a dive move on the radial section on the outside, you need to first have a whole lot of confidence. And two, you need to be very close to the other driver, otherwise that doesn't work. And he wasn't not close at all.
Yes, that's a good point. It's of course the Porsche would be on the track on their own would have taken that line, but yeah, that is an unfortunate one indeed. Which of course I think perhaps if he had seen the LMP2, well, I guess the LMP2 car was banking on the fact that he'd been seen, but of course he didn't, maybe hadn't, and of course as they both paid the price for that. Very typical incident in multi-class sports car racing. So we're back at the front then of the GTE field. You see the Porsche there. Tell you what, that Porsche RSR really gets out the slow corners very, very well. Good typical Porsche traction. Watch this. Whoosh, off he goes then, out of La Source down towards Eau Rouge, arguably the most famous corner anywhere in the world, getting right over to the wall, over the curb, tap the curb on the inside and then left again. Oh, what a wonderful section it is.
Yeah, very beautiful section. It is one of the sections I like the most in any kind of racing. You know, it has a fast flow, you know, that's slow, then terrain variance, going downhill, then uphill again, right hand fast section, and then you have that long straight for you to use the draft and then try to position yourself to try to do something, making an overtake. It's just one of these unique sections. You don't see that a lot in racing nowadays. A little bit of a poke on the Tilcadrome tracks, you know, that you try to get a maximum performance out of it, even those 90-degree corners that people hate. These old school tracks that's what making racing great in my opinion.
I agree. Yes, I agree. In general, the new form of track doesn't have. Off is the 385
Fisher.
Porsche has gone off. What has happened here? And there's P2 cars everywhere. That's never good. Just gets a help around. It looked like the car was starting to get unsettled before that, and then just got a kind of gentle tap That was Benjamin Fisher for Fisher Autosports GT. Already got a bit of damage on the rear wing there. One of the P2 cars goes by. I think that maybe upsets him slightly. Gets on the curbs, gets a little bit unsettled, and then a little bit of a tap, and round he goes. That's... Whoa, how do you think...
Yeah.
How do you see that one, Lorenzo?
It's a tricky one. I'm looking at it. If we could look at another angle, but unfortunately, not going to be able to. That's one of those tricky things. You know, now we're going to look probably into that a different angle because the car just doesn't seem upset. The car just seems slow. I think the wing damage might have played into effect. Here they come. Yeah, the car gets slightly loose on the right-hand side, and he tried to keep that on the curb so the car could stable out. Unfortunately, just was way too slow mid-corner apex. Now, aerial cam. I'm not going to blame that on the LMP2 behind. I think it was just caught by surprise, and the contact was eventual, imminent. Well, let's see what the race control will say. We're not race control. We'll let that for race control to decide.
Good point. A good point. It's much easier being a commentator, isn't it? I tell you, it's a thankless task to be a race steward, but an essential part of a successful motor racing series. As we see this brilliant battle here in P2 between the 131 machine of Simon Jacobson and the is that the one? It's the 107 of Casper Alred there. Yes, it is for HD Sim Sport. So I tell you what, that the 131 of Simon Jacobson, he's on the move because before that incident he was behind Casper Alred and he's gone by in no time.
Yeah, it's one of those things that's been quietly sneaking in, trying to climb up a few spots. But keep an eye on that, on that LMP2 car. I think he's not done. He's probably going to have a good clean run so far. As now we're seeing a battle between Lacombe. That is not for position though. That is Pineapple Racing, great name by the way. And Twerk Freak were actually in that battle for the top three and even winning contentions at the start of the race. Not for class though, but a really good look between those cars. And we're seeing, I think, Hell Race is on the background of the Pineapple Racing car.
Yeah, I tell you what, something that looks so good on a Dallara P217 looks so terrible on pizza.
Peter, don't get me started.
Where do you stand on that debate, Lorenzo?
Yeah, we can put that to debate. I know Italians might not like the fact that as a Brazilian Italian might say the pineapple pizza belongs on pizza, but unfortunately, no opinions different.
Well, given the fact we have a number of hours left in the commentary booth together, I will politely agree with you.
Yeah.
But a very good, very, very good looking livery on that car. I was just looking at my notes, Lorenzo. This car, the Dallara LMP217, didn't really have the most successful competition life. It still is used by one or two teams, but has kind of been outperformed by the Orica LMP2 chassis. But one of the podiums it did score when it first came out 3 years ago was here at Spa, in the 4 hours of Spa.
Yeah, it's not the car that usually would have a low success in Le Mans and the WEC. Normally the dominant car, the RX, has powered by Judd and Gibson engines. Unfortunately, I think there was only 2 LMP2 cars, if I recall correctly, in the Le Mans 24 hours in 2017. One driven by Rubens Barrichello, by the what are the Dutch teams? I'm trying to remember.
Racing Team Nederland.
There you go.
Yeah, the Jumbo.
Peter Mackay.
Yeah, Fritz van Aert.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they didn't have a good result. I know this much. I know Rubens drove for the fun of it, and fun enough, he was actually the fastest driver out of that car. But still a cool car regardless to see here in the iRacing service. Unfortunately, took away the HPD, but a fun car to drive nevertheless.
It is. It's a beautiful, beautiful machine. And actually, do you know what? I love the fact that iRacing seems to have such a good relationship with the Dallara firm. I mean, Dallara, for me, one of the most famous names in all of motorsport. Not necessarily a name that is a household name like a Ferrari or a Porsche, but hugely significant. The most successful ever IndyCar chassis manufacturer. And I love how Mr. Dallara, who's now 83 years old, is still running the company, but is very, very motivated to make sure that young people have the opportunity to learn science and come to work for the company. They have a very, very young workforce at Dallara, and actually their most proud achievement is actually not a race car, believe it or not. They actually designed and built Alex Zanardi's hand cycle for when he won the gold medal in London 2012.
And actually, that wasn't requested by Alex. If I recall correctly, Dallara themselves actually kind of, said that they were interested in making the hand cycle to Alex. And by the way, first and foremost, a speedy recovery to Alex. I know he's still in ICU. Unfortunately, he's still recovering from his terrible accident. One of the greatest drivers, personal fan. I unfortunately didn't have. Here's the thing, personal story. I went to Daytona last year, and one of the things I really wanted to do was meet Alex during the practice. I know he was driving for BMW, but the flight I actually got was canceled, so I couldn't meet him because I joined on the day after the qualify, and I joined so late I only catched the race, so unfortunate for me. But Alex, great driver, and now we're still seeing this battle now between Devotion and No Luck. But unfortunately, again, not for class, but for battles thus far. And Devotion, one of the teams that have kind of been, scoping around that top 10. I was going to say not for class, that definitely is for class. I got confused by the markings on the card. But it's a team that kind of been lurking around the top 10, top 5 out of the class, but are never getting the luck to get into this into the top spots.
Yeah, sometimes it just, you see teams that just knock on the door for so long and then it just clicks together. I mean, you mentioned the Rolex 24 at Daytona, Lorenzo. There's been, a number of teams that have gone there. They've won everywhere else, but for whatever reason, just not been able to get it done at that race. And it just shows you endurance racing. There's just so much that can happen. As well. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, for example, Bob Wallach, who raced at Le Mans 30 times, regarded as one of the finest sports car drivers ever, and never won Le Mans in all that time.
Yeah, in Le Mans, here's the thing, as we're seeing, I think TNT Racing in the pit lane, I think there's a driver change. David Williams is now, I think, I'm just going to take a quick look to see if that's the David Williams that I'm thinking, former World of GT champion, for Coanda, he's driving the car.
Oh, that so I think. Sorry, Lorenzo. I think that. Sorry to cut. I think that might be an unsafe rejoin from the pits. It'd be interesting if we can get a look at that one. Thank you very much to our producer Tyler Maxson, who is seeing something else on the. Now, here we go.
There we go.
Lorenzo, you can tell me, would this be deemed as a unsafe rejoin?
There we go. It's not an unsafe rejoin, but it's on the borderline of getting that black flag for unsafe pit exit. It is on the borderline. You're probably not going to get it. It's not rare for you to do that, but it's on the borderline. He needs to be more careful. If he had actually done maybe a wheel off that white line, that probably would have been an unsafe rejoin.
Okay. So hopefully one just to have got away with for the 81 TNT car. As they come around Pujon, really full commitment corner there. Apparently the Formula One cars are nearly flat out through that corner and doing 175 miles an hour. That is a terrifying prospect.
It's a terrifying prospect, but still a very interesting calendar nevertheless. These different calendars and how the car works and car operates. It's one of the things you kind of have to find a middle ground. I think I'm seeing, that is the Fisher Motor. I was going to say Fisher Motorsport actually going into the pit lane. Yeah, that is into the pit lane. Team 11 and Fisher Motorsport now into their pit service.
Okay,
and there's no replacement.
This is where it's all going to happen. We've got the Pascal Tyson, the Fisher Motorsport, and the Team 11 car both sitting in pit lane. So we'll see where they come out together. A very fiercely contested GTE class, both Pro and Am here at Spa. as we see the TNT LMP2 car having a lot of trouble here with GT traffic and coming up down towards Eau Rouge. Will he decide to... Yeah, just decides to just breathe out of it and then live to fight another day. That is, I guess, a textbook example of how to handle the traffic coming through Eau Rouge.
Yeah, that's textbook, in going calm, patiently, and wisely as possible. People can confirm me later. I really think this is David. I know David Williams. I know I've seen him drive once in a while. I know he has some former GT driver is the GT Championship for Coenda driver. You know he has some Smurf accounts. TNT people, can you correct me? Is this one of his Smurf accounts?
One of the what accounts? Sorry, my apologies.
Morph accounts.
Morph accounts.
Your secondary account.
Ah, I don't know. You see, Lorenzo, you might know about Scottish people is that we don't like to spend money unnecessarily. So to have one account is more than expensive enough for us.
Fair enough. As a Brazilian, I can correlate it.
Ah, dear. So coming down into the braking zone there at the bus stop for the number 122 machine of Jason Dilworth for Nomad Sim Racing IVRA, completing 180 laps already of this Spa-Francorchamps circuit, but has the Delta Sport UK machine of Alexandre Gourville right in the draft. Now, tell me about fuel saving, Lorenzo, because with these new P2 cars, how much benefit is there to follow another car throughout the stint? How much are we seeing now that we've had a couple of races under our belt?
It's interesting. Now we're seeing the Quasar versus Lutima track battle here on the track. That is, I'm just going to check really quickly. That is for position. That is for P4 in the GTE Pro category. Lutima, Hugo Brandão just getting really close as there's an LMP2 car just coming really slow out of the La Source complex. I think that is the iLivers Vibe Sports just overtaking them on the La Source section. But about fuel saving, this is one of the cool, interesting aspects out of this car. You know, depending on track, and I think that might apply for Le Mans specifically, and maybe some other tracks that you kind of put your foot down. Road America might be one of these tracks included. You can save a whole lot of fuel, and now we're getting a black flag. You can take this one for the 103 car and just try to take a look at which car it is on the track.
So the 103, I think that might be the TNT LMP2 car. I'm just going to confirm that right now, looking up and down my timing screen, but my eyesight is is letting me down. 103 car. I can't see a 103 car on my timing screen, Lorenzo.
Yeah, I think I'm still trying to look for that, and Daniel Buscher, and I'll take a look at that. Let's keep an eye on this battle between Lutima, because Hugo Brandão is actually putting massive pressure on the pit path and actually makes that overtake happen.
Yeah, well, not an easy place to go by there, but gets the job done in the big Beamer, the M8. Now, actually, believe it or not, you look at these two cars on screen, you look at the BMW M8 and you look at the Ford GT, and you think those cars have absolutely nothing in common, and you would almost be right, but just shows you, with the benefit of balance of performance, how these two cars could race one another on track, and they did have quite a lot of good battles in the IMSA Championship as well. But what they do have in common is both in the case of the M8 and the Ford GT was that the race car actually was released before the road car version was of both of those cars.
Yeah, it's one of the cool, interesting aspects out of those cars. I know the M8 got slightly released before the Daytona 24, if I recall correctly, and the C8R. Well, the C8R took a little bit longer than usual, but still, both cars really strong. And I think with this new BOP, it made the M8 more human than what he was in the previous season. If you looked at IMSA in the official broadcast, he basically would say Formula BMW, as the drivers would say. But now I think he brought up into more of a an equal ground slot with the Corvette, so they can go toe to toe in any corner whatsoever. But I believe now the Corvette on top speed actually has better speed than the MA right now. And
I
just
see.
a quick correction, that is not Daniel Buescher is actually driving the number 14 car for Abruzzi.
Okay, so is that the car that got the black flag?
Yes, that is the number 14 car of LRR Abruzzi LMP2 car that actually got the penalty. That number line 03, if I recall correctly.
Okay, so there we are. So it turns out that's good. We don't need to take an extra trip to the opticians, Lorenzo, because I was thinking I really did need to, not trying to find the 103 car on my timing screen, but thankfully not. Just coming up, we'll be at the top of the hour before you know it. 10 minutes to go before the top of the hour, and we'll see some of the GT pit stops coming along. Of course, the stint length for the LMP2 car quite a bit shorter, somewhere between 38 and 40 minutes for a stint for the LMP2 machines, and nearly an hour for the GTE machines if you can save the fuel, but in and around between 55 and 60 minutes for the GT machines. And Lorenzo, I guess for the GT guys, they're a lot closer to that kind of tipping point where a little bit of fuel saving could save them perhaps a stop over this whole 12-hour race.
I think we're getting to a threshold, to be very honest with you, that I think if they don't go with any safety cars anymore, I think they're safe for fuel. They might come down right about, I would say, 2-3 more laps, depending on circumstances, depending on the cars. But they're starting to get within that range. They might not need a pit stop anymore, a splash and dash, like they used to at the start of this race, where they kind of relied on the safety car procedures to help them with fuel. I think right now they're within a golden spot. Every single car, well, the lady cars most likely, to make it to the end without relying in an extra pit stop.
So as we see, this is the battle on screen for position between the TNT Racing machine of David Williams, the number 81 car, battling with the 29 Hell Racers machine. Beautiful looking machine. The Scandinavian crew, Philip Johansson on board right now. They're battling hard. There's another LMP2 car up ahead of them, and they head up towards Blanchimont. And my fellow Scot, Sir Jackie Stewart, said, he says, everybody talks about Eau Rouge, but really, he says, Blanchimont, that is the corner. If you look at that, 6th gear, more or less flat out in one of these cars, and then all of a sudden you go through and you think, oh, that felt great, and then you're like, oh dear, I've got to slow down in a big hurry for the bus stop and try to manage it into there. And wow, Philip Johansson really, you just saw the body language of that car, just really driving quite aggressively, but very exciting style.
Yeah, you can barely see, but there are some chassis flags on that car. And oh, that's Hellraiser's car just getting loose on the brake. Didn't get a major lock, but are losing on the brake. Nevertheless, the traction control keeping that car within touch, within that inside line of La Source, making the lapping on the GTE car, but losing a few tenths on their battle against the TNT car. So David Williams having a little bit of a breathing room, but it brings 2 more cars into the fray behind that number 29 car.
Does indeed, and that is not what the 29 of Philip Johansson needs, is to have a flying pineapple behind him. That's that's not what he needs. Indeed, that's Christian Nossing who's in the wheel of that 105 pineapple car, but they've got another car lapped down in between them, just causing a little bit of a kind of stopgap there. So we see at the moment leader in GT is Maniti Racing, my apologies, of Matthias Schultz, who's at the wheel of that BMW M8. Oh, beautiful looking car, that, with the green, black and white colours of Maniti. And one of the real leading lights in sim racing in 2020, Lorenzo.
Sorry, I was phased out a little bit. What was the question?
I was saying Maniti, one of the leading lights in one of the leading teams in sim racing in 2020.
Yeah, it's what I've been talking about. I think 2019, some of the teams that kind of are on the rise. You know, people should overall should look towards the future. I said MSI, and then MSI. You guys saw Alejandro Sanchez having a stellar performance in the Porsche Esports Super Cup, and then they have so many other great drivers, especially in the European Sim Racing Masters, where they need the championship. It is a team championship, despite being more of a Iberian-related championship, but still leading regardless. I think Manini might be in 2020 one of these teams which are slowly on the rise, getting really good results. Drivers that kind of go head-to-head with some of these drivers like Coenda and Redline, Altas, Williams, and can go. Still, they're very footed on the ground. No Job de Ligt and also Ryan Barneveld, Johnny Verhoef, and driven against some of those guys. They're very humble. They know where they're at, but I think they have big expectations. 2021 can be a big year for that team, that's for sure.
I agree, and just as we're speaking about them, they come into pit lane, nearly putting it into the pit wall actually, but avoiding that embarrassment thankfully. Yes, I have to say I've both commentated on a race with Job de Ligt in the race, but also he's very active on the YouTube chat as well, and we've had a good bit of banter going back and forward. I've also actually raced in an official ILMS race with Job, and I tell you what, I wouldn't mess with him because I remember he'd obviously had something that had happened to him during the race that he was very unhappy about, and he made sure that he told the person in the in-race chat on iRacing, and I thought, wow, he is not a very happy man. So I always like to keep on Job's good side, the Manatee driver.
And I know one thing that in the 12 hours of Sebring that we commentated, I think you don't notice, I said on the private chat over here in the broadcast booth, I actually made a little bit of a bet with Ryan Barneveld prior to the race, where if he actually got the top 6 in the GT category, I would have subbed to his channel on Twitch. Fortunately, they got P7. I followed him regardless.
I see. So it was a gentleman's wager.
Yeah.
I see. Those are always the best kinds when no money changes hands, but it's all about the pride. As we see, I have to say, I love the look of this 3.8, although it's looking a little bit second-hand with a droopy rear wing on that RSR. That 385 machine, that Porsche looks really, really nice indeed. Of course, good to see these LMP2 cars as well, getting, of course, plenty of room on those to fill them up. As we see, what has gone on here? The 97 car, the former leader, doesn't look to be in the lead right now. The Pure Sims Esports machine has gone by. That has happened off camera. What has gone on here between the two Pure Sims Esports machine, I should say, and the Team RSO number 97 car? What's going on there?
Yeah, this is a battle for the lead of the race. I think this is short-lived though, because Daniel Kraft is in his 17th lap off the stint, so he should be coming down to the pit lane. That's how far you can get within the LMP2 under normal circumstances. As they come into the bus stop, right-hand side for Daniel Kraft, and there he comes, all clockwork, right on time for his pit service. It's 18 laps total for the Pure Sims number 2 LMP2 car.
Perfect timing as well. Perfect timing indeed. So the RSO car gets back into the lead. A little bit of a wiggle. It's amazing. What surprised me most about this car, Lorenzo, is that obviously got a lot of power, 600 horsepower from its naturally aspirated V8, which is quite unusual nowadays for it to have a naturally aspirated race car. So many of them, of course, come to turbocharging. But you really notice it with this car. When you put the power down, it really is quite tricky to manage the throttle application. Even last week in the Petit Le Mans with the very, very high levels of drivers, you saw it a lot, especially coming out of turn 7 at Road Atlanta. The rear of the car gets very, very loose when putting the throttle on.
Yeah, the only thing that kind of saves this car is basically the traction control. Otherwise, your car's just gone. If you just try to go for extra amount of foot into the accelerator without any traction control, the car is just you're gonna go spin. You're gonna go for a spin and maybe hit the wall. So the amount of technology went for this car and try to keep the car on track for the TC slip and the accelerator is just phenomenal. It just keeps the car on track. You know, it might be a little bit funny. You're gonna waste a little bit of the tire rubber you can wear. It's gonna be additional. You don't want that, but you know, the amount of traction control this car actually makes on this car to actually keep it on track is something extraordinary. I would say this is kind of like a Group B car fitted with the traction control.
A Group B, as in a Group B rally car?
Yep.
Well, that's quite a boast, isn't it? They, of course, some of the most amazing machines ever made, and I tell you what, one of my absolute, you mentioned Group B, Lorenzo, one of my absolute heroes for so many reasons is Michel Mouton, who drove for Audi in the heart of the Group B era, missed out on the World Championship in the early 1980s by 1 point to Walter Roll. And then went on to win Pikes Peak in the 1,000 horsepower Audi Quattro S1. Amazing woman. And now leads the FIA Commission for Women in Motorsport, and actually was responsible for getting the number 50 car, the LMP2 Orica, on the field for the girls' team there, as well, with Sophia Flörsch, Tatiana Calderon, and Bietska Visser.
Yeah, it's been a very interesting years for some of these, for the car itself and the brand itself. So, having this team, you know, having this all women lineup, I think it's gonna be. I wouldn't say this might be a trend moving forward. I like to see this being a trend. You know, getting more women into these top level of sim racing, especially you know in these multi-class categories, and especially two drivers I would say are my favorites. Is Catherine Legg and also Christina Newton, which is a beast in a GT car. People underrate Christina Newton quite a lot because they see the other GT drivers being very strong, but Christina is just a beast in the Ferrari whenever she drove. So it's good to see more and more women get involved in getting this highlight spot and getting those opportunities to have this kind of racing. So I would say, Matt Prop, I think the fact that we also have the W Series in effect as well. Unfortunately, I think we didn't have the W Series on track. We only had the W Series virtually, still highlighting the women and see what they can do in the future. Never so you can see both the Vibe Sports and the RSR in the RSR car just having a little bit of a wiggle on the exit of the right-hand side, going to Jackie exit again.
I tell you what, that was well held from the 141, because when these cars, when they break the traction, you very rarely catch it. Normally, if you get that much of a wiggle, because of course they're so aerodynamically dependent, aren't they, that when you get that little twitch back and forward, it's almost impossible to gather it back up again.
Yeah, it makes everything just worse. And by the way, going into one thing that I completely forgot, and thank you, Ali Slade, actually, for bringing it up on the iRacing Sports and Network chat, is that we had the Porsche All-Stars race earlier today, and a girl won that race in Emily Jones. So props to Emily. I know Emily is one of the very strong drivers in the V8 supercars as she drives the V8 Scops series for Trans-Tasman Racing, and she's a very good driver. And we might have, talking about Aussies and the people from Oceania, we might have an Oceanic driver joining us.
Oh, well, we look forward to that, to be having a little bit of chat. Of course, the Bathurst 1000 coming up very soon indeed, so I'm sure we can have a little bit of a chat about that. Well, I have to say, Lorenzo, I completely agree with your sentiment about both Christina and Catherine Legg. My goodness me, that's one of the leaders, the LMP2 frontrunners going off there. That is the Delta Sport car, I'm sure, going off at Eau Rouge.
Yeah, oh my god.
Oh dear.
That is an amazing save. I think that's probably, I would say, save of the year, in my opinion, so far. I would save of the race.
So that is Alexandre Graville going side by side through Eau Rouge. Gets a... Oh my word. Francois Delacour, eat your heart out. My word, that's impressive.
Yeah, that is an amazing car control from Alexandre Graville, but we have to say that is the famous and netcode word that is going to be in effect over here as they go side by side into Eau Rouge Radillon. There's the touch on the back right-hand side of Grav Wheel and the lock, immediate lock from Grav Wheel, just narrowly avoiding the tire barrier on the inside. I could say for sure, I predicted a major crash over there and a certain yellow flag.
Oh my word. I can't believe what I'm watching. I don't know how. Alexandra, I am doffing my cap to you, sir, because that would have been race over for that car. Running pretty... Oh my word. This is going to give an impression of what you were referring to. Yeah, I'm not going to say it. I got a row for it last time, so I'm not going to say it. But to keep those tyres, though, those Michelin tyres, where they're going to be like a British 50p piece now. You get a pretty big vibration from the flat spots on those tyres. But now that that's all over, I have to agree with you very much, Lorenzo, about the sentiments about both Christina Nielsen and Catherine Legg. Both drivers not necessarily getting the opportunities they deserve this season, but we will see them back, I'm sure. And I had the pleasure of interviewing Catherine Legg this year at the Rolex 24 at Daytona, and what a charming
Lucky
lady.
Boy.
And yeah, she's a tough cookie and a very, very strong. Very strong driver. Also, Rachel Fry, I had the pleasure of interviewing her as well, who races for the Iron Dames Ferrari team.
Yeah, so this is one of the cool things we're seeing more women coming into motorsport or getting attracted by it. I think, again, this is a trend now that sim racing, I think sim racing is making that easier, to be very honest, in general, being more accessible to everybody, the equipment being better for everybody. Bringing it all back to that save from Grav Wheel, somebody said 10 out of 10 drifting. I am sure to say this is not a 10 out of 10. I apologize. This is definitely a 20 out of 10 because you go that close to the tire barrier and no damage whatsoever and still save that car. Well done.
But very impressive indeed. Well, it looks like we have some. We're going to have some company in the commentary box. So, Lorenzo, why don't we take a little run through the classes and then go to a race spot immersion break? How does that sound?
Yeah, that sounds good. So let's go into our top recap of this race because it's been very interesting so far. We're about 6 hours into this race. We're basically 4 hours and 43 to go. Top 8 is on the board with P&D Racing leading the overall class and still the amateur leading of this race. TNT Racing is in second, but leading the pro class with Alpine Geodesic Racing 20 seconds behind. High Caliber is the second in the AM class. Pure Sims third in the pro and fifth overall. RSR Esports by G Performance fourth in the class of the pro class and sixth overall. iLivery's Vive Esports is in third of the AM class, but in seventh overall, rounding out the top 8 for the LMP2s overall. But for the LMP2 Pro class is Delta Sports still in P5. Well, in the GTE class, go ahead. Oh, go ahead, Peter.
No, go ahead.
No,
after you, sir. After you.
All right, so here we go. Team 11 is leading the charge still in the pro class and also overall for the GTEs. Kinetic Racing 13 seconds back, but second in the pro class. Team Hoistingfeld third, Team at fourth. And the first of the leading cars in the AM class is AOD Racing, the 321 car, with Fisher Motorsports being the fifth car out of the pro class in the GTEs. Hell Racers and Quasar round out the top 8 in the GT overall, but 6th and 7th in the pro class respectively. Here, Peter McKay. So, who should we take the car for a Race Spot fan immersion?
Well, since you've kindly given me the choice, I think we should ride on board with the number 283 Pro Class Corvette and listen to some sweet 5.5 litre naturally aspirated V8 music.
All right, we are back with the 12 hours, the IVRA Endurance Series, the 12 hours of Spa. Peter's still on the break. I am Lorenzo Ponder, and I am finally joined by our third member of the broadcast booth, one fellow Aussie to join us all the way down from Brisbane, David Haynes. How are you, mate?
Yes, doing quite well. Excited to be looking at this race. Love LMP2, love a bit of GTE, and of course, you can never go past Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps for a little bit of sports car racing.
There we go. That's nice. And I think we have Peter back with us. And
you do.
Yes. Peter, now I'll pass the comms up to you because I think they really don't want me speaking way too much. I speak way too much.
You are Mr. Endurance, Lorenzo. I feel like you're our Brazilian John Hindhaugh.
But all right, we can say I'm the Brazilian version. I was gonna say not Hindhaugh. Actually, who did the 24 hours? Wasn't it? more than Haven actually do the full 24 hours.
Did he really? Wow, that's impressive.
Doesn't Paul Trustwell, I think, often... I think he's one of the ones who stays up for the full 24 hours of the 24-hour races, keeping his notes about who stopped on which laps and how many stints the different drivers have done, and towards the end has some good insights into who maybe has or hasn't reached their minimum drive times, etc. There's a few like that. Very, very dedicated to the craft.
Fair game, but we were talking about endurance individuals. Well, I'm gonna be here for the I've been here since hour 3 roughly. I'm gonna be here for the next 4 hours 45 minutes. So until race end. But Tyler Maxon, our producer, has been going for the past 12 hours of producing. So I am not the endurance guy. Tyler Maxon is. So big props to our American producer over here at.
Huge props indeed, yes. And of course, Tyler, somebody, he's probably listening to us going, you guys wish you were racing drivers, but I actually am a racing driver and I could show you a thing or two.
I think my talent's slot about halfway in between there, surely. I'll choose to believe that.
Now, David, what time is it for you in the morning over in Brisbane?
It is 7:23 a.m. in Brisbane. We recently entered daylight savings in Australia and are no longer in the same time zone as Sydney, which I am for most of the year.
I see. Now, I have to say I'm a huge fan of the Aussie V8 Supercars series. Who's your pick for Bathurst this year?
It's Johnny Mac.
Oh, gotta be the GRM wild card. So Nathan Hearn out. Can't remember who's in, but sure, cheer for the underdog. Cheer for the return of Gary Rogers, who's been, I think, missing from the grid this year and missing from a lot of the long-time dedicated fans' hearts in that way. So, oh gosh, every single cliche that can be thrown about endurance racing is thrown about that one. The race decides who wins, anything could happen, whatever. So always cheer for a left of field pick or an underdog.
I have to agree with you. I have to say, Gary Rogers Motorsport, I completely agree with you. One of those characters in motor racing which really adds so much more to the sport than just a couple of cars on the grid. Of course, Gary, for those who aren't familiar, you might be familiar with the name Scott McLaughlin, of course, the triple V8 Supercar champion now and a reigning Bathurst winner, now drives for Dick Johnson and Roger Penske. But he started off his career in fact, actually, Gary Rogers Motorsport, Volvo, and Scott McLaughlin all play an equal part in my adulation of the Supercars Championship, because in those early days with the Volvo S60 with Scott at the wheel, I mean, and also Gary's enthusiasm was just extraordinary. I used to love his jazzy shirts that he used to wear, and his normally end of race reports are normally really boring things to read, but Gary's end of race report I always enjoyed listening to him or reading.
Yeah, it's a differential. I think and also that talking about Volvo, I think Volvo being probably one of the four, I'm not saying front fronts, but in the highlights of the I think last 6 years. I think that was 2014, maybe 2015, where McLaughlin did the amazing battle Adelaide, the Adelaide 500 against Jamie Woodcup.
2014. Yeah.
2014. I knew it was 2014 or 15 against. Yeah, there you go. Five position between two LMP2 cars, but that was one of the wildest battles I've ever seen in LMP2 cars. Sorry, in supercars.
It was, yeah. That was Scott McLaughlin arriving on the scene, and of course Scott, a very talented sim racer as well. One of the real world drivers to really embrace sim racing full scale in lockdown, and continues to. And lots of rumours which refuse to go away, particularly with that third title under his belt now, that he may make at least a part-time, if not a full-time move to the IndyCar Championship.
I think that one is near enough announced, but I think one of the other things that people really liked about GRM was all those, young, aspiring and talented drivers that came through. They served a very similar function in supercars as what Sauber did in F1 for many years, where maybe they, weren't getting many podiums, were very rarely getting wins, but really brought in a lot of exciting and fresh talent and fresh faces into the series as well.
Absolutely, indeed, it's very, very true, and of course we see that in the sim racing world here. What boggles my mind, guys, is just how many proper sim racing teams there are out there now, and obviously we're operating at varying levels. But it's incredible how the sim racing industry, even before the lockdown and things like that this year, was already on a very much an upward trajectory, wasn't it?
I mean, certainly. All of the sponsors and prize money for the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup was already announced prior to COVID, this and that, wasn't it? I mean, there was already huge increases in the professionalism and the prize money of all sorts of sim racing events, and it just got I think a shot in the arm that just brought everything forward by about 12 months. Just sort of brought us up to where we were already heading, just a little bit quicker than everyone expected.
Indeed, yes, and of course the technology. Again, the technology. If you're watching this broadcast, if this is your first experience of sim racing broadcasting, first of all, welcome. We hope you're enjoying the show here on RacespotTV for the IVRA Endurance series. But the thing that again just boggles my mind is that we've got drivers here all over the world competing in these cars in real time in their simulators at home. We're commentating it in real time. I'm here in Scotland. Lorenzo now. Lorenzo, where are you based? Tell me.
South of Brazil.
You're south of Brazil, and David Haynes, you are in Brisbane. We couldn't be more spread out if we tried, but we can do all this in real time. It will never cease to amaze me.
Yeah.
If we could have someone in Japan and someone in Antarctica, but other than that, we've got a couple of continents covered for sure.
Yeah, I think all continents basically, in a nutshell.
We do, yeah. We've Scotland, Australia, and Brazil. There you go. That's
and United States. Don't forget.
Some of the Vanderlinders are on iRacing as well, so there's definitely South Africans and other Africans on iRacing as well. So
Yeah.
All continents covered,
indeed,
at quite a level as well.
And really quickly, if I can, we're looking over here. There's PND Racing. If I may bring up a point that it boggles my mind throughout these past 8 hours of this race. One thing that I've been talking about, and you guys probably haven't been following, but I've been since the start of the race, is that this P&D Racing managed to have a disconnection while leading, being thrown the lap back, getting that lap back in the last restart, and now once again leading the amateur class. It boggles my mind the amount of work this team has been put. And the drive that Stefano Conti and the other guys in the team, and Ferrari and both drivers, I think they're only driving that car, both and Fabiotti as well, I think doing the spotting work, maybe driving later, have been doing to keep that car now in the lead of the amateur class.
That is the spirit of endurance, isn't it? Never ever give up. There's always a chance to get a better result than you might think, and I think that's why we all love this form of the sport as well, is that is always a possibility. And I guess in a lot of ways it's if you have an issue at the start, sometimes you know that the win is gone, but that doesn't spoil the motivation. It's always, let's get into the top 10, or let's get into the top 5, or let's get on the podium. And brilliant stuff indeed from the PND guys. Well spotted, Lorenzo.
Yeah, so in talking about them as well, is that they kind of open up a very comfortable gap. It isn't the biggest of gaps they kind of open, but it is right about, I was going to say, 14, maybe 15 seconds to their second place, which is Simon Underhill in the Nomad Sim Racing, which is also one of these teams that kind of been staying quiet, and now they're seeing the RLR Bruzy car right behind them, but that is not for the class battle in the RLR versus being the pro class. But still, amazing work also that Nomad team staying quiet, avoiding the incidents, climb up bit by bit, work the alpha cycles, but still keep within that top 5 spot within the amateur class.
Now, David, since you've come to join us in the commentary box, Lorenzo and I sparked off even more fiercely debated topic than normal in the YouTube chat and between ourselves. Now, I have to say, this pineapple looks fantastic on a Dallara P2 car, but would you say it would look fantastic on pizza or not?
I would say yes, it does, and not just to be edgy and incite people, but because I genuinely enjoy pineapple on pizza.
Thank you, David Haynes. Thank you very much.
I'm outnumbered. I am outnumbered. It's healthy, I suppose. Ish.
It's cheese and pineapple inside of as a topping of a pizza. Well, Tyler Maxson says here on the broadcast booth that he doesn't like it. So 2-2, we are tied. We might have Arjuna saying something down in the line as a tiebreaker. But for now, it's 2-2.
Who knows? So after all, it's going to be Arjuna Kankapati who has the casting vote. He has the tiebreaker here. Now, I have to say, what I love this as well, and this is due to the standard and the quality of the simulator now. The thing I love about the longer endurance races is as well is all of the bugs that get splattered across the front of these cars, and you just see that detail from the simulator of how they just, as the race progresses, these little bugs just get splattered all over. And whenever I show this some of our broadcasts here on RacespotTV to friends who don't watch either racing or sim racing, and they go, "Is that real?" I go, "Well, yes, but it's on a computer." And they go, "No way!" It's incredible how the guys at iRacing are able to simulate this so closely.
I think it was earlier this year for the Daytona 24. I was lucky enough that my team car made it the full distance, so I had a screenshot from before the race and a screenshot from after 24 hours, and side by side you see exactly how many bugs you're able to kill with a Daytona prototype in twice round the clock in Florida. The answer is very, very many of them, but I do love that, what you get in endurance racing of that character at the end of the race is also visually represented, where you have tire pickup, dust, dirt, bugs, grime accumulating on the car and approximately in the correct spots as well. So you can look at the car and kind of see how many laps it's done for a visual approximation.
Yeah, I love the fact that of course, a lot of these successful endurance racing cars, if they win a big race, they are not a sponge goes anywhere near them, and they are rolled into the museum of that particular manufacturer and left to not decay, but left to mature with the grime of 24 hours of racing. And it's I went to my first 24-hour race at the Rolex 24-hour Daytona this year, and it is a bizarre feeling when you start the race knowing that it's going to be the same time the next day that the cars are still pounding around the circuit.
Yeah, a lot can happen in 24 hours. I can even get to New York in 24 hours if I'm really, really, really lucky. So yeah, it's a long race, a long time to be racing for 24 hours.
Now, I just noticed that Arjuna Kankapati, rightly so, with the fifth and casting vote, has agreed that pineapple has no place on pizza. 3 votes to 2. That is what we call democracy, gentlemen.
Well, all I have to say now is that we have this battle between High Caliber and then back to the racing action.
Oh,
people.
Politician.
Back to the racing action, people. We have now High Caliber actually overtaking the Pineapple Racing 105 car just after the Mohammadi section as they come right down into that right-hand downhill corner. But about Pineapple Racing, one of the things we see, we often don't see this team fray into these competitions, and all the kind of stuff. But this is a team that in the past seasons, if I recall correctly, in club sport, it has been, kind of flocking to that top 5 in their categories. And even in one race, they're actually fighting for wins. So it is a team that, despite the name and despite the topics we'll be approaching, is a team that people often sleep on, but usually they get into good spots.
This is the last thing I'll say about it, but it says a lot about you guys that you see pineapple and the first thing you think of is to pick a fight about pizza. I see a beautiful pineapple like that, and my first thought is to make a beautiful stiff drink.
Yeah, well, funny enough, now you mentioned it, that's an excellent idea. Tell you what, dives into the bar. Tell you what, is Christian Nozzing, is he thinking, oh, good idea, David Haynes, I'll come in and do a driver change, and then I'll get to have a nice stiff drink with some pineapple in it.
Well, they're definitely going to put fuel in that car. The question is, are they going to change the tyres, and is there going to be a drinks bottle change?
Yes, that is. I always think of Shea Adam of Radio Le Mans fame, who's always she's always on top of that. She never forgets the drinks bottle change. Now that car has disappeared. Don't worry, it is just the driver change. So Christian Nozzing getting out of that car. Now he has changed in. So Daniel, oh my word, that's a long second name. Daniel Nitikarutemanama has got in that car, and they are taking tyres. So why not have a drinks bottle change while you're having it?
Yeah, indeed. I also like the Shea Adams system for rating the length and quality of a burnout leaving a pit stall. I'm not sure that's a great necessity in this series, or that you're going to get much wheel slip going before you hit the relatively slow pit lane speed limit here at Spa. But there is a driver change, but so out they are going to go. Yeah,
I think, of course, Shea, the voice of the IMSA TV crew as well in pit lane, and of course in IMSA the drivers are almost encouraged to do the smokiest of smoky burnouts coming out of pit lane, and having seen a Cadillac DPI car, the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing car with that big Cadillac V8 doing a burnout, I have to say there is one of the I'm for once I'm stuck for words. Oh, it's a spinner number 8 P2 car. Oh dear, that is the Devotion Sim Racing red car. Has had about a half spin. Did it hit the barrier there?
It was very close. I don't quite think so. I think they realised when that car was going around, part of it from the curbs, they stood on the brakes. It gets close, and as Lorenzo had discovered, just a little brush against the barrier there, but I think the quick-wittedness to stand on the brake pedal rather than let the car continue to rotate further around, to which it would be entirely unrecoverable. That's the kind of contact you might just get away with for Devotion Sim Racing there.
Yeah, and Jerome Hawk coming into the pits. That was, luckily for them, that's their final pit lap of their stint, so the French driver coming in for the pit for their service. That is light damage on the car. I would say about 5 seconds now.
So of course, with as usual, we're being kept right by our resident racing driver Tyler Maxson, who's told us that anytime there's a driver change, there's always a drinks bottle change. I do have a slightly amusing story about a drinks bottle change at the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Where one driver in a particular car, who will remain nameless, fell ill, shall we say, during the stint, and of course they used the same tube, and the next driver that got in pressed for a fresh refreshing drink, and you can fill in the rest. But the joys of endurance racing and sharing a car with other drivers.
I think we all need to take a big deep breath after that little anecdote, but thankfully we have a beautiful distraction in the form of a little bit of LMP2 battling, and as Lorenzo has correctly pointed out, this between two AM class cars.
Well, I tell you what, we've had the best YouTube chat comment of the race, guys. Friction Racing says pineapple on pizza ? Drive-through penalty.
Debatable.
And then Burka Mapping says, just a drive-through, that seems kind of light.
Debatable.
Debatable also. we've upset Lorenzo Bonder in the commentary box here. 4 hours and 25 minutes to go here at the beautiful Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium. Would you believe it, guys? I've actually been to the town of Spa. Not, unfortunately, for motor racing. In my previous life as a booze salesman, there was actually a whiskey festival exhibition in the casino in Spa, and I can report that the Havana bar in Spa is a very good place to go for a good evening's entertainment.
I was really expecting that to go. You've been to, for example, a town in England called Spa or something.
No, that would be a boring story.
You could have gone to Bath, but that's a slightly different way to clean yourself.
I have been to Bath. Yes, that's a very nice town actually. Is Bath? There was a good beer shop there actually in Bath. In a wonderful waterfall too. In the middle of the city, but also in Spa, anywhere in Belgium, you're always sure of getting a good packet of chips or French fries here in Belgium with some typical dipping mayonnaise. Absolutely delicious.
They love themselves some frites. So continuing on the screen here, High Caliber Autosports versus RSR by G Performance, and a lap and some has gone by and they are still near enough flying in formation. Is this just very equal speed? Is this the car behind with too much downforce to be able to pass, or is there fuel saving afoot?
Well, of course there is the option to do that, isn't there? With these cars carry quite a big footprint, so you always have that option. I always think Lawrence Vantor, a fellow Belgian, who will be very familiar with Spa, he says that in endurance racing, when you're following a car, you've got only two options. One, try and burst your way by and push and go by, or you can just sit behind, take your time, save your tyres and save the fuel. And it'll be interesting to see how this battle here plays out between the 131 and the 156 car. Nathan Block aboard the 156 and Milo Linford aboard the 131 machine.
Well, they did just swap positions there around the outside on the way into the bus stop. Was a bit of an interesting move, but I think with this long to go in the race, there was not a particularly robust defense, and Lorenzo is on top of this kind of stuff. Pure Sims out of the pit lane, and also maybe into a bit of a battle.
Yeah, battle for right now. I was going to say P6, but that is P5 because right ahead of him is actually the RLR or Bruzy team in Lernath Rahat. So the number 14, who has been to his battles in trials and tribulations, is actually now keeping up with them. They have to pit stop in about 2 laps off cycle to these two cars right behind them. So the battle for the lead of this race eventually will be between Yelpine Geodesi and Pure Sims, and 2 high qualified drivers in Raf van der Linden and Daniel Kraft.
Tell you what, there is no stopping Team Huskenveld right now. 9 seconds ahead of Hugo Brandau in the Lotema Racing Team GTE car, the 227 machine. But after, nearly 8 hours of racing, just 9 seconds, it's still very, very tight in GTE, even closer in the P2 category as well. It's going to come down, I think, to strategy in those top couple of 2 or 3 guys, because on track they're so difficult to separate right now.
Pure Sims making the move. Pure Sims finally made the move on Raf van der Linden. Raf actually getting trouble within the bus stop, allowing the driver of the number 2 actually to make that overtake, but now van der Linden on the charge once again on the Campbell straight.
Indeed. So looking at the 131 machine of Milo Linford coming down towards Eau Rouge, with a little bit of traffic up ahead. The Ford GT just sitting there at Eau Rouge. So we're looking at the Pure Sims Esports car. Of course, Pure Sims Esports, one of the co-owners of that team, is none other than Ash Sutton, who's currently competing for the British Touring Car Championship title, which they have their penultimate round of the season at Croft this weekend.
Yeah, I've seen him race in a couple races and championships on iRacing, and he is as fast on the sim as it does appear he is off it. So if he's got some drivers along with him that are at least of comparable pace, going to be in a good position here. But they're still going back and forth between Alpine Stars, Geodesic Racing and Pure Sims here. Both of them, in their most recent pit stops in the last 3 laps, took fuel only. So I think it's pretty even on strategy between them at the minute. Seems like cutting through the traffic has been a little bit more the forte of the number 62 Geodesic Racing, though.
So as we've got 4 hours and 20 minutes to go of this race, the sun starting to set in the beautiful Belgian countryside here at Spa-Francorchamps. The track temperature now dropping to 19.4 degrees centigrade, so dropping off very slowly, and as darkness descends on Spa, that will come down, and we're soon will be into what's often referred to as happy hour, when you still have that little bit of light on the circuit, but the track temperature is just perfect for those tyres to come alive. Michelin tyre on both of these machines, both in the LMP2 class and in the GTE class. So we'll see how those tyres behave in the cooler temperatures. They should work a little bit better. And now here's a question, guys. Well, I want to know your thoughts on this. Is when we get to the end of the race, when we're under complete darkness, do you think treble stints do you think they're going to be possible?
I think we're just about reaching that now. Once the track temperature gets under about 25, maybe 22, depending on how you set the car up, I think triple stinting gets viable. I did some sort of 2.5 stints bordering on triple stints in the LMP2 at Petit Le Mans, but only once the track had cooled down a little bit. So I think a triple stint is very much possible, particularly if through your setup work and your traction control settings and how you drive the car, you're aiming to get the best pace out of the tyre across the triple stint. If you approach it planning on a triple stint, I think it's very much possible from about now onwards.
That's certainly a big, that's where really you've got to think long term. It's easy to just try and do qualifying laps all the time, but here at Spa, of course, one of the reasons why it's such a popular circuit with fans and drivers alike is that it is so challenging and so fast. And of course, particularly with these LMP2 cars, they're putting so much stress through the tyre with the downforce that they have. And David, tell us about your time at Petit Le Mans. When you get into that final third stint, what are the tyres like? Is it, particularly with this LMP2 car, trying to put the power down? Tell us what it's like at that stage.
You'd think putting the power down was the struggle, but such is the, I guess, unique shape, character and flavour of Road Atlanta. It was the front left tyre that was absolutely taking a beating around there. A lot of loaded right-hand corners, of course a clockwise circuit, a relatively short one as well, so a lot of right-hand corners, not a lot of left-hand corners. So it was the front left that was really starting to hurt in the warmer temperatures. There's a little bit of lift and coast going on for the Pure Sims car we ride on board with. But I think at Spa, while you've got some very fast, very loaded corners, the key one of them would be Puon, which is a left-hander going contrary to the clockwise circuit. So I imagine the tyre wear is going to be a lot more even around here than it was at Road Atlanta, even if as a percentage of the corners, I think more here are sort of, third gear, fourth gear, higher speed, sustained lows, as you see Daniel Craft holding fourth gear through the double left there. So, as for Petit Le Mans, again, it's probably not dissimilar to this race where, 10 hours versus 12 hours and a hot section of the race before it then cooled off and then you then drove into the sunset, and you really notice the difference in the tyre wear, especially to the end of the second stint or into a third stint on the tyres. There's the difference between the track being 35 or the track being 20 or below as it is now. From the lead, the number 97, Team RSO, are in the pits, so I think they're about to cede that lead to the cars we've been watching of Alpine Stars, Geodesic Racing and Pure Sims. Here goes Team RSO, were being scored in the lead, finding their pit stall.
Yeah, but it's just yo-yoing back and forward all the time, isn't it? Angelo Michel sitting in pit lane right now. Doesn't look like a driver change going on. Already got the car on full left lock to get out the pit lane, out the pit stall as quick as possible. There's a couple of the Hellraisers 29 car in pit lane. Also the 14 machine of Lennart Rat and the RLR Abruzzi machine. Angelo Michel getting a very big load of fuel there. No tyres, back off again. So that's interesting. A little bit off sequence then from the number 2, their competitor Pure Sims Esports, who took a driver and four tyres. So a little bit different sequence for those 2 cars.
And one thing I was actually talking about pit stops, and I was been here a little bit earlier than usual. And I've been looking at the infractions. I was going to say it has been quite a while, to be very honest with you all, that I've seen a drive-through penalty come down to pit lane infraction. The last one was handed out at 4 hours and 16 into this race. We're about 8 hours nearly into this race, so nearly double the time, and then it came down about a little bit before ago to the driver of the number 19 Hell Races Glutony. So I think drivers are finally getting to the rhythm, or they know how much they need to spend into the pit lane before getting into penalty, because at the earlier stages of the races, they were being handed out left and right, all teams. So I think the awareness of all the teams and drivers to avoid these mistakes and getting that penalty for pit lane infraction, finally getting up to the drivers and know what they're doing.
Absolutely, yeah, we saw that playing quite a factor as well in the 12 Hours of Sebring with SEO a couple of weeks ago, where a number of high-profile drivers just stepping over the exit line of pit lane and paying the price handsomely. But we've seen it many times in the real world as well. And of course, with that's what endurance racing is all about. It's about that mental challenge, isn't it, where you're really trying to avoid any silly mistakes, which is so tricky, and part of the challenge that these drivers are putting themselves through. As we see a brilliant battle on screen right now between the Hellraisers BMW, that's the Scandinavian squad, who are battling right now in their 219 machine with the Fischer Motorsport Porsche of Manuel Meyer.
Yeah, but both cars actually getting in the way of some LMP2s, getting overlapped. That's one of them is the N race, the other one is the I was going to say 146, but just as they go into Stavolo and now Course Pro Frere, and the guy that is actually getting the end of it is actually Manuel Meyer, managing to close a little bit of a gap around the 0.6 of a second, 0.7 to the Hell Races Tershine of Wilhelm Wilbert. So that Porsche getting the lucky end of it as they come down to the bus stop.
Yeah, of course the traffic gives and the traffic takes away, doesn't it? It's on both sides of the coin, both for the LMP cars as well as the GT cars. As we see, oh dearie me, oh my word, I think that was one of the fiercely forward cars, the 134 machine, just getting very close there. Of course, we saw the sister car, the 34, getting into an incident at Eau Rouge. So yeah, that was very close there, coming down the pitch straight. That was Silas Krag Vorlik in the AM class fiercely forward car, currently sitting 17th overall right now. But look at this, the Hellraisers BMW just closing up once more again. It looks like to have just a little bit more legs than the Porsche there, but of course just sitting in the draft, which will help as well. Come through the Lecombe section. There's a P2 car behind them. So how is this one going to shuffle out? We'll see.
I've had it described to me in past. I'm not sure if this was an accurate description or if it's still current, but that the BMW M8 just likes getting a draft more than some of the other cars. It, you know, as a percentage of its speed, can pick up a little bit more when it's getting a tow, and some of the other models of car don't quite so much. So while you might, single lap the cars and find them equal in a racing situation with its large size, as the joke has been run into the ground, the BMW M8 really does benefit from a little bit of a slipstream. So you see Porsche versus BMW here. The BMW will probably close in well. If it gets past, the Porsche wouldn't get quite a strong benefit from the draft as goes the opposite direction.
I think I can meddle into this statement. I think it is still true. I would say it is relatively still true. The BMW likes still the draft. It gets good performance out of it. If you compare it to a car that is not as strong in this current BRP as the Porsche is. Of course, you can get good performance out of the Porsche, don't get me wrong. But the BMW, despite the newest BRP kind of putting the gaming terms nerfed or made the BMW worse, is still better than a Porsche in terms of draft, even though you don't get the same top speed like we get right now in the Corvette. As now we're seeing the P&D sim racing car in a battle against the Nomad sim racing, and the P&D with the Fabio Iotti finally into the car, just out of the pit lane, chasing the underhills driven car out of the 122 of Nomad, as we're seeing an LMP2 off into Coco Frere.
Oh, that is the number 12 machine, I think.
Real Pixel Motorsport and Wolfgang Wildenauer, who is 5 laps off the lead here. The most recent lap, the pace was pretty good there. As you can see, just went a little wide through the double right-handers there and got a little bit in the way of the battle here. But nonetheless, they cleanly navigated it, and the trail of dust kind of helps cue you up to the fact that there's someone maybe a little bit offline ahead as well. Draws your attention to it.
It's almost like a yellow flag in disco. Oh my word, that was close. I tell you what, I thought that was a T-bone steak there for the PND car, but just avoided it and no more. That number 12 machine of Wolfgang Wildenauer just missing the braking point, it seemed there. I don't know, maybe the tyres just cooled off with him slowing down. I don't know. But oh my word, that was close. Almost a very typical Lassour's hairpin incident. How do you read this one?
I read it as they've gone for a little bit of a dive there to try and make sure that they clear the GTE car, but with no ABS and wherever their brake bias is at, they've just snatched those fronts, not slowed down how they intended to, and yeah, just off their regular racing line, trying to make sure they clear the car going into the corner. Bit too hot, locked the fronts, as is probably pretty easy to do, and once they're locked, they stay locked pretty easily.
So, well, we're just about to come to the top of the hour. We have Manuel Sudau, who has come out of the number 97 LMP2 machine, which is battling for the lead right now. And Manuel is with our very own Adam, Lorenzo Bonder.
So let me drag Manuel into the room over here. So Manuel, first and foremost, welcome to the broadcast booth.
Hello, everyone.
And of course, it's a pleasure. And let me talk to you through this race. You guys start P9, and you guys get the safety precaution procedures. You know, the safety car coming in, the off cycles and in and out. And you guys slowly sneak away into the lead of the race eventually. I want to get from your perspective, was this planned for you to actually skip some of these off cycles and get to the lead of the racing club a few spots, or everything was kind of like mixed up on the last second and you guys got that lead and you thought, oh, okay, we're not in the lead?
Well, honestly, I think I would lie if I would say that this was exactly our plan. I mean, you can't really plan these 4 safety car periods. But maybe if I can say this, I mean, we're enjoying this the most. I mean, it's for everyone. For us, it's, I mean, funnily maybe for some people to hear, but for us, it's actually the first ever endurance race featuring a safety car that also have has like a professional organization. So someone has the overview and is giving all these EOLs and wave bys. So it we prepared a lot and discussed a lot what can happen and which different situation. And then our pre-quali race, we also entered pit lane under red and stuff like that. So we did some lessons before, and the outcome was, especially in the third and fourth safety car period, that we kind of decided to have the driver change a little bit earlier, like 7 laps earlier than planned. And I was taking over the car, and then the second safety car period perfectly played now in our hands, and that's basically what gave us the lead, because that's where we gained position. But I think overall Geodesic is catching us slightly and will take over the lead as long as they don't do anything wrong. So, but anyway, I mean, super stoked with the car, still top 3 pace, and I mean, super smooth, not a problem at all. Well, some tiny and difficult situations, but that's endurance racing, and yeah, for the moment it's perfect. We're enjoying it a lot, and wow, just wow, great race.
Yeah, and talking about the car specifically, because we normally see RSO not being that LMP2 team. We know we've seen RSO doing LMP1, we've seen RSO doing GT3 and GTE, and this is, I think, the first outing I've seen of RSO doing the LMP2 car. So, was that a team idea coming to, and let's try the LMP2 car? You guys felt comfortable with it, find a setup that kind of clicks in, or you thought of picking a GTE, but everybody wanted to give it a try on the LMP2 instead?
Well, I mean, obviously the LMP2 is the very natural replacement for our Corvette Daytona prototype, and that's the car you definitely missed in your list, because that was a car, at least, yeah, basically these 5 guys who are now working on this LMP2 car, including myself, we're like the 5 guys in our team which like these high downforce cars a bit more. And also personally, I think that's the car, or that's also the driving style that's perfectly matching myself compared to the GT car. So that's where I can kind of unfold my potential a bit more than with other cars. And in the Daytona races, I mean, we've done top 5, top split results in the last 2-3 years. So I mean, it's not so surprising that with these 5 people within our team, we could focus on the car. But I mean, as soon as we heard that iRacing is replacing the Daytona prototype, we were super sad. And then we gave the car a try, and I think now 4 weeks later we just love it, because it's so technical, so complex in setting up and understanding. And that's also what you see with all the teams. I mean, I was basically watching all the other cars and like how they behave on bumps, how they have the traction, to try to learn from them. And I can hardly remember a race where cars from one class would set up their cars so differently like in this race. I mean, there's differences of like 15, 20 kilometers in the slipstream on the Camel Straight between the different setups of the LMP2 cars, and there's also huge differences in which corners which car is gaining or losing. So that's super interesting and really spicing things up and making it even more eventful.
Right. Well, let me just say, I think you bring up a great point of setting up the car. I know you guys used to drive LMP1s. I think you drove LMP1 yourself, Manuel. So
yeah,
coming into that LMP1 to the LMP2 setup world is a very different world, and you kind of fiddle a lot of stuff. It kind of equals it out. You don't have the hybrid. You pretty much were on point with that. But let me go into this championship and this race itself. What are the expectations for you guys, not just in this race, of course, if you can build up expectations now, and then to the championship when it plays out to the other rounds as well? Because you guys started 9th, a relative good spot, but of course this is a class competition. You guys started within the top 5 of your competition, and now you guys are slotted into the top 3 so far. So where you guys stand in this race, and then further ahead in the championship?
Well, that was a question we were asking ourselves ahead too, because there's a lot of teams which very respectfully saying this, we didn't know so much before, So also a couple of new names, and also I learned that there's some teams which had other names before or other constellations and kind of formed newly now. So it was super difficult for us to judge a little bit where we are from the performance. Of course, we knew Geodesic and Heusingfeld and co. So before the season, we thought like maybe top 10 would be a good result. Top 5 would be awesome. Well, now let's just have this race in the books and then we can discuss it. But obviously, we're kind of okay-ish in the pace. I mean, we're constantly running top 5. That's giving us a lot of confidence. And also, the most important thing is that really all the 3 drivers racing tonight perfectly feel the car. So it's really like the car. That's the thing I'm the most happy about, I have to say. So it's like 4 weeks of working for this race and 4 weeks of working with this car very intensively, and now you're in the race and the track conditions are developing like you thought they are, and the whole setup is kind of getting better and better and better, and it's just running smooth. I don't want to call anything, but because it's still 4 hours, but currently it's just perfect.
Well said. And well, I'm gonna wrap this up, but anyone you want to give out any shout outs to the people from RSL management, sponsors? Oh, you're a manager yourself. You're the few manager drivers I know that drives for the team. But anybody from management side, sponsors, drivers, anybody, friends, you want to give any shout outs? Watch your life.
You know, I definitely want to shout out to all our partners, Blue Racing Lounge and Racing Fuel Academy and SimLab. But I mean, this is kind of very special for me, I have to say. I really want to shout out specifically Cedric, Angelo, Tino, Luca, and Niels, who are basically the 5 guys I was working together with in the last weeks for setting up this car and really setting it up from the ground, understanding it, learning it, hundreds of test sessions and a lot of races, including the Petit Le Mans and stuff. So we really worked into the car, and we spent many hours, and it was very emotional and everything. So I think if we see the RSO car now with the number 1, even if it's still 4 hours to go, it's just perfect to see that. And I'm very thankful to the 5 guys, and also of course to the rest of the team who's supporting us as always. And last but not least, to you guys, thanks a lot.
Well, we appreciate the shout out, and you just made David Haynes an Australian that likes burgers and Mission 5 guys. You made him just really hungry. But
I'm so sorry.
Manuel, it's always a pleasure to have you in the broadcast booth, and good luck to your team. Looking forward to what you guys do in the next 4 hours.
Thanks a lot. Have a nice evening and enjoy the rest of the race, guys. An awesome job. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, and now back to you, Peter. That's Manuel Sadal from Team RSO.
Oh, what a nice chap. That was nice to hear his thoughts, and I have to say, always nice to have a fellow Corvette Daytona prototype fan on the show as well. We have another interview for us. Again, back to our resident pit lane reporter, Lorenzo Bonder, who is with Lennart Rart.
Yeah, let me just bring over here Lennart into our commentary booth. So Lennart, welcome to the broadcast booth, first and foremost.
Thank you for having me.
It's always a pleasure. You're driving for the LR Bruzy Esports number 14 car, now seating P10, right about, I was going to say, into the top 5 frame, P6 if I recall correctly in my timings, but not actually. You're in the top 10. That's my fault, but still fighting for P5. I know this much because here's the thing. I've been looking towards your team in the 15 car, which is your teammate. You guys been through up and down in this race. You guys been battling, through penalties and traffic and some really good results, and of course the off cycles. So, what do you been thinking about this race thus far as a whole? Not just, if you want to say, not just for your car, but also as a team overall.
Well, so far the race for us has kind of been horrific. Nothing did go as planned. For a start, the qualifying wasn't really where we expected ourselves. Like, we were surprised with the 15 car qualifying in P2. We didn't expect that. And I messed up the qualifying on the 14, so we were starting from P13. And There was quite a big difference in the pace between the two cars, so that was not really expected. The start was fine, but again, a few mistakes, misjudgments, because this race is hosted on a US server, so you have to give a bit more leeway to the other cars to not have incidents. We didn't do that, we didn't expect that, and all the penalties we've gotten are just down to us doing mistakes. I think we can clearly say that, and I don't really want to quote Formula 1 team boss, but I think you know what I mean if I say we are all a bunch of...
Yeah,
so it didn't really go as planned, and we have a lot of work to do to iron out those mistakes that we allowed ourselves in this race. It's a bit annoying that it happened in this race because it's the one that gives the most points, as it is a 12-hour race. But yeah, we know we have a lot of work to do, and I'm sure all of our teammates will work hard on ironing out all those mistakes we did.
Yeah, and bringing up into the point of the car qualifying in P2, I know, just looking by the lineup of the number 15 car, you got Erwin Voetstra, you got Daniel Boucher, and you got Marcus Deck. All drivers I know from driving against on the official servers are more like we're leaning to the LMP1 cars, now coming to the LMP2 fray. And Manuel Sadal was just over here talking about setup. So, if I recall correctly, you drove also LMP1s and even some LMP2 cars back in the day as well. So, what do you think is the tweaking of the setups? Do you think it is mostly complicated to try to get that car set up as you would set up in the LMP1? How much work do you guys try to put into finding that a proper setup for you guys?
I know that Pascal, Marcus, and Daniel put in a lot of work, like 6 hours a day, to find out a few tricks with the LMP2. Tricks basically we know that work for the LMP1, of course don't work for the LMP2, and so far we haven't really found the golden bullet, so to speak of, to make this car really work for us. I think we have a somewhat decent setup for this race, but as you've seen on the broadcast, both cars had a few spins. Both cars run very similar setups, and that's one of the issues we have with the car. It's not really stable under braking. It gives us a lot of issues when really taking it deep into a corner, and especially for me, that's something I don't like. That's something I like about the LMP1 car, that it offers you so much grip entering a corner, and the LMP2 is a bit more loose. And as I said, we still have to find out how to fix that and make the car more drivable or more suitable to the driving styles of the drivers. For Pascal and myself, we weren't really scheduled to drive this race. I got the call up for the car I hadn't even bought the car. So I think it's a bit of a rush job, and for the next race we'll be a bit better prepared.
Well, there's some breaking information, so you're getting basically that Nico Hulkenberg call and try to get into that adaptation right on the fly. So it's been a very tricky race for you thus far. You've been trying to downrightfully honest, but I think you guys still have a very strong lineup. I would say that a 15 car, I think, has been quite overlooked by some teams. I know it is a very strong lineup. If you ever went to the other championships as well, it would have been a car to do. And if I recall correctly, the RLR Abruzzo team is a relatively new team, yeah?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
What are the expectations as a new team coming to these championships? You guys predict wins? You guys won a championships right out of the bat. Where do you guys stand as a team as a whole?
Well, the majority of the RLR team is basically the PCS team, Project Charge SimSport, which is a LMP1 based team, and most of the drivers moved over to RLR, and that way the team is, well, everybody knows each other, except for me. I joined quite newly, but most of the drivers know each other, know what to expect from the other drivers, and also know how to work with the other guys. So that gives us a head start compared to teams that just completely newly formed and have never raced with each other. And the expectations for our team from the side of RLR are, for the first year, just see where we stand, see in which directions we can still continue to develop, and then for the second year really start attacking, going for the championship wins. That's definitely our goal. As we see today, as I said, we still have a lot of work to do. Our aim for this race was both cars into top 5. We are way off that. But I think we can manage and get the cars up to speed, and hopefully not only in this series but also in other series to come.
Fair enough. A very humble, I'm not going to say very humble beginnings, but a very humble project you guys have going on. I'm really looking forward to see in the next few rounds and also in 2021. But anyone to give any shout outs to the team management, also drivers or any fans watching you back home or whatever they're watching their mobile devices?
Yeah, definitely a shout out to the real life team, RLR, to our sponsors, Moto, Leverage Promotions, and Aruzi. And in particular, I would like to thank Pascal, Marcus, and Daniel. As I said, these guys have done a really good job with the setup. It's very fast in a straight line. We still have a few tweaks to do to the car to make it absolutely our own. But these guys did an amazing work to get us up to speed. And yeah. And of course, shout out to you guys for providing this amazing broadcast.
Thank you very much, Leonard. I hope to see you guys in the next few rounds. I hope you guys can bounce back from this situation. Unfortunately, you guys got yourselves in, and fortunately for Erwin, he didn't get the shout out. This is kind of sad in the YouTube chat, but it's okay. It happens, Erwin. But Leonard, once again, good luck to your team, and I hope we'll see you in the car back in a few hours.
Yeah, definitely. Pascal and I are doing it just with the two of us, so I'm back in the car after one more stint from Pascal.
Fair enough. And Leonard, well, good luck on your stint, and hope to see you drive strong, man.
Yeah, thank you. Have a nice evening.
You too. And well, back to you, Peter. Leonard Hart for the RLR Abruzzi Esports number 14 car.
Two really revealing chats there. Great job, Lorenzo, and thanks to our two guests for coming on to join us here on RacespotTV for the IVRA Endurance Series 12 Hours of Spa. Let's have a run through, a little summary to see how our drivers are getting on in each class, starting with our very top class, the LMP2 Pro class. At the moment, it's Pure Sims Esports leading by 37 seconds from Team RSO, with TNT Racing, the 81 car, not too far behind. Alpine Stars, Geodesic Racing are in 4th. PND Racing making a great recovery to 5th. L Racers are in 6th. Delta Sport U4K in 7th. And actually just been overtaken by RLR Abruzzi Esports, just going to 7th with Delta Sport in 8th. In the LMP2 AM category, we have Team 11 leading from Lotema Racing Team, and the timing screen has just moved over. So apologies, viewers. We have lost the timing data right now. So as you can see on screen, here is the LMP2 Pro class and the outright leaderboard with Pure Sims Esports leading from Team RSO. We're going to go to a RaceSpot fan immersion, riding on board around Spa-Francorchamps, one of the finest racetracks anywhere in the world. Enjoy. We'll be right back with another driver interview with Carter Kundinger. Welcome back to Spa-Francorchamps as we see the leading car, the Team RSO number 97 Dallara, coming into pit lane. So let's see what service they are going for here. We have full tank of fuel coming on board there, but let's see, keep the camera on, if they will go for some tyres or indeed a driver change. At the moment on board that car is Angelo Michel, so we'll see if there's going to be a driver change. Doesn't look like it. Angelo turning the wheel to the left to make a swift exit from pit lane, and that would be a double stint if he chooses not to take tyres, and he does not. So this is now heading on to stint number 3 on this set of Michelin tyres. So guys, with the night starting to fall here at Spa, he's going to have to take this one pretty gingerly to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully the tyre life is there, but for quite a while now the temperatures have been very, very manageable in terms of tyre wear, tyre life and performance. I mean, even when the sun sets, I don't think it's going to get much colder on track temperature than it is right now and has been for almost about the last hour or so.
Yeah, it's just sort of sitting pretty steady, isn't it, in terms of track temperature at the moment? Still 19.4 degrees, so hopefully, well, we'll see. I wonder if it'll drop off quite sharply when darkness descends here at Spa. But another clean pit stop for the number 97 car, running very strongly indeed here with, well, we're just coming into not long and we'll be in the final quarter of the race, and that's when you'll see, David, you'll see at this point, you'll see, I guess, a lot of teams starting to count back from the end of the race to see how many stints they're gonna need, and if there's any, if they're safe to push as much as they want, or if there's a little bit of fuel saving required to avoid an unnecessary pit stop.
Yeah, well, here's my count back for the LMP2 teams, is they're doing about 18 lap stints, and there's 107 laps to go. As TNT Racing and Geodesic Racing just crossed the line now. So yeah, you can very much start to work backwards how many stops you're going to need, and therefore what tyre changes you're planning between now and then. Speaking of, it's actually only 0.2 of a second for the lead of Prototype right now, with Geodesic Racing right to the back of TNT Racing.
Yeah, very, very, very close indeed. Amazing, isn't it? After such a long amount of running, you'd expect things to be stretched right out, but no such luck indeed. Quite different to what we saw last time out, last Saturday at Petit Le Mans, with, of course, Max Verstappen for Team Redline Orange. Really dominating proceedings with just a couple of cars still on the lead lap. In fact, I think, if I'm not mistaken, the Team Redline car, the winner, might have been the only car on the lead lap by the end, if my memory serves me.
Well, attrition is always very, very significant around that track, and also, as far as endurance racing goes, one of the shorter laps you're going to encounter, laps underneath 70 seconds, very common for the LMP2 cars around there. Not so much here, where everyone's laps are over 2 minutes, but all of those combined make it maybe more easy than some other races for people to fall off the lead lap, or for a team to be able to break one lap clear.
Indeed, yeah, that's a very, very good point. I always find those pesky S's. I mean, I love driving around Road Atlanta, but for multi-class racing, it's so tough. You have those left-right S's at the beginning of the lap, and they are tough when you're trying to either get by a slower car, or if you're the slower car and you see these pesky prototypes swooping by you, and it's tricky to manage. So looking on screen at the number 326 AM class Corvette of that is Johnny Waters, who is at the wheel of that Quasar sim racing machine right now. The brand new Corvette C8R, and ducks into pit lane. So it might sound nice, that 5.5 litre V8, that flat crank V8, but it's thirsty, so it's time to go into pit lane. Get another tank full of fuel aboard that wonderful machine.
And I think, Peter, we were talking about we saw people on the chat talking about Ferraris. I think we can talk about one of the drivers in those Ferraris, can we?
We can indeed, yes. The number 321 Ferrari on screen right now. Kyle Clements aboard that machine right now, and the Ferrari, of course, very, very successful car, and twice Petit Le Mans winner in the real world, winner at the Le Mans 24 Hours last year, so very, very successful, but has been in service for about 4 or 5 years now, so it's getting on a bit now, this 488 GTE.
And what we can talk about that AOD car, I think we have one of the drivers into our broadcast booth. First and foremost, Carter Koeninger. Welcome into the broadcast booth, first and foremost.
Hello.
And you guys been a team that, slowly were creeping away that AM lead in the GT category. You guys started really well thus far. But those first few hours, you guys came all the way from... Let me just say one thing. You guys came all the way from the back, like P51, basically fourth to last in GT category, basically avoiding every single thing in the way. and now in the lead of this race. I think that would be an understatement if I say I think you guys are feeling pretty good thus far, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the TeamSpeak room right now for the team is, I guess, pretty positive and pretty jolly in there. We're honestly just so excited that we're leading this race right now in the M class. And I mean, you nailed it on the head. We had a little bit of an iffy quali. You know, Mo was qualifying the car. He had a few iffy laps, had some speed in the car, but just couldn't put it together. And yeah, I mean, just throughout the race, you know, we've just avoided everything basically. And I think that just goes to show you don't necessarily need the pace to be the quickest here. You know, because we just had the 2 minor incidents. We had one with Real Pixel going into the bus stop chicane, had one with the fiercely forward LMP AM coming out of the bus stop chicane. And those were really our only 2 errors that we've had this entire race. I mean, that, and then the penalties are a big thing. Like the only penalty we've had as a team is just a drive-through for little pit lane infraction, which was completely my fault. We're towards the front of the pit lane, and I just kind of drove straight through, and I saw that we had a penalty, so it's like, all right, that's fine. So, but other than that, really, I mean, we haven't had any issues so far this entire race, and have just taken advantage of some attrition from other drivers.
Yeah, and in that attrition, you guys were mentioning Mo basically avoiding every single possible incident that happened in the first 30 minutes, and then climbing up all the way into the P5. And of course, you mentioned like the incidents getting in the way of the other drivers, and you were basically avoiding everything. The only thing being that pit infraction you guys just had, and climbing into the lead of the race. The Ferrari, and we can talk about the Ferrari. You guys are probably one of the fewest Ferraris, if not probably one of the 3 Ferraris that I've seen in the track thus far. What do you think about the Ferrari in comparison to the other cars, mainly the Corvette and the BMW, which seem to be the superior cars out of the GTE bunch?
Yeah, I mean, so we're one of 2 Ferraris right now in the M class. The other one is Usagi Racing, the 333 car. And you know, compared to the other cars, you'd think that this is not the stronger car. This is, I guess, the weaker, slower car. But, you know, with our setup here, we were able to pull some speed out of it. And I think we definitely have one of the fastest cars in the straights in GTE. I don't know if you picked up any of the instances, but like, I mean, even we'll be drag racing with the GTE down either the Kemmel straight or the back straight, and somebody will pull alongside us, and then they'll just fall back because we just have so much more pace, so much more speed on the straights. And yeah, which is weird because you'd think that with the Corvette and the BMW being the big beefy cars that they'd have more straight line speed, but I think we definitely flipped kind of what you'd think the typical properties of a Ferrari versus a BMW or a Corvette would be. So I think we've definitely had that to our advantage, the straight line speed, just because, you know, it makes it's a lot harder to pass in this little infield area of the track, from all the way from the Kemmel straight down to Blanchimont. It's really hard to pass there. So if we can get all of our passes done like we have on the 2 straights, I think we've definitely been one of the strongest cars so far tonight.
Yeah, and talking about as a team, I've been talking this to the other team to ask them as a perspective. And AOD is, I'm not into sure. I think you guys are not a relatively young team per se, but I've seen you in a few competitions. Getting nearly into the RSO. So a little bit of a scary moment for the commentator. I didn't want to curse you guys there, so I stopped for a minute, just let things play out. Don't want to get into the commentator score so early. But here's the thing. As a team so far, you guys are pretty much working up and getting those rhythms and all apart. And as an AM team, where do you guys stand as a team? You guys looking for more experience, or you guys think you guys have the pace to win this amateur category and all in this IVRA championship?
Yeah, no, I mean, so AOD, I've kind of been leading this team slowly to get into the IVRA and what was DGFX stuff.
Yeah.
Like, we attempted to get into the endurance season last season in the GTM, but that just didn't work out so well. And I mean, building up to this season, you know, I've brought in a few more newer guys like Kyle and like Mo, and like the guys on the other team too, Albert and Walker, who just unfortunately for them, they just ran into a lot of issues today, and nothing really went right for our BMW team. But as for AOD, we are definitely a newer team to the, I guess, league endurance aspect of iRacing. We usually have a bunch of teams kind of, I guess, middle to lower level in the iRacing endurance series. So it's really nice to get into an endurance league like this. I mean, after pre-qual, I was shocked that we had both teams, and honestly, I was just so proud of all the guys for, you know, all their hard work. And yeah, no, we're definitely looking to, I mean, heck, at least do well in the AM Championship, knowing that there are still a few of the bigger name teams in here. But I mean, like I said before, the fact that we're leading this AM Championship is nuts, and we're just having a ball in our TeamSpeak server right now. So
Fair enough. I wouldn't think otherwise about the ball on TeamSpeak, given the circumstances. Well, all I have to say, Carter, it's been a pleasure. But first and foremost, lastly, any shout-outs you want to give out to people, anybody watching at home, sponsors, and things of the sort? Well, you have the spot.
cool, yeah. So sponsors-wise, we actually don't have any sponsors. The two brands that are on our car is obviously ClanAOD.net. You know, thanks to those guys for obviously giving us a TeamSpeak server to use, giving us just like really all the, I guess, just background information, the programs and such. You know, they're a great group of guys. AOD is a big old PC gaming clan with over 3,000 members across 18 different games. And I mean, I have a bunch of friends on AOD that are from all different areas and all different backgrounds, all different games and such. So first, thanks to those guys. Thanks to Derek, who's the leader of AOD Racing. He's one of my best buddies ever. I mean, he's been such a cool dude. And let's see. Oh yeah, our other sponsor, Splash Go Graphics, for giving us this wonderful paint, and I'm glad that we're able to show it on the broadcast here and actually make it look good. So they make paints for all of our cars, all of our endurance cars and our NASCARs, and they all look really good, so it's always nice when we can make them look good. And then finally, thanks to the guys running in IVRA, so thanks to Mo, thanks to Kyle, who's in the car right now, and then thanks to Walker and Albert. We wouldn't obviously be here if it wasn't for them, so, and all their hard work. And then finally, obviously, thanks to you guys, and thanks to the IVRA staff. I mean, again, we wouldn't be here if it weren't for the IVRA guys, and I mean, I wouldn't be talking to you guys right now if it weren't for you guys, so I really appreciate everything that you guys do and everything that the IVRA guys can set up, and so we can race.
All right, thank you, Carter, so much. And unfortunately, your sister car didn't get the same luck. The BMW got into a little bit of an incident earlier in the race, but I'm looking forward to see what that Ferrari 488, that GTE, can do for the remainder 3 hours and 23 minutes of this race. And I hope you guys stay within that lead and get a good performance in the championship in the next round.
Yeah, hopefully, you know, after Kyle's done with his few stints here, I think I might be getting in the car again, and who knows who's going to finish this race. So hopefully we can bring it to the end with the podium. Probably a win.
Fair enough. And, well, if you're going to the car, Carter, good luck, good stints, man. Godspeed, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, back to you, Peter. Kyle Kunninger, driver for the AOD Racing Ferrari 321. Good number, by the way.
Yeah, 3-2-1, go is that car. Right now, one of the very few Ferraris in the field, but good to see those guys holding up the honour of Maranello, and hope that gives you, viewers, a little bit of an insight into the camaraderie of sim racing and how all the drivers are constantly in contact with one another within their team, and always good fun to see that as well. 3 hours and 22 minutes to go here at Spa-Francorchamps, And this is where it starts to get really spicy. We've been running for nearly 9 hours, about 8 hours and 40 minutes so far. And this is where the race is really won and lost. This is where a lot of drivers say they just want to keep the car in the race until this point and then start pushing real pace. So it'll be interesting to see if we see any drivers or any cars that start to come out the woodwork. It often is the case in endurance racing.
Yeah, just seen a pass for position here around the fringes of the top 10 in the prototype class. I think that'd be actually 8th or 9th in the professional class there. So Ronnie Nunez, Talk Freak Racing, really solid straight line speed, good toe down the Camel Straight, puts one on RSR Esport there. But traffic still abounds, but he had a very good run up Eau Rouge Radion. And of course, one of the fastest sections of the track, a great place to tuck in, get a slipstream, really rev it out in 6th gear. And now that he's ahead, he's clear, pulling away. So no tyres at the most recent stops for either of these cars. I was just looking at the pace difference thinking, is it fresher tyres for Talk Freak? But Ronnie Nunez doing a good job there to move that car forward.
Yeah, doing a fantastic job straight away. As soon as you got the clean air, he is gone in that #1 machine. Talk Freak Racing, currently sitting in 10th spot. So they are right now, they are about a minute and a half off the leader, but on the lead lap, crucially. And it's all about staying on that lead lap. You do not want to drop off it. And well, it's been quite a while since we've had the safety car out, so as well that always throws a little bit of a spanner in the works as well. As we look at the number 134 Fiercely Forward machine, the armed class Fiercely Forward machine. Of course, we saw the 34 car was getting involved in an incident with a GT Porsche at the bottom of Eau Rouge, which ended up with both cars with significant damage and put both back really out of the race. And but no such problems for the 134 car, which is currently sitting in 11th spot.
Starting to get really dark out on track there as well. You may have noticed on the Dallara prototypes, they've got 2 elements to the headlights. The lower element is always on, sort of like a running light, and then the upper element is the real night lights, the real headlights, the high beams, and they are fully switched on now. You can see the headlights getting super bright as it gets quite dark now around the circuit. Very shortly, it'll look proper night racing.
Well, indeed, and now we're starting to see the track temperature begin to drop. 18.9 degrees centigrade on the track right now, and as that drops, that will just make the track kinder and kinder to the tyres, and that is really, really important. There's drivers who still need to make sets of tyres last a double or a triple stint. That will be helpful to them, as we see the Pro Class Corvette moving out the way very politely of the Fiercely Forward car, LMP2 machine. Making his way through up towards the Blanchimont corner, one of the biggest commitment corners here. Come around here flat out and we're through this left-hander. Oh my word, that was close. Just arrived on the scene with that GTE AM Porsche just at the wrong point. And well, we saw when the World Endurance Championship came here to Spa a couple of weeks before Le Mans, we saw a couple of incidents at Blanchimont, and one particular one with an LMP2 car spearing into the wall, and there are no small accidents at that corner, so that was good to avoid one.
Yeah, indeed. Just the timing of catching that GT car, it was right parked where they'd want to take the normal line through Blanchimont. Porsche goes a little wide, had to be a tighter line from the prototype in the end. Both of them survive it, but sometimes in a long endurance race like this, it happens that at those commitment corners, you just catch someone at precisely the wrong time. You'd rather they were a little bit closer to you so you could get them before the corner, or a little bit further ahead so you didn't have to deal with them until after the corner. It does not always happen. And my other favourite little thing to notice at this time of the day is that there's a car that is very much skipped Les Combes and part of Malmedy there, is the customizable lights at the top of the Dalaras and also on some of the GTEs, where you can choose what color accent mood lighting you want on your car, and that is, well, definitely on the BMW and starting to become important. It's going to be harder to tell some of the cars apart.
Yeah, we see that with the in the LMP2 cars as well. I remember seeing the Starworks LMP2 Orica Daytona this year had actually moving mood lights. They referred to as the disco lights, which were very popular amongst the fans. So maybe maybe that can come along with the next iRacing update, which to have the moving disco lights around the cars.
And we're just waiting over here on Tyler because he want to showcase us something with the yellow pen. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is something unique to our broadcast. The famous yellow pen coming out in a little bit.
Yep, I've been looking across the different GTEs, and I think it's actually above the rear quarter windows on the BMW that they've got those customizable strips. Here on Hell Racers, looks like it's a light blue is the color they've gone with. Matches their livery quite nicely there. You can make it out right now, but in about half an hour, I think, once it gets even darker, there it is. Yeah, it'll be even more yet noticeable. I find it easier to spot on the prototypes, if I'm honest, because it's sort of 3 forward-facing LEDs right above the cockpit.
This is the funny thing I was talking about. Normally we see these lights is on the side doors, just behind the doors, as we see Kinetic Racing on the outside into Camel. There they go. It's gonna be a clean overtake for Christian Tanato. So there you go, Kinetic, 1 spot up into P4 in the GTE Pro category. Now GT3 because another car went to the pit lane, to be very honest.
So that was Christian Tanato going by in the Corvette, the number 283. Beautiful looking car, that lovely blue shade of blue there, but also the Hellraiser is very nice indeed, the BMW. Now, guys, I want to talk about the engine in the back of that Dallara. It's an amazing bit of kit, that 4.2 litre V8 made by a company called Gibson here in the United Kingdom, and actually Bill Gibson was the man who founded Zytec. And actually there is a little bit of a tenuous connection between the engine in the back of the Dallara and a certain Ayrton Senna, because Bill Gibson, who set up Zytec originally were they produced engine management systems, and they produced the first ever electronic engine management system to be used in Formula 1, and their first client was the Toleman team when a certain Ayrton Senna was driving for them. So, and after he sold the Zytec group, started up Gibson Technologies, and that is now the engine that goes in the back of this Dallara, and also the Rebellion LMP1 car as well.
Here goes Nomad Sim Racing and TNT Racing. Great facts, and I love the sound of this 4.2 litre V8 because it revs and then it revs just a little bit more. It keeps going and makes a great noise as it does it. There's definitely a couple battles for position up and down. Prototype here. There's the other one going on. 158 Adequate Racing, and I think they've got rusty spatulas in their rear vision here. And also they managed to have found a lot of traffic around this section of the track as well.
Yeah, and you can see the Adequate Racing getting blocked by the VC Porsche. Not a block, but getting hampered by that Porsche of the VC Racing just in the Radeon going to Enroute section. The LMP2 of Rusty Spatulas come close. He's not going to have any room for overtake. It's going to Lacombe, Malmedy as they go right next. Right-hand corner, there's the Pure Sims LMP2 car right ahead of him. The Hell Racers BMW as well. They died on the hand side. Kind of tied for that Rusty Spatulas, but he spins around. Great save, but now the fight is on.
Yeah, and it's all about getting through that traffic cleanly. This is, goodness me, this is like the Champs-Élysées. There's just cars everywhere trying to get through there, through Pouhon, and this is where there is a really big difference between the prototype cars with their heavy aerodynamics and the GTE machines, but they've Well, the Rusty Spatula car has found a beautiful blue Corvette C8R parked on the apex there. A little bit of a wobble there, and that's going to hold back the other car there and allow the Rust. Look at that. Look at the gap that the Rusty Spatula car is able to eke out in just the matter of 2 corners.
Yeah, and of course, on the steering wheel for these cars, you've got that delta telling you how much time you're losing in traffic. Notice it at Petit Le Mans, you'll notice it in any race like this. You'll go, okay, I'm half a second down on my delta, then you'll catch a car in a sequence of corners like that where you can't pass them, and suddenly it, blows out to 2 seconds or more off your best. Very quickly that can add up across the lap in the traffic if you just don't get the rub of the green or carry the momentum where you'd like to.
I've just realised I've called the wrong car. The Rusty Spatula car is the 112, which is behind this lime green machine, which is Jonathan Danson, the Adequate Racing car. My apologies for that one, viewers. And there, just at the back of shot, is the Rusty Spatula car. And if you're wondering, spatula as in a kitchen utensil, yes, that is. Do you guys know where the Rusty Spatula name originates from?
Is this a rhetorical question? Because I've got no idea.
I don't. Lorenzo, any? Just well, hopefully we can get. Here's a call out then for any of the guys racing in that number 112 Rusty Spatula car. Do come and join us on TeamSpeak. We'd love to hear the story of the team name.
Yeah,
do you guys use metal spatulas? Because my kitchen's mainly got plastic and silicone spatulas.
I was gonna say, Tyler said that the origin might be is a burger flipping device. So that is.
I use tongs for when I'm cooking burgers. I like to make sure I can get the sides of the burger sealed in to seal all the flavour in.
Well, David, you're the burger expert over here. How would you flip your burgers?
I probably would lean towards tongs over a spatula or an egg slice or whatever. But I mean, depends how many you're cooking. If you're cooking a bunch to feed a bunch of people, definitely tongs. But if I'm just cooking 1 or 2, I think I can get away with a spatula. This is what I thought I was going to be talking about, during an endurance race. Lots of racing going on, teams, strategy, battles, and I'm discussing what kitchen implement I might use for different things on a grill or in a pan.
We are talking
You're watching
about
the
Rusty
iRacing
Spatulas,
Esports Network.
We're an accessible and multifaceted broadcast, David. We're appealing to many audiences. We've done a cooking show. In fact, there's been quite a few cooking themes when we mentioned the pineapple on pizza as well, of course.
Let's just say we kind of range from a cooking show to a podcast, then back to a racing show, then back to a motorsport program show. So we kind of went around the world of variety television. The only thing we don't really want is the reality show. I'm not going to mention the name, but you probably know what I'm talking about. But anyway, back to racing, shall we?
We shall. You see a brilliant battle here between the RSO number 97 car battling really, really hard right now. We're riding on board with Raf van der Linden in the 62 Alpine Stars machine. So this is the battle for the outright race lead. And that's a big risk there from Team RSO 97 and has to back out of it. And that allows the 62 of Raf van der Linden to get right back on the case. Oh, this is very, very close indeed. We are 9 hours into this race, and well, this is your battle for the outright lead right now. Very, very close indeed between these drivers. Who is going to take this one? Well, we're heading down towards Pouhon. They are absolutely glued together. Tell you what, Raf van der Linden, he looks like he wants to get by here.
He absolutely did. That onboard was really, really interesting because he rolled out of the throttle sensing trouble ahead, knowing there was a lot of traffic and he probably wasn't going to be able to make his move there in the end. Smart endurance driving to know, I'm not going to get the position here, but I could end the race here. So he rolled out of the throttle a little bit early, gave himself a little bit more visibility, a little bit more time to react. and then he's right back into the battle once again once he got clear of one of those cars.
Yeah, this is where the traffic, there's always constant impediments. Oh my word, very strong defense there from the 97 RSO car. Now as they come down into the bus stop, oof, this is getting very spicy indeed. And I tell you what, the Alpine Stars machine could maybe have a look here into La Source, but or just stay behind, get a good exit from La Source and line it up down to Eau Rouge and in towards Les Combes. It's Spa is just one of those circuits where you've all the moves you make, you've got to plan them 2 or 3 corners ahead.
And while they're battling over the lead here, I think it's Devotion Sim Racing Red in front of them, trying to stay on the lead lap. Yeah. And these two lead battling, split up battle between Devotion and, I think, Lapsit Racing Team 169. So they're going to go side by side for the lead here. There's cars in front, there's cars behind, and there it goes.
Yep, so that's the pass for the lead. The Alpine Stars machine, Raf van der Linden gets by. And well, now as we're going to see, does the RSO car of Angelo Michel, who's been aboard that car for quite some time now, and you wonder if he's maybe starting to fade, just getting a little bit tired maybe, we'll see. But let's see if he can hang on to the back of Raf van der Linden throughout the rest of this stint.
And really quickly about this bout, I think Paulo Munoz, I think, should be grateful that Angelo Michel actually held his ground for one lap, because he brought back that Pure Sims number 2 car, who just came out of the pit lane, just did their out lap. About 4.5 seconds closer. They were about 5.5. So just because of this battle alone, they gained 1 second. But all the work needs to be done by a number 2 car, as now the Devotion car is right ahead of the Desic.
Yeah, Paulo Munoz is a very, very fast driver at the wheel of an LMP2 machine. Has really gelled with this car straight away. We see him running very strongly in the Precision Racing League on Tuesday nights as well. Aboard that very same car, Pure Sims Esports LMP2. But tell you what, I think Raf van der Linden, he's looking very strong here. He's made his way well through traffic. He's going to get a clear run towards La Source and crucially get an ideal exit out of that bend. And look at that, he's already starting to gap the RSO and the Pure Sims car. But Lorenzo, would you say that maybe the Pure Sims car is maybe the threat to the lead right now?
There's a good possibility, because I'm just looking over here slightly. There is 28 seconds on the Pure Sims car, so they underfield in comparison to Raf van der Linden's vehicle. So there could be a possibility that car might be lighter, starting to set up for these funny hours, the golden hours, the crunch hours, when they might have to go for a different strategy and trying to set themselves up for something different than your competition to go for that win.
As we see big heavy traffic here for the Pure Sims car of Paulo Munoz. The white, blue and black Dallara P2 coming through Jackie X corner. He's got a Corvette parked on the apex, and this is just allowing the Raf van der Linden driven Alpine Stars machine, who's now about 1.5 seconds ahead of Angelo Michel and 4.8 seconds ahead of Paulo Munoz in the Pure Sims car. So starting just to stretch back out again. In the GT field, it's still Lewis Ward leading for Team 11 GT, leading by 23.4 seconds from Manuel Meyer in the Fischer Motorsport GT car. So Lewis Ward doing a brilliant job at the wheel of that Porsche 911 RSR. So it's a Porsche 911 RSR 1-2. So all the fans of the Weissach manufacturer will be very happy indeed at the moment.
I'm sure they will be. It's a good looking car, it's a good sounding car. I'm actually, in the looks department, more partial to the updated version, the RSR 19. I think they fixed up some of the things with the front of the car a little nicer, but it's working for them in the lead, and quite a handy little lead they have. You can't even see second place down the other end of the Kemmel Straight there. far more comfortable a margin compared to what we've seen with the lead swapping this way and that in prototypes.
Indeed, yeah. I have to. Sorry, Lorenzo. My apologies. I have to echo your sentiments about the RSR 19, the car which was replaced this car, debuted at Silverstone last year in the World Endurance Championship in September, and then in IMSA at the Daytona 24-hour. Interestingly, it's had a kind of varied life so far. The RSR 19 been very successful in the World Endurance Championship with a number of wins. In fact, one here at Spa a month or so ago in the hands of Kevin Estre and Michael Christensen. But in IMSA, it's not been quite so plain sailing, really. Hasn't scored a win yet in IMSA and had quite a few blunders throughout the championship. And it's interesting how it's still a normally aspirated car, but sounds completely different. It's been bored out to 4.2 litres instead of 4 litres, but the side exit, the exhausts are now exiting at the side, and apparently, according to the drivers, it is one of the loudest race cars in the world now.
No, it is not. It isn't just the loudest car in racing the whole world. It is the loudest car in the universe, most likely. I apologize. I went to Daytona 19, so I look at the first iteration of the new car. You could hear that car from the top of the grandstands all the way back in the back stretch of the track when they went to the bus. But let me talk about Team 11 really quickly, since we got the highlight on them. This is a team that started 30 at first, so not in the lead of the race. And they kind of started to move up bit to bit. You know, I can see about 4 cars. They started, I think, maybe P2 in the category, in the LMP, in the GT category. So not in the front, but kind of kept themselves quite comfortable within that range. Didn't get into a lot of troubles. You know, that first part of the race was probably the most dangerous section for all the drivers in that car, for both PG Claesens and Lewis Ward, but still keeping that car in tremendous fashion, not having one dent out of it. So setting themselves up slowly for that win of the race, as they have a really comfortable gap to Kinetic since racing speed, right about 27.5 seconds. So really good job in the what I'm going to say international team, but mostly apparently based in Belgium. And here we go, yellow flag, ladies and gentlemen.
So we have a full course yellow here now. Gentlemen, is this what you would... no, we're going to get a replay of why this is, are we? No. Now, gentlemen, is this what they would refer to as a competition caution, or is this due to an incident somewhere on track?
I really want to have a look at this, because normally they don't throw out competition cautions for this. And to be very honest, this is a game changer, especially that GT field. We were talking GT field. I think that is a game changer for both fields, because it will make the strategies out of the LMP1 cars kind of even out a little bit with these final 3 hours. So I don't know where you guys stand on this, David and Peter, but I think a huge dynamic to the racing. Again, we kind of say dynamic to the racing being brought. Again, this is an odd bone being thrown, I would say, most specifically for the GTE field more than the LMP2 class.
Yeah, you got to think that Lewis Ward is pretty frustrated at that yellow flag coming out on full course caution, which of course bunches the whole field up. So his, what was a 23-second lead, I think, actually more than that, it now will be completely eroded, and this will throw a big strategical play in there for those drivers. And this is the reason the Fischer Motorsport 284 Porsche stopped out on track, parked on track, quite strange, and didn't look. Let's see why that was. So let's see if we can get a look at Fischer Motorsport Manuel Meyer, which I'm sure this was the car in second position.
Well, they were only 13 laps into a stint, so they haven't run out of fuel there. As you can see, there must be some kind of a technical problem for the driver, because they've just gone and straight pulled off there.
So for Lewis Ward, his lead is that was his closest competitor, Manuel Meyer. It does appear that it was some form of technical issue of some description and all the field gathers now behind the iRacing pace car, apart from the cars which are being given the wave by. So what that means is that all of the LMP2 cars will eventually be together, and the GTE cars. Oh, sorry, I got it right there. You see of course, the safety car here on iRacing is effectively a ghost, as you can see there, as a Corvette went straight through it. That did make me jump, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I think there could be a good reason for what happened, because it is sudden. Because what happened, Manuel stopped the car and exited the sim right immediately after. So Pascal Theis is actually getting to the car. I'll message Julian Bell and get an information on this, but apparently there might be a good reason to actually throw the safety car, because of would someone have to without telling the race control by it.
So while we're under the full course caution, we will be for a couple of laps. We're going to take a very brief break here on RacespotTV, and time for a little message from our sponsors.
If you want to achieve your minimum participation requirement without running races, you can run solo time trials to demonstrate your capabilities behind the wheel. These events go off every few minutes and will allow you to achieve your MPR without having to wait for scheduled races. To access time trials on iRacing, select the series you wish to race and click on the blue button on the bottom right to select Time Trial. From there, wait for the session to launch. In order to complete a time trial, you must complete a consecutive number of laps without receiving any incident points. Each discipline and track could be different, so take note of how many laps you need to run in your session. While completing enough time trials will complete your MPR obligation, the safety rating gains you achieve from time trials are extremely minor, so be prepared to do some races in order to increase your SR to meet your promotion requirements. Want to get rewarded for just showing up to race? Our Race Participation Credit Program is the answer. It allows you to earn up to $10 per season and up to $40 per year in iRacing credits by just participating in races. This extends to any series found within the A through D class license ladder, with D or C class series earning you a $4 credit and A or B class series earning you a $7 credit. You can then apply this credit towards new content, private hosted sessions, or even just extending your membership. Credits are earned by completing 3/4 of an official series season, with drivers having to complete 50% of the laps in each race in order for the race to count towards the total. You can find how far along you are in the program by going to your profile and clicking on the Licenses tab. More information about this feature, including the minimum requirements to complete the program, can be found by clicking on the Race Participation button on the home page of the iRacing UI. One of the two requirements in order for your license to be promoted is your minimum participation requirement, or your MPR. Your minimum participation requirement requires drivers to run a certain number of races at their current license level before being allowed to graduate to the next license. The status of your MPR can be found in your iRacing profile, which you can find by clicking on your helmet in the iRacing UI and viewing your profile. From there, click on the Licenses tab. This box will show you your MPR obligation for all 4 licenses and what you need to do in order to complete the requirement. All rookie level series allow you to fulfill your rookie MPR obligations, but as you move up the ladder, it can be hard to know which series will contribute to your current license. To find out, look for the green MPR Up icon in the series description on Tile mode, or the green Up arrow in List mode. Keep in mind that only completing your MPR obligations will not allow you to advance your license level. You must also satisfy your safety rating requirements in order to advance. MPR can also be achieved by running time trials, which we will cover in a separate tutorial. When you start your career on iRacing, you'll find yourself with 4 rookie licenses, 1 for each discipline of racing featured on iRacing. Each of these licenses are independent of one another and are affected each time you compete in an event on this discipline. iRacing's ranked series are separated by license level, with more entry-level cars requiring a lower license and higher class cars requiring a higher license. You can visit the Current Series tab under the Go Racing header in order to see all of our active series during any given season and learn which cars and tracks are being used at which license levels. If you're just looking to enjoy top-tier cars from championships like the NASCAR Cup Series, NTT Data IndyCar Series, or World of Outlaws, you're able to do that right away as an iRacing rookie with series like the Carburetor Cup, Dallara Dash, Pickup Cup, or Sling Mud for Fun. These series are unranked, and competing in them will not affect your safety rating, minimum participation requirements, or iRating. To find other unranked series, filter the page you are on for the Unranked tag, and any unranked series will be sorted onto your screen. Likewise, to filter these series out, select the Ranked tag, and any unranked series will be hidden from your view.
We've had a safety car pulled with one of the GTE Porsches pulling up on track with a technical issue, and that triggered the safety car, and well, that sort of shuffled things up a little bit, hasn't it, guys? Because Lewis Ward had a very comfortable lead in GTE, but that is gone now. He's now got Christian Tanato in the 283 machine right behind him, so it's game on in both classes once more.
Exactly, it is. Pace car pulls in. Raf van der Linden is ready and raring to go, and away he goes to get us racing once again. 2 hours, 49 minutes left. There's actually a lapped car between him and second place, Pure Sims Esports. Maybe they were hoping to get back onto the lead lap, but unfortunately the safety car has put that Devotion number 8, kept them trapped 1 lap down.
It's also trapped the Pure Sims Esports car of Paulo Munoz in the right behind him, and that's just allowed Raf van der Linden to just get that tiny bit of breathing space. Now, as we saw with the last caution, thankfully they've all got through La Source safely, but Paulo Munoz straight onto the back of Raf van der Linden there. But yeah, just had to be very, very careful in this opening half a lap or so, because under the caution, the tyres start to cool on these LMP2 cars, but particularly the big worry with the LMP2 machines is the carbon composite brakes. And when the carbon brakes get cold, well, you do get a bit of a fright when you've been used to hammering them down when they've been warm. When they are cool, they do not have anywhere near the performance that you desire. Now let's get a replay. What has gone on here, chaps?
That's TNT Racing and the RSR by, I think that's the RSR car, just going by him into Lacombe 3 wide. There's, I think, there's the P&D Racing. I think there is some touch on the back, on the diffuser of the TNT car, through David Williams around. He kind of had to stay patient while rejoining. Let's take another look on the diffuser out of the Dave Williams car. And, kind of like a domino effect over there, David.
Yeah, I mean, that's the restart, isn't it? They were trying to go 3 wide towards Lacombe, and there's enough space to go 3 wide there, but it's not necessarily comfortable, especially the speed differences at the end of a long straight like that between the prototype cars and the GT cars. That's where they have a big difference, is that end of straight speed.
Paulo Munoz is really on a charge in that Pure Sims Esports Dallara. He has set his fastest lap of the race at 2 minutes 0.873. That is just a tiny bit behind the best lap of Raf van der Linden, which is a 2 minute 0.757. So Munoz really on a tear, and that competition, I say that full course yellow has really allowed Paulo Munoz to get back in the game, as there's a 3 wide heading down towards Eau Rouge. That always makes you nervous. Whoa, goodness me, what a brilliant camera shot there as we see the Corvette flying through with P2 cars going by as well. This is where they say cautions breed cautions. This is where the drivers are going to be really careful, and all of a sudden we're under darkness here in Belgium.
Darkness was approaching, and then we spent what was probably the better part of 10 minutes or so behind the safety car. And when we got racing again, you noticed the effect that 10 minutes it had on the amount of light, how bright the headlights are, and also how noticeable flashing headlights become when the lights of a car behind illuminate your cockpit. If you're any of these prototype cars who restarted the race behind the GTEs, what a tough job you have on your hands. But conversely, the guys at the head of the prototype train have a couple laps where they're going to have completely clear track in front of them, and they are pushing on.
Yeah, I think that's why Paulo Munoz decided to really drop the hammer and go for it. Raf van der Linden not hanging around either, a 2 minute 1.3, so about half a second slower than Munoz, but still pretty hot pace indeed. Christophe Herbignot, very quick in a single seater is Christophe, and he's in 3rd place, and he's set a 2 minute 1.0. But look at this, fastest lap of the race so far, Raf van der Linden, a 2 minute 0.634. So guys, should we sound the klaxon? It's happy hour.
It's happy hour, ladies and gentlemen, and one thing that I can mention, Raf is definitely not felt the pressure. Actually, he felt the pressure a little bit to actually go flat out into the track. We can see a cluster of cars. Team Hoisting got involved. There's the Torque Freak Racing just overlapping them on the outside. In the meanwhile, looking at this battle between in the lead of the race and Harnio, which is a former Devotion Sim Racing driver. He's trying to overlap the car out of Devotion, just managed just before the Lacombe section, but losing time in the process, 1.5 seconds behind. And you can see the cluster of cars making moves, some a little bit sketchy and some not in the Radion Eau Rouge section, but the battle for the lead is reignited once again.
It certainly has. I tell you what, our timing screens are lighting up like it is Christmas Day. Purple and green all over the timing screen right now. Daniel Buescher in the number 15 car, going very quickly indeed as well, setting his personal best, a 2 minute flat 0.8. And Daniel is, he's all the way down in 24th position, 2 laps down, but still running the same pace as the leader. So we are definitely into happy hour. But, well, I tell you what, talk about happy hour, it's going to be for us fans here as well, because Raf van der Linden and Paulo Munoz, they are going to have a proper dice now, because they are so evenly matched on pace.
Yeah, and we got a little bit of word from some in the know that there might be just a tiny bit of straight line speed missing from the geodesic racing car. Yeah, clearly it's a very rapid driver with a lot of clean track in front of him, and it's going all right through the corners. But if he can't bolt away in a straight line, that's going to help Paulo Munoz stick with him. That's going to make the draft delta a little bit more powerful in the straight line as well.
Yeah, Paulo Munoz putting in another personal best, 2 minute 0.812. This is your comparison right now. So these guys are running a really hot pace indeed.
End of straight speed at the Kemmel there. 295 kilometers an hour for Raf van der Linden, 305 for Paulo Munoz. He has that thing cruising in a straight line. Now, through this section of the track, through the middle sector, I find Raf van der Linden might be a little bit quicker, but if he can stay in the draft, Paulo Munoz is a good shot because that car is a bullet out of a gun.
What's interesting, guys, and I wonder if there's any storyline here, but only that there are a number of LMP drivers, Tony Baird, Leonard Rart, Paulo Munoz, Raf van der Linden, Daniel Buescher, who are all slamming in personal best lap times, but they're all aboard the prototype. Not one of the GT drivers is putting in personal best. That is, I wonder why that might be, or just pure coincidence.
Traffic. This Lorenzo, get out of my head.
There's double confirmation.
Sorry.
I mean, we saw that. It's all clear sailing for first, second, third, fourth here in prototype, taking all the lines they want, really making the most for the first time of clean track while the track is so cool. But we saw some of the prototypes further down in the field were really mixed among the GTs. It doesn't seem like there's anyone in a good position in the GT class yet able to break free of the traffic. Maybe give it 1 or 2 laps when all the prototypes have cycled through. We might see some personal best and fastest laps out of the GTs, but not quite yet. There was just too much traffic when we checked in with them.
If I can meddle in here as well, I think there's another factor that we haven't been talked about is the 8 tire strategy limit that the teams have for all the cars. You know, they can switch up to 8 tires whenever they go into the pit lane. So I think some of these teams are still on the double stint, maybe trying the triple stint, which is kind of like of an overkill for these cars. Maybe double stint is the way to go. You might have to triple stint at any point. So there is a good possibility the performance they're getting is because the tire wear is just way too much in the car, and they can actually get any good performances out of it.
Yeah, that's certainly going to be a big consideration as we're now. Well, we're just this ticked by a standard IMSA WeatherTech Championship race distance, 2 hours and 40 minutes to go here at Spa, and this is where it gets very interesting indeed. If you think it was a sprint up to now, it's going to get more so as we see the 55 car of who is on board that car right now. The 55 car of Greg Wilkin for RSR by G Performance, number 55. Who is battling with Casper Arnold in the HD SimSport machine.
I think it's...
Oh, my apologies.
The other way.
It's the other way around. My apologies. Stefano Conti in the PND, the number 182, the Comeback Kids. My apologies, viewers. It's tell you what, it's wearing the cars out, and it's wearing my brain out as well.
You're very forward-thinking when you maybe should have been backwards-looking on the timing screen to find that the battle was between them and the car behind. RSR in the Pro category and PND in the AM category for prototypes, so not sure that battle is super important, and RSR are now getting their legs underneath them, starting to pull away in that one. Talking about having legs, we're about to see that part of the track where Paulo Munoz really pulls the time back in as they came out of the source 7/10 of a second. I think by the time they get to the end of the Kemmel Straight, it might be closer to 3/10.
So Van der Linden 3/10 of a second quicker that time around, so he's definitely steadied the ship. So he's not going any quicker than his best, but he's certainly responded to Paulo Munoz's pace. And look at this is a brilliant battle here between the fiercely forward number 134 AM Class card and Rusty Spatulas number 112 as they go side by side down towards Lake Holm. This is going to be very tight indeed. You got to watch here. Oh my word, that was close, because as I say, just before I say you got to watch the curbs, that was what happened.
and rightfully so. Silaskrav Vrolik is not happy one bit with that move.
Certainly
So
not.
that looks like Nomad Sim Racing getting to the lead of their division there at the expense of Fiercely Forward. Although, yeah, I mean, it was maybe a little too aggressive, a little too robust of an attack for, you know, how long we've been in this race and how long there kind of still is to go. You could see Fiercely Forward not 100% delighted with that move, but now that they've gotten through, Tony Baird, Nomad Sim Racing.
Oh boy,
bolting
we
away.
might get a yellow flag. Never mind. Actually, we got an incident with Kyle Clements on the La Source. Our former AM GTE lead got into an incident all by themselves in La Source and losing massive positions.
Okay, let's keep an eye on that one, because of course that was one of the only Ferraris in the field as the LMP2 leaders come through. And there's the sort of got going again. Let's get a replay then of what happened to the Ferrari for it. Oh, and just loses it on the brakes, and oh my word, nearly hits the concrete pit wall there. And although a bit of a kind of half spin there, if he'd hit the pit wall, that would have been a very different incident indeed.
Yeah, did the right thing just waiting there for everyone to come through, not to roll forward onto the racing line. That's the right thing to do, but it was probably quite a long wait there and cost them a bunch of positions just because we've recently had the field bunched up by the safety car procedure. So, yeah, they're a team that's probably not 100% delighted that we had to have that safety car, but thankfully what we've seen there, no visible damage to the car, and we know that if they can keep their car clean, there's definitely still a race for them to be had.
Now, I'm just seeing in our YouTube chat, we've got some brilliant engagement from our fans on RacespotTV and the iRacing Esports Network. Good day to you all. We hope you're enjoying the racing as we see one of the GT Porsches coming into pit lane. Now, that's the leading car of Lewis Ward. Now, there's a call to see if there are any Belgian drivers running. There are, and one to watch out for, and is a man on the move, is Christophe Herbignot, and he is slowly but surely, in the number 33 car, he is slowly but surely closing down the Pure Sims esports car of Paulo Munoz. So this two-way battle for the lead, quite shortly, could be a three-way battle for the lead, and Christophe is very, very fast in an F3 car, and, well, certainly transferring very nicely over to the Dallara P2, and there you go, he can see, he's probably even in draft range now of Paulo Munoz, so this is really hotting up at the front of LMP2.
Yeah. I was looking really quickly at the lap gap between all three cars. I don't think this will be a three-way battle for the lead, to be very honest with you, because Raf is being slightly quicker than Paulo in the last 4 laps. But here's the thing: the same thing goes for Herbignot and Paulo Munoz, and Munoz not being able to put the same performance. So the likelihood is that we might get a battle, not in this stint though. Most likely in the next stint when they go into the pit lane. The first car who needs to go into the pit lane is the Delta Sport and Alpine Geodesic. Pure Sims has a 1-lap advantage. So there is those funny sections where they could have the battle, but you might take something extraordinary out of the number 33 car, actually getting that draft range and then battling range.
Yeah, this is interesting to see that Paulo Munoz just dropping off the pace slightly. The last time around he was dipped into the 2:02s, so from being in the 2-minute zeros not that long ago, he's just backed off. So maybe just now starting to count back from the end of the race. And for these LMP2 runners, how many stops do you guys think that we've got to go for these guys?
I think we're if you pitted right now, you're looking at 3 more after that. I'm seeing 76 laps to go, and that actually fits very neatly. 4 times 18, 4 times 19, actually, which is why I don't do the sums here. But yeah, they're doing 18 lap stints or so, and 4 18-lap stints would get you to the end from here.
Now, this will be fascinating to see then if any of the LMP2 runners go for that and try and get some sort of jump or try to throw the dice on strategy. But for Christophe Herbignot right now, he's doing a great job of chasing down Paulo Munoz. And straight away, you guys mentioned the traffic. Well, 2 minute 3.3 for Raf van der Linden last time around, 2 minute 2.9 for Paulo Munoz, and 2 minute 2.3 for Christophe Herbigno. That is, well, you mentioned why the lap times are going hot. Well, there you go. They've gone right back to normal now that they've got traffic to deal with pretty much all the way around the lap.
Yeah, and one thing that I just looked at our iRacing Sport Network chat, that the official account says that the Delta Sport U4K has a problem with the power of the engine. So even with draft, they're not getting the performance they wanted out of the Dallara P217 car. So that could put a damper on their plans. But luckily for them, that I think that Corvette just got in the way out of the Pure Sim spawn and brought them into massive draft range. Let's see how it will plan out in the next few corners for all those two cars.
Well, I tell you what, if this is Christophe Herbigno's pace went down on power, goodness me, if you give him the full 600 horsepower of this Gibson V8, he would be on lap record, well, best lap of the race pace. And look at this, he's right on the diffuser of the Pure Sims Esports car, and oh, the BMW doing what they should do, follow the line, not doing anything unpredictable, but that the gods of traffic not playing in Christophe Herbigno's favour there, and just allowing Paulo Munoz to escape a little bit. Now, it's a brilliant onboard shot there, because you saw Christophe Herbigno, he was pretty much short shifting there. You notice the shift lights on the Cosworth dash and steering wheel. He was getting nowhere near the red line there in 5th gear, up to 6th. So obviously still thinking about fuel consumption.
Also, the rev limit is a little aggressive in these cars, so it's probably you'd short shift by a couple hundred RPMs before you ever let it hit the rev limiter. When the final light comes on, you're only 100 RPM away from hitting a very hard rev limit there. So yeah, I would definitely err to the slightly shorter side than the slightly longer side on the gear shifts, though it's pretty easy to, in your peripheral vision, see those lights coming along in any situation and just have it as a default reaction.
I see, and of course keeps the car running nice and smoothly as well. So at the moment, Christophe Herbigno, he was not traffic was not kind to him there at all. 2 minute 4 for the first time for the Delta Sport car. Ralph van der Linden doing a great job, 2 minute 2.1 last time around. So he's now all of a sudden stretched his lead to 3 seconds, which you think 3 seconds is nothing after 9.5 hours of racing, but in this 12-hour sprint that we're seeing here at Spa today, it's a significant margin.
Well, in the meanwhile, while we're having a little bit of discussion inside our broadcast, that is a little bit of a margin you really want to work yourselves with. But the problem is now I think this actually is becoming a little bit more of a field range strategy for all the teams. I don't know how safe there still are. There might be 3 or maybe 4 pit stops down in the way. 3 pit stops is the sure number, but 4 is only if they actually go for fuel savings. None of them are actually going to go for the pit stops, so they will have one more lap in their car. So it's an interesting scenario. They're kind of just trying to put themselves into a range that they have to push. They cannot save fuel, and probably they might win just on pure pressure and strategy alone. So this is one of the very interesting things that I like from racing in general, as we're having a battle right now between PCC Racing and AOD. AOD just climbing itself up once again in that GTE category.
I imagine since we saw him last, Kyle Clements has moved that brake bias a little bit further forward so he's not snatching the rear brakes on his way into La Source. They are piece by piece trying to move themselves back up a couple positions, as you rightly say. Just a few drivers troubling the pit lane this time around, mainly from GT. That's one of the things that cycled AOD up another spot as well, now being scored 13th. of GT.
Yeah, GT battle roaring on at the moment. Marcel Ty leading for Team Huskenveld by 7 seconds from Johnny Verhoef for Manatee Racing in the BMW. Now the Team 11 car, that is now back to 6th in class. PJ Kleisson's on board, so Lewis Ward has handed over that Porsche, so you need to keep an eye on that car because it had a pretty handy lead before that caution came out.
Yeah, it wasn't the biggest of leads, but it was a lead they could work themselves on. Unfortunately, some instances happened. They kind of got themselves into a back burner. But here's the thing: it's 2 hours and 26 into this race. Nighttime is already upon us, and can I make the Lorenzo Bonder bold prediction? I nearly said Lorenzo Boulder prediction. Believe it or not. But I'll say there will be one more safety car procedure into this race.
Ooh, controversial. I'm going to say there's going to be 2.
I'm going to say
Right,
there's going to be 5. No, I think we can go green until the end. I trust everyone out there. I'm going to face against the wind on the Lorenzo Bonder bold call.
The boulder. That's it. It's just referred to as the boulder. It's as subtle as a boulder. It's just like, ooh, okay. Well, we'll find out who's right and who's wrong, and who was the boulder in this exchange. Of course, you just never know, and it plays such a factor in endurance racing. But as the darkness descends here at Spa, of course, when it gets dark at Spa, it gets really dark. When you get into the wooded area out the back of the circuit, it is. I can imagine driving at night here in the Spa 24-hour, which of course is not all that far away now, isn't it? Is it next week or the week after? I can't remember. It's driving there in the middle of the night must be a lonely old place to be at the cockpit of the car in the middle of the night.
Will be 53 or 55 or something other GT3 cars to share that track during the night, so I don't think it'll get too lonely.
Indeed. Well, we'll see about it. It's going to be fascinating to see who's going to win that race, because of course last year for me, Kevin Estre, drive of the season, winning the race for GPX Porsche, the Gulf liveried Porsche. And for me, that the stint he put in from the back of the pack to the very front in the rain, it was a classic Spa stint from the fast Frenchman Kevin Estre, and I think probably that one stint alone must have really demoralised the competition, because Estre, he really was in another planet, and I'm sure the Porsche top brass were thinking, yes, he's our man in our factory squad.
I'm a Matt Campbell fanboy.
Oh,
so
I have to agree with you there. I have to agree with you there as well. Yeah, Matt Campbell, an incredible driver. For me, his final few laps at Bathurst in 2019 aboard the Albamber Motorsport Porsche, some of the best driving I think I've ever seen.
I don't have favorite drivers, just to let you guys know.
I don't believe you, Lorenzo.
Okay, I lied.
Now, while we're on this, well, here's a subject for you, right? Okay, guys. So you can. I asked this question to many people. It's like we're not in the pub, but it's a pub sort of question. If the racing genie gave you a wish, if you could choose any race, any car, and any co-driver, who would you choose? David, you tell us, who would you pick?
Wow, you needed to give me like an extra minute on that one, because this is like the racing genie. It's like I guess everything is on the cards. Wow.
You've got to go for the instinct.
I'm too much of a realist. There is no instinct on when everything's on the table.
Lorenzo?
All right. Here's a good question. I'm gonna not answer the question, but a question. But I'm gonna ask you a question. Answer my question. The co-driver is any co-driver? Is specifically a co-driver like Rally, or is it any co-driver that can be a driver, including a co-driver?
So it's a sports car. So if you were thinking about sports cars, so you've got to share the driving. So that could be Bathurst 1000, it could be Le Mans, it could be Sebring, it could be whatever you want, and it could be any car, past or present, and any co-driver, past or present. So it could be someone from days gone by in motor racing.
All right, then I have two answers. I have one serious answer and I have one not serious answer.
Go on,
Not
let's hear
serious
it.
answer is Thunderhill, a camper van, and my co-driver absolutely would be Taki Inoue. But the serious answer is Dubai Autodrome. I love Dubai Autodrome. I'll keep saying this time and time again. A vehicle, probably a Honda NSX GT3 car. I just love that car. And co-driver, well, he drives that car nowadays, I think, in Blank Pond, Brent. Jensen Button.
Ah,
That's an interesting combination, and indeed. David, anything coming to you?
I reckon, again, I'm still being a little too grounded in realism than like throwing everything up in the air. But I'd like an LMP3 car for the upcoming Daytona 24, and my co-drivers would just be my boys. I reckon me and the boys with an LMP3 for Daytona 24 would be great.
Hold up, you're talking about your boys from Hugas, or you're talking about the boys from the series, the boys? All right, very good.
I
didn't say the boys, I said my boys.
Not like the Mucka Mad boys from Angry Boys.
Oh no! Yeah, we're gonna do some manies in our LMP3.
I love it. You got biking manies, you've got taxi manies,
LMP3 manies.
Brilliant. I love it.
That is a niche joke that I'm sure 2% of our viewers have greatly
If anybody in the
appreciated.
YouTube chat has got that, I salute you. Yeah, I salute you. For me, it'd probably be the Mazda 787B, the rotary Le Mans winner. I think that's such a cool car, and it's track. Probably have to be the Rolex 24 at Daytona as an event. It's just one of the coolest things I've ever seen. And I'd have to pick two fellow Scots, Alan McNish, for the experience and just being an absolute rocket in a race car. And a buddy of mine, Rory Butcher, who is racing in the British Touring Car Championship this year, has been for a couple of years, and very, very quick driver and a super nice guy. So yeah, myself, Alan McNish, and Rory Butcher in a 787B Mazda at Rolex 24 at Daytona. And let us know your thoughts in the YouTube. We'd love to hear your combinations.
And let me just wrap it up. I got the Sim Race Edition as well. HPD.
Oh,
HPD, because it has to have the HPD. Not Le Mans, most definitely. I'm gonna say Nürburgring. And Fraser Williamson, and let Fraser do the interviews. I'm sorry, Fraser, I couldn't contain myself.
I have to say the HPD at Nürburgring is an amazing combination. I have to say that is very, very cool, indeed. So we're just going to take a very brief break here on RacespotTV. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back with the final 2 hours of the IVRA Endurance Series 12 Hours of Spa. Do not go anywhere. Welcome back to Spa-Francorchamps, where we are coming into the business end of what has been a frantic race here in the Belgian countryside. My name is Peter Mackay. Thanks so much for joining us here on RacespotTV. As you can see, we're under the cover of darkness here, and joining me in the commentary box, as has been for the last couple of hours, Lorenzo Bonder and David Haynes, and we are just before we went off air there discussing what our dream combination would be. Who would we drive with, where would we drive, and what car would we do it in? Do let us know in the YouTube comments on the iRacing Esports Network. We'd love to hear from you. You're keeping us going all the way through this broadcast, and guys, this is now coming into the point where the drivers have really got to keep that head, keep concentrating. 2 hours and 15 minutes to go. It's anyone's race in both GT and in LMP2.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have some interesting strategy, I think, coming to the end here, based on, you know, the timing of the safety car procedure not long ago. There were some teams that it really benefited. There's others who, you know, it did nothing for them except bring some of their competitors back into the picture and a little bit closer. So exactly how many stops everyone needs to get to the end after we went green flag racing could be quite important, because the lead, especially in prototype, was already yo-yoing around based on who was pitting when and the different pit cycles.
Yeah, speaking of Raf van der Linden, he is back in 6th place right now. Paulo Munoz in 7th. And Christophe Herbigno in 9th. So there is a little bit of pit stop shaking out right now with the LMP2 runners, as you said, David. But this man, Raf van der Linden, he has been super quick. And look at this, he is wringing the neck of this Dallara P217, opening up all 600 horsepower. And David, look at that. He's using every last bit of revs on that Cosworth dashboard.
Yeah, he's been going to the Arjuna Kankapati school of when to shift the LMP2. You know, differing thoughts here, and not everyone is my student.
The thing is, you would be the engineer's dream, David, just treating the car gently, caressing it to the end of the race, like Jack Brabham style, perhaps.
Who knows? Maybe he's my great uncle. I don't know. Or my cousin, like several times removed. Could be anything.
Australia's a small... Oh wait, no, it's not.
It's kind of like your 20th grade cousin. You haven't met him, but you know deep down in your heart he's family.
I choose to believe there's some Brabham, at least in my soul, if not in my blood.
What a spirit to have. Imagine that, being able to not only build a car that's capable of winning a Grand Prix, but also be capable of piloting it to Grand Prix and World Championships. That, for me, is about as cool as it gets.
It's a massively impressive achievement in its time, and one that I think has only stood up as time's gone on. You just can't imagine, you know, someone being team owner, designer, and World Championship driver in the same year. You just cannot conceive that ever happening again. What an achievement to be so talented and dedicated in several different separate skills at the same time.
Indeed, it's something that always amazes me about, I mean, any top level racing driver is just their sheer commitment to the craft. And the one thing that also it just strikes me is that the guys that make it to the top, they all have setbacks. They all have multiple setbacks, but the all kind of common thread they have is, and it's a very much a cliche, but it's true, they just do not give in. I mean, one guy who I always think of is the quick Kiwi Earl Bamber, who basically had an amazing single-seater career, but as is often the case, ran out of money and had to go over to Malaysia to do race school instructing, and then found a guy there who helped him get into Carrera Cup Asia, wins that, wins it the next year, wins the Super Cup, and 6 months after that he's standing in victory lane at Le Mans outright. And it just shows you, if you never know, when things look down and out, you just grit your teeth that bit harder.
And I don't know about you guys, but I ran out of money before I even got to having a promising single-seater career.
Mine never begun.
Yeah, exactly. That's how quickly I ran out of it.
Mine never. I have to say, it's I know my place, and it's here in the comfort of the commentary box. I never ever tire of watching the guys at the best in the world, whether that be in on metal and tarmac or here in the sim. And actually, quite honestly, for me, I don't know what you guys think about this, but for me, you can actually relate more to the top level of sim racers, because you can just hop on, after this broadcast, any of our viewers or we could hop on to our iRacing simulator and drive this car in these conditions on this track, and you get a very quick impression of just how good these guys actually are.
We're having a replay here with the adequate racing going into massive lock, getting spun around by another LMP2 in the midway of the bus stop, then having to take that inside part of the bus stop left hand side. Let's take a look. That is lap at Racing Team 169. Here we look, Bronet Cam into the lap car, and that is a hard hit. I don't think there is any damage for the suspension of the adequate LMP2 car, but race incident in my point of view, because this is one of the incidents you cannot do anything about it. It's mid-apex, your car is basically blocking the entire view.
Yeah, it seemed to me that Neil Middleton just getting a little bit, he was just starting to spin there, and that checked up, and I totally agree with you. One of those racing incidents can't be helped sometimes, and just one of these things. That's why I guess the elation that you see from drivers when they win or get a good result in an endurance race, it's just the elation's on another level, because to have what you're going to have 10 or 15 of those moments in any long race, and you've just got to try and survive them and get the car to the end.
Yeah, and talking about cars and losing control, we can talk one of the teams that had a little bit of one of those moments earlier in this race, battled through adversity and a little bit of an issue. And David, do you want to take Jens Santowski from our Team Hoistingfeld 248 GTE?
I'm not going to stop you.
Fantastic. Well, welcome up into the commentary booth, Jan Sinkowski. We're riding on board right now with your team car. Third position, still quite a bit to go. What are your thoughts? What are your feelings?
Well, a bit shaken up, but for the start, I quite messed up a bit in the first hours. So I'm very sorry for the team, and yeah, maybe also for any other team that I might mess up a bit. Yeah, I had a false start, went a bit too early. Just looked at the image and the briefing document, and I was able to see one line, and I just on the start just saw the first line was like, okay, I could start at every time now, but yeah, it was the second line that was shown in the document, so yeah, just tripped over that a bit, and yeah, just had a drive-through, I think, at the beginning. And some incident in the pits with a 1 minute stop and hold. Sometime we were a lap back, and also I think with all the penalties like everyone got with pulling out of the pit box. Again, I think the drive-through. So yeah, we were at one point a lap down, and now being P3 is great. It's a great recovery. Yeah.
With all that early in the race, and then we've had some safety car procedures, etc. Has the safety car helped you get back into it, or just bunched the traffic up and given you more to worry about?
It helped us, but it was also quite difficult to work out how it can help us, because it could have also hurt us very badly, because instead of being one lap and maybe 10 seconds down, it could have been nearly 2 laps down if we would play it wrong. So yeah, there was a bit of communication necessary to get it sorted, but in the end it worked out. A few contacts we had, so yeah, car's a bit slow in the straight line now, lost a bit of downforce to the corners as well, especially in the rear, got a bit twitchy when I was last in the car. But yeah, still in the fight, and we'll we'll give everything to stay at least P3 or maybe going a bit further up, whatever happens.
There's always plenty of discussion in GT racing about the different marks, models, shapes of car, engines, etc. How's the Corvette treating you at the moment? Obviously, it's still pretty new to iRacing.
I'm loving it, but I have to say I'm not driven any of the other GTEs since the update, so I cannot talk much about them. But I really love the C8 and how it behaves through the corners. We've seen some, I think the kinetic car, I think, the Corvette is very, very quick in a straight line. So I think they're running a real low downforce setup. We're also, or at least I thought, we have a quite low downforce one. But it seems like we are one of the slowest cars, even without the aero damage on the straight. Yeah, so I think the car is not that good on the straights, but in the corners, especially in the fast ones and with the tires, it's really good. In the first laps in the stint, it's a bit difficult to get the front tires to work. At first, it's always a bit understeery, but yeah, after 4 to 5 laps, it really gets better. And then, as the fuel comes off the car, it just gets better and better. It's about 60 liters left, and there's a point where the car just gets another push, and then at 30 liters, it's absolutely fantastic to drive. And even with the set of triple stinted tires that I had at the beginning, I was maybe 7/10 lower than at the end, like on a fresh set of tires. So yeah, that car is really good on low fuel, as I think I've shown also in the qualifying, but on a high fuel load we're a bit struggling. Yeah, maybe there's a bit of work, maybe it's a car, I don't know. Maybe you can find something set up, but so far I've found nothing.
Also, let me come in. First and foremost, you just made one Peter Mackay very happy for saying you love the C8R. But to be more exact, I really want to bring up one point as we're just seeing Marcel overtake the AOD car. A little bit of a pinch down move, but it just got the job done. There is one incident I really want to talk about, you guys. If I recall correctly, you guys had earlier in the race where one BMW managed to overshoot the braking quite hard into the bus stop and got you hard, I think, on the right-hand side of your car, and it threw you out a little bit. Was there any concern team-wise that the car could have had any suspension damage, and were there any emergency meetings called to the team to assess what actually could have gone wrong and any possible damages repaired throughout the race?
To be honest, I was really nervous because I just went off the server, as I had to do 2-hour stints on a 24-hour race on the Notch Live, and that was in parallel. So I just saw it on my smartphone when I left the server, and yeah, as I got no response, I was quite happy, because that often means that there's not too much damage and they could continue. So I haven't seen that incident close up, but yeah,
I'm gonna have to cut you short over here, Jan, but thanks for having us, as I'm gonna pass it out to Peter, as we're having an issue with one of the leading LMP2 drivers in Alpine's geodesic racing.
Yeah, this is what on earth has gone on here. This is at Lake Combe, and just gets unsettled and gets on the curb and spins. Now, miraculously, keeps the car out of the wall. That was a huge moment for Raf van der Linden, competing for the outright race win with 2 hours to go. This could be a pivotal moment. Porsche just maintaining the line and tries to go to the outside, realises, oh dear, there isn't any room there, straight onto the curb, a wee bit on the gravel maybe, and spins around. But Raf van der Linden does an amazing job to keep that Dallara out of the wall and able to fight another day. But that is a pivotal moment in this motor race.
It's gotten back going, and we've still got Jan Senkowski with us. We'll wrap this one up, Jan. I mean, 2 hours to go. What are your thoughts towards the end?
Flat out, to be honest. Yeah, I'll do everything I can, then I'll be back in the car for the last 2 stints. After Marcel now finishes off his double stint, or at least I think he's wasn't there when they put up that strategy, but I think he'll run 2.5 stints on one set of tires, so that I can have fresh one in the end. So yeah, I'll push.
Well, best of luck till the end. Anyone you want to thank?
Well, yeah, for sure, the series organizers for putting this together. It's been a great event once more. It's a bit of a shame for our LMP2 guys. They screwed up a bit with the setup. The car was it's destroying itself in the Rouge, so they had to, yeah, kind of give it up, because every time they went through there, they caught damage. Yeah, then Heusingfeld for supporting us for every series. Then iLiveries for the great skin, and you guys for a great commentary or great stream, and all the ones who are behind the scenes.
There we go, Jan Senkowski from Team Heusingfeld, the number 248 Corvette, currently running third in their class there, Peter.
Yeah, good to get an insight from, and great to hear a fellow, God dearie me, Raf van der Linden taking big chances there in the traffic. I think actually going past the Porsche which he tangled with last time. But yes, great to see. I love that. As soon as the update came out, as soon as the Corvette came out, he's not driven anything else. Just got into it, drove it, and loved it. As we see a replay there of now, I don't think you can blame the Corvette for that. Or I'm not going to. But Raf van der Linden doing a great job to get by there, and you just got to think he'll be driving pretty angry now. So if he can get some clear track, watch for some hot lap times from Raf van der Linden. Yeah,
I'm just seeing that from the lap times, looks like it cost about 16 seconds going for that little loop, so it's thrown them back into fourth, 13 seconds off the lead. Not insurmountable with 2 hours to go, but definitely frustrating to lose a couple of positions, lose some of that track position, and really have to try and keep it clean from here, but also push at the same time.
Yeah, I think he's hoping for a boulder. Yeah, he's hoping for the caution there, I think, to bring them all back together. As we see Kyle Clance at the wheel of the Ferrari trying to recover from that little half spin at La Source, as we see, I think that's the Rusty Spatula car, the 15 car going through, trying to get through. Of course, it's getting so busy out on track as well, and in the dark makes it very, very tricky indeed. My apologies, that was Daniel Buescher in the RLL Abruzzi Dallara.
So looking at a couple cars here that are in GTE AM, and the AOD Racing resurgence continues as they're trying to leave fiercely forward, and Quasar in the dust who are battling, I think, third in class here. Plenty of three-wide action as fiercely forward and Quasar, etc. go back and forth here. In fact, it's two Canadian drivers battling here, which is interesting to see.
Yeah, we normally people see Canadians battling in the oval section. Now we're seeing two highly capable
or on
Canadians.
the ice hockey field.
Yeah, maybe.
Or on the curling rink.
Oh, that's a great sport.
That's a great sport. I defend curling with all my mind, by the way.
I still do play curling.
Oh,
it's quite big here in Scotland.
I bow down to you. You're more man than me or Lorenzo will ever be.
Well, thank you. In fact, I 2012 Scottish Club champion, no less, for Airlie White Curling Club.
Okay, now you're just bragging.
Big shout out to the Airlie White Curling Club Massive.
By the way, we're having a replay over here with the Delta Sport.
Oh, now Christophe Herbignot, the fast Belgian. Now he's right behind, I think that's Paulo Munoz. No, it's not. It's the 97, the RLR machine. They're going round the outside of Blanchimont. That's safe. Oh, yeah, there. That's what happens. Wow. And Herbignot does very well to not have a massive incident there, but that will have grabbed his attention. But trying to hang it around the outside at Blanchimont is, shall we say, a low percentage move?
Yeah. Fair enough, you could say that. They had a whole head of steam going on, trying to catch them. RSO defended the inside, and then maybe just ran out of grip. Didn't look like any contact there, if I'm honest, from off-board or from the on-board angle of body language. Didn't really seem to suggest any contact other than just throwing it around the outside at speed. The rear didn't want to stick.
Yeah, looking from my perspective, that might have been a slight graze on the side pods of both cars, but not enough to actually cause a massive contact. But Herbigno is back once again on the charger on Cedric Nibezic, so the German driver is once again under massive pressure from that number 33 car.
Huge pressure. Christophe Herbigno really on a tear. Now, we've had reports from the Delta Sport U4K team that they are down on it's strange, they're saying they're down on engine power. That seems a strange issue to have for the car. Why might that be, gents?
The only way you can lose power, as we're looking here, Herbigno on the outside, will he have the presses? Yeah, he will have the press over Lassource, having the better grip on the exit, making the move stick. Now into P2, the driver out of the 33 car. Good move by the Belgian driver as he goes into Lassource, clear and unscathed.
As he does so, he moves himself up into second place, and behind this battle for second and third, still a couple seconds behind, but Raf van der Linden is flying, trying to regain that lost time. 2 seconds faster than RSO on that lap just gone. But here is that lack of straight line speed for Delta Sport. RSO sweeping right back into second place. Candy from a baby, that move.
Was indeed. Do you think it might be more likely to be an aerodynamic issue rather than caused by damage rather than actually an engine problem?
I mean, aerodynamic damage, pretty easy to do and pretty easy to fix on these cars. They can replace a front clip very quickly, replace a rear clip very quickly. I've even seen the side pods get repaired pretty easily. I'm yet personally to experience any engine damage, but there are definitely other cars where it happens. You can take a hit and somehow lose 10 or 15 horsepower or it feel like that. So if they're saying feels like we've got engine damage, I'm willing to believe that. Something is definitely hurting the straight line speed for Delta Sport U4K, whatever it is, be it aerodynamic or the engine. It is hampering their efforts to get ahead and stay ahead of RSO.
Of course, if there's a little bit of it, if it is aerodynamics, then, well, it will, of course, not help the fuel consumption either. So for Christophe Herbigno, maybe it might be where they're, depending on their strategy, it might be that he's got to just try and stay behind Cedric Nibezic for now. But judging by the body language of the Delta Sport Dallara there, looks like he's got no interest in doing that. But of course, yeah, I wonder if he can just stay in the draft and stay close to Cedric Nibezic. Maybe can get the move done into Les Combes, but you've got to just get Eau Rouge absolutely perfect and stay in the draft, and then be able to make the move on the brakes. All quite difficult to do when you're down on straight line power. So this could be really a struggle for Delta Sport, and I guess with the race being this close in time, well, I guess they don't have the luxury. Look, but he's no problem with the draft there, and he's going to use the Porsche as a pick. Beautiful from Christophe Herbigno. Spotted the Porsche up the Kemmel straight, uses the Porsche RSR as a pick, and through he goes then. That was beautiful racecraft there from Christophe Herbigno.
How long is it going to last for, though, is a big question, because you see that they get in front and they can't pull away, and then find themselves a little bit easy prey come the next straight. So clearly there's places Herbigno is much more comfortable through some of these corners. But in the straight line, Nibezic very strong with what appears to be a mostly undamaged, a very close to factory specification car.
Yeah, maybe they've... I remember once when Ferrari were struggling... Well, I say when... the last time that Ferrari were really struggling in Formula 1, I think it was in 2009, and Felipe Massa got front wing damage, and he started going a second and a half quicker, And Rob Smedley, his race engineer, came on in his North of England tone and said, "Well, I think we've solved our problems. We've fixed the aero by bending it into a shape which it wasn't when it came out the factory."
And people say that Kimi Räikkönen does a good job developing the car. They've undersold Felipe Massa's talents. Here is yet another GTE battle though. Second and third, and you can see there was a pit stop recently, it would look like. And suddenly, Latema Racing Team in third. Huge chunk of time out of Maniti.
Yeah, I mean, Maniti with Johnny Verhoff on board in that white and green BMW. Two BMWs up here at the front. The moment the leader in GTE is Marcel Pai for Team Huskenveld in the 248 Corvette. So it's Corvette, BMW. So what was at the beginning a Porsche dominated race, it's flipped around. So although the cars have in the GTE category, they have their own quirks and they have their own pluses and minuses, it seems that they're pretty well balanced at this point.
It does look like it. Yeah, close call between the Latema car and that LMP2 as they come out of La Source, and now that Latema car will have to work itself back up again. 2.5 seconds is the gap between Andre Monteiro and Johnny Verhoef. So the problem for Johnny is that on the second to last lap, not this one he just completed, but on lap 257, which is 2 laps ago, he got big problems with traffic. That's what allowed the Latema car to come closer, as we're now looking a battle between the iLivery's Vive Sports and High Caliber Autosports. We've seen time and time again these two teams battling. Now they're at it once again.
Yeah, Callum Wright on board for the High Caliber Autosports machine, the number 131, putting on the pressure to Louis Klinkhammer. That's a good name, isn't it? Klinkhammer, I like that. And for iLivery's Vibe Esports, and this is for class honours at the moment between those two drivers as they head through the Fagnes chicane and down towards Stavelot and Campus. This is down towards a little bit of the older part of the circuit, this historic Spa circuit, and then up towards Blanchimont, the fast left-hander, where we saw Christophe Herbignot having to exit stage right and regain onto the track once more. Speaking of Christophe Herbignot, he's still sitting in third position behind the RSO 97 car. No, now he's in pit lane.
No, Miguel Vigo is actually taking over for the Alpine Geodesic. Herbignot just got overtaken once again in the Camel Straight by Cedric Nibisi, as you're looking on the replay.
Well, this is, of course, the Camel Straight. If you remember, Michael Schumacher and Mika Hakkinen going side by side there, and well, that was a little bit of a simulation of it. So definitely the straight line speed performance really hurting the Delta Sport guys and really making it difficult for Christophe Herbignot to defend.
Oh, you just made one Arjuna Kankipati really happy, by the way.
I'm glad. If that's what my main purpose in life is, to please Arjuna Kankipati.
Fair game, but one thing that is right about to come up is that Pure Sims should be coming down into pit lane anytime soon as he goes, and Alpine Geodesic is gonna get a black flag over here. So major issues for that number 62 car, as they were actually in this lead battle. Now gonna get a drive-through penalty for having issues with the 283 of the kinetic speed. Just looking over here, the number 62 was following the 283 out of turn 11, and the 283 held drivers to the right of the exit track limit, and the RAF actually made an aggressive pass, exceeding track limits.
Well. I tell you what, about 30 minutes ago, that number 62 car, the Alpine Stars machine of Miguel Vigo, or previously Raf van der Linden, well, that car was was looking like the favourite, really, wasn't it? It was displaying the most pace, but that is really unravelled with that incident at Lake Como, and now a drive-through penalty, and a drive-through penalty here at Spa is a long, drawn-out affair. So, yeah, not good news for that car. But an hour and 46 minutes left to go, and who knows? They've got a bit of a job to do now, but not out of it yet.
Yeah, great welcome present for Miguel Vigo to get in the car and basically on his outlap get handed a black flag for something his teammate did, but that's endurance racing, that's team racing. Imagine a drive-through probably costs something 20 to 25 seconds here, somewhere in that range.
And again, like I mentioned with some other cars, you gotta say thank you, baby Jesus of sim racing, for not having the full run of Spa. Instead of losing 50 seconds, he loses 24, 25 seconds just by jumping from one end to another. And talking about pit stop, Daniel Kraft will close out the Pure Sims car, by the way.
Okay, so Daniel Kraft is this car very much in the fight to win this race, and well, it's been a good little time for Pure Sims Esports. Of course, winning the GTC category of the SCO Sebring 12 Hours a couple of weeks ago. So let's see if they can match it with a big prototype victory here. I tell you what, to conquer a 12-hour race at Spa in the depth of competition that we have would be quite a scoop for the guys at Pure Sims, and I'm sure will give Ash Sutton some even extra motivation to go and match that out at Croft in the British Touring Car Championship tomorrow.
When are we going to get Croft on iRacing?
Well, really, the circuit that should be at the front of the queue is Knock Hill, of course.
Absolutely,
yes.
Thank you.
One of the few racing circuits where one of the straights used to be a railway line.
That's a very good point indeed. Yes, and it's I can tell you at the end of that straight, when you go over the crest and under the Beatson's Building Supplies Bridge and down towards Duffer's Dip, if you're riding a Suzuki GSX-R 600 motorcycle, the grip there is almost non-existent, and that's why I fell off, and that's how I'm sticking to it.
I believe you. If I ever find myself in those exact specific circumstances, rest assured that your sacrifice won't be in vain, because I'll have learned from it.
Good. Well, that was foresight at the time. But yes, a wonderful circuit. My local circuit, very dear to my heart, and it's I'm sure one day will make its way into this wonderful simulator as Miguel Vigo. Oh my goodness me, this must feel slow. And any drive-through penalty feels slow, but in one of these rapid 600 horsepower LMP2 spaceships on wheels, that must feel purely pedestrian.
If there's one thing to say, it's humbling. You know, you get that humble experience. You know, you're doing really good. Then out of the sudden, you get that humble experience. You know. Gotta overtake, so you guys can learn to overtake safely and these kind of stuff, and all these kind of things you need to do in multi-class racing. You know, you want to try to save as much possible time. I mentioned this time and time again, but unfortunately, the race tours they're looking. They're not gonna give a pass for aggressive driving and maybe reckless driving. That we can say this was over aggressive. On the borderline, maybe a reckless. Lucky they didn't have any major incidents, but it throws back a major problem to the number 62 car. You know, it's problematic.
Yeah, it's all part of racing, isn't it? And it's that's why we have the regulations to make the sport as clean and as fair as possible. And it certainly works both ways, because we see plenty of times where drivers completely innocent are punished just as severely, with their race being taken out by a driver not following the rules. But so far, I have to say, in my stint in the commentary box with you guys, in general, I think the respect and the driving standards have been excellent, and I'm sure it was a bit of a talking point last week. The televised race for Petit Le Mans was. I know that Road Atlanta is a tricky circuit for it, but to me it seemed like there was, erring on the side of over-aggression in a lot of places.
Yeah, Dave, I think you saw the race. You've been following it a little bit closer than I did. But Road Atlanta is a track that I like to say is a mini battle royale because it is a short lap. It is very tight. You have 3 classes and the speed difference between one another. It's so complicated that you need to be on your toes every single lap. You cannot. It doesn't have any room for mistakes. The bumps are so unfavorable, especially the one right after the S's. So it's a complicated track. Spa is no different, but of course Spa is much easier for you to actually make those mistakes and avoid any possible damages. Road Atlanta is not that kind.
Very true. It's part of the challenge of Petit Le Mans. So you see, we're riding on board with PND Racing, Stefano Conte. And I tell you what, Lorenzo, you've watched these guys battle their way up the field. Just how impressed are you with this recovery from this PND car, from the difficulties that they faced today?
I'll be very honest. I put on the RacespotTV Esports Network chat if there's a team or a driver they want to give like driver of the day, like Formula One does. I'll say that PND has been my team of the day. Both Stefano, just not only Stefano Conti having massive stints, just being very fast. Fabio Iotti as well, and Ivan Ferrari as well in that car, doing great work and just coming from a deficit of having Stefano disconnect and then grabbing themselves out of the way back, getting that lap back in the second to last restart, and getting all the way down into the lead of the category. Once again, major props. For me, that's the team of the day. That's 100% sure on my part. And, well, that being said, I think we can go to our race spot fan immersion. Peter?
We can indeed, and this is where I bid you gentlemen goodbye. Thank you to everyone watching on the iRacing Esports Network for their company throughout the broadcast. I now hand over. You remain in the capable hands of David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonder, and also I believe Arjuna Kankapati will be coming into the commentary box. So thank you so much for tuning in, and enjoy the remainder of the 1 hour and 38 minutes of this race. We're going to take a very brief break for a RaceSpot fan immersion on board with the 321 AOD Ferrari. So all the fans, Maranello fans, here you go.
There's a couple laps on board there with AOD Racing Ferrari, the 321. 12th of the GTEs, but looking a little better in the AM class, their subdivision there. So plenty to fight for them, despite that spin not long after the safety car. While we were on fan immersion there, though, we had our eyes on this one. A penalty came through for the Team Hoisingfeld number 248 here, a pit lane infraction. Arjuna, what do we know about that?
What we know is that I'm looking at the race control decision sheet right now, Lorenzo, and it appears as though that might still be under review. It seems to have gone back and forth, and this is something we sometimes see in this series when the race control has to go ahead and make that decision. However, Lorenzo, it does appear as though Jan Sentikowski might have already served that penalty.
Yeah, he just came out of the pits serving that penalty, so I think that damage is done, unfortunately, for race control. The only thing that can actually bring it back might be a safety car procedure, and then make sure that kind of actually get a few spots back. But unfortunately, Jan Sentikowski, again, we saw this with Manuel Vigo taking the car from Raf van der Linden, but Jan now taking the car from his fellow teammate Marcel Tai, and getting that a little bit of a
bad goes to worse for the number 248. Contact with an LMP2 there in Lafanya. 2 GTE cars are off. Both of them light contact with the barrier. That one is absolutely going to warrant a second look. Right as we were talking about some woes for the number 248, there's been a tangle in traffic. It's Hell Racers.
Right in the piff path. And that's Devotion on the background.
Here's what it looked like from Hell Racers. I'm not sure there was much of a window open there. And Sympathy Spin from the other Corvette. Both of them, I don't think, picked up too much damage from that. But heart in, mouth stuff. This Devotion Sim Racing just weren't sure which way they were meant to go. The spinning car in front of them and trying to keep themselves on the road. Olivia, look here.
I think if we take another look at this, David, they actually got out onto the grass. You can see they're going slow on the inside right now, just trying to stick out of the way of all the cars as they make their way around. But here you'll see 2 wheels already on the grass, and I think that's what really causes them to lose it rather than anything else.
Yeah, there's
the combination of that with what was unfolding in front of them, I can imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say this immediately. I think he got caught by, the driver from the Devotion got caught by surprise, and that what made Olivier Legay actually to spin the car around on that outside part of the grass into the pit path. Unfortunately for the bushing getting thrown, I think one spot back, but the major damage has been done for that Team Hoistingfeld team.
Well, we've just crossed over 90 minutes left to run. There's some teams that could get to the end of this 12-hour race with just one more pit stop in the IVRA Endurance Series. 12 hours of Spa. Your leader overall right now is Team RSO in the number 97, Pure Sims Esports, 10 seconds back in second. Then you look another 10 seconds to Delta Sport U4K in the number 33. Leading the AM class of the prototype there, PND Racing, 28 seconds off the lead, so that's a good run from them. Then you're looking at RLR, Brizzy Esports, RSR Esports by G Performance in 6th, Hell Racers in 7th. Are they going to stay there is a big question potentially looming over that team. And Nomad Sim Racing, 8th overall, 2nd in division there. Lorenzo, take a look at GT, please.
So let's take a look into the GT side with Manini Racing so far. And also P1 in the Pro category with Latima Racing Team in 2nd. Hell Racers is in 3rd, Team 11 in 4th. And Kinetic Racing rounds out the top 5 in the Pro category, but also in the GTE category. Team Hoistingfeld 6th, then Quasar Sim Racing, the Pro car, is in 7th. Then the first car out in the AM field, the leader, Fisher Motorsports, rounding out the top 8 in the GTE field.
You can see quite a few of the cars in GTE are off the lead lap at the moment. They didn't all get waved around precisely how they would have liked at the most recent safety car procedure, but that's how it happens towards the end of a 12-hour race. To have as many cars fighting for position as we still have is amazing to see. Speaking of fighting for position, this is going to be quite high up in the AM category for prototypes. High Caliber Autosports just keeping RSR Esport by G Performance about 2 seconds back at the moment, Lorenzo.
Yeah, just about 1 or 2 seconds. What got in the way of that RSR car was the BMW made just in the mid-apex of the Radeon Eau Rouge complex, and that what brought the 156 car a little bit way back from what it previously wanted to be. So Owen Watts gonna have to claw himself again turn after turn to actually get within striking distance out of the Calum Wright's car from High Caliber, and they are also in the same pit fuel strategy, so there's no fuel economy saving for both cars.
Yeah, exactly. Both are onto their 3rd flying lap since they pitted on the same lap together. The difference is RSR Esport by G Performance looks like they took on a set of tyres, so they are just getting a brand new set of tyres warmed up and into the window. You can imagine they'll probably take them to the end from here. Meanwhile, High Caliber Autosport don't quite have that same fresh grip advantage. And you can see that from 2 seconds, weaving their way through the traffic, the gap ebbing and flowing was down as low as about 8 tenths there.
And this is the battle for 3rd place in LMPM. So there's a lot at stake right now for 2 cars on similar pit strategies. So interesting to see, especially with the 2nd place car, the Nomad Sim Racing 122, on a slightly different strategy compared to these guys. Exactly how this is going to shake out in the last 90 minutes.
And I just saw really quickly that High Caliber making a little bit of a dodgy move on the exit of La Source into that, I think that's the AOD 321 car that is clawing back in the GTE AM category. And now once again, Owen Watts, he's just not getting the luck of the draw, isn't he? Again, getting another car right in the entry of the Radeon Eau Rouge complex. Now 8 seconds back, will be 2 seconds by the end of La Source, most likely.
That's how it goes sometimes. Traffic pretty evenly spread around all the circuit at the moment now. And for all the grip he has underneath him, Owen Watts just couldn't use it through Eau Rouge and Radeon that time around. Cost quite a little bit. Plenty of traffic as well for TNT Racing. And who have they got around them? RSR by G Performance, the sister car just in front. Behind them, iLivery's Vibe Sports. So 55, 81 and 141 all together for position here. 3 in a row in LMP.
Yeah, and I can't forget about this just before we switched over to part number 2 of the broadcast. Lorenzo, we saw a little bit of an off for TNT Racing that's guaranteed to hit the iRacing not top 10 shortly. David, not sure if you were watching, but under caution, Benjamin managed to find himself in the tire barriers at Les Combes. So it's a good fight back so far. They've just come down a few laps ago onto pit lane, so to still be out there and still be fighting this late in the race, that's exactly what they needed to do after such a dramatic incident.
Yeah,
I'm delighted that.
Go ahead. Sorry, David.
Delighted that there'll be yet more clips for the iRacing not top 10, because having Bo Albert feature twice in the most recent video is just unacceptable. It's gone right to his head.
Oh, I'm really looking forward, David, to my voice finally maybe being in one of these not top 10 videos. Let's just see. It was an interesting clip, and hopefully it makes it.
Well, it's interesting racing as well. This one well and truly for position. RSR by G Performance just completing their first lap out of their pit stop. Now they're going to go door to door here. TNT Racing and Benjamin Lindsay's going to have to go around the outside of La Source. A little bit of clean track in front of them for the moment. Around the outside, and that is a good place to get some drive off the corner for Benjamin Lindsay. Still side by side, but crucially the inside for Eau Rouge Radion, where they're not going to be quite so happy to go too wide as they were through La Source. Move, I think, pretty well done for the moment. Up the Camel Straight, the draft is massive once again.
There you go, Ben Lindsay will have the inside part of the Lacombe section. There he goes, little side pod to side pod. Real good battle between both of them, but Ben Lindsay, after a few scraps, finally getting in position out of that RSR by G Performance from Greg Wilkin. Good move from the TNT driver, clawing back one more spot.
What'll really seal that position for him is if he can start putting some GT cars between himself and his competitors here. That might just about start, but shows had a good move up Eau Rouge and Radion, but the run down the Camel Straight is absolutely key to maintaining position.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's been interesting to see some of these cars not getting the greatest run off the corner down through La Source, and that really hurts them, not just when they get checked up in traffic, David, but just, you know, in pure traction, coming down what is a very long run from La Source all the way to Les Combes at the end of the Camel Straight. I mean, it's all in your hands. If you get a little bit loose, you lose a couple of seconds. What's happened, Lorenzo?
I just saw a car actually going really slow on the bus stop, right behind the RSR car. I'm trying to take a look and see which car is it. That's the 131 right in the bus stop section. Just losing the car all by his own, looks like.
Fourth in class, I think. Yeah, that's... Well, we've seen that one a couple times because there's a little bit of a crest through the right-hander at the start of the bus stop there, and sometimes it catches you out. Had to quit racing. I have a much bigger problem on their hands there. That was at a standstill. There might have been contact. What's going on for the 158? The rear has lost it. Has had to stand on the brakes, and then not a lot of space to get the car pointing the right way. So when we cut to it, that looked a lot worse for them.
Yeah, let me just do a really quick comment over here. You guys are going to hate it. That was an adequate save.
Well, I was going to say the same thing, to be honest. I was going to say he did a perfectly adequate job of not hitting the tire barriers. So I guess Lorenzo and I are thinking on the same wavelength, at least.
I don't know what to say to either of you. What is going on out on circuit? Everyone having some problems. iLivery's Vibe Sports going to be yet another replay in that division as they've gone in a little bit too hot or potentially with contact at the end of the Camel Straight and had to make a little bit of an off-road excursion, make a little bit of a shortcut.
That seems to be the Devotion car?
Or is it Talk Freak? Both of them working their way through traffic and then appearing to go for the same apex of the corner there. Maybe Nunez got in a little bit hot, but then it's also possible that iLivery's Vibe Sports had tried to turn down on a car they might not have been fully aware was there. Here they are, pretty much equal going into the corner. You see both of them turning in towards the apex. Contact made as both of them are turning towards the apex there, so I think maybe Eckhart needed to give just a tiny bit more space in that one.
Well, that's right.
Not for me to decide.
No, let's ride on board with the number one. And the important thing here, I think, David, is that you have to remember, iLivery's Vibe Sport is in LMP AM. They are not fighting for points at the end of the day. And, you know, looking at that replay, maybe Ronnie Nunez goes in a little bit deep. But, you know, despite the fact that iLivery's is fighting for the track position, they also have to remember sometimes they're not fighting for points in this, fight. So sometimes just better to give the space and maybe let the car go.
Yeah, and it wasn't egregious from either car there. It didn't really look like Nunez, plowed on wide, and it didn't look like Eckhart, turned in too aggressively. They just sort of ended up at around about the same place there at the end of the Kemmel Straight.
And meanwhile, we're still having this look between TNT Racing and Rusty Spatulas. And not for class though. Rusty is one of these things that we see the same make, but it's not the same class specifically. Rusty Spatula is trying to catch into Ben Lindsay's car. If we're looking at battles as well, there might be something brewing between the number 29 and then the Alpine Geodesic Racing, because the gap has been kind of going up and down between the number 62 and the number 29 car. So as they come to last source, both cars, and Vigo once again is having those monster stints, having really good laps, and kind of carrying the burden that is put on the Alpine Geodesic team.
Still a lot of battles with 1 hour 18 minutes to go. Most of them amongst the prototypes lately, it does appear. But we know that there's plenty of fight in GTE, especially you wonder what kind of recovery could be made by Team Hoistingfeld, for example. We know that AOD Racing in the GT AM were making a bit of a recovery as well. Speaking of that recovery, still 10 more seconds to go if they're going to find their next place for position. And looking at those deltas across the last 3 laps, it's not quite moving in the right direction for Team Hoistingfeld. Remember when we spoke with Jan Sentkowski on this segment of the broadcast a couple hours ago, he was saying that there was still some lingering effects of damage on that Corvette.
And I think
which is exactly the excuse I'd give.
Well, I think the other thing I took from that interview was just how frustrated he was with himself for that first lap mistake he made, David, because he jumped the start, and he didn't jump it by just a little bit, he jumped it by a lot. And he explained that he misunderstood the rule, but, it was clear and evident that the frustration was still there. But the team has done a good job to fight back so far, and P6 as it stands right now, there is still the potential for a safety car to come and mix things up, and that 248 car could be right back in with a shout of the race win. So, for the 248 and Jan Sentkowski specifically, we know that he's going to be pushing all the way to the limit.
And even in the dark, when you get the right angle on the wheel well above the rear right tyre and such, you can see the scuff marks there, bit of damage on at least on the right hand side rear of that car. So they're not entirely making that up as an excuse that the car might be missing a little bit of straight line speed, might be missing a little bit of rear stability. Hey, I called out the AOD Racing 321 as a car that was trying to make a recovery from early spin. And Lorenzo, how about this one? They might still get a podium.
They might, actually, and I'll be more, a little bit bold, because they're not far from that Fisher. It's not far from Fisher Motorsport. It's about 25 seconds. Then, all right, let me correct myself. But they can get P2 out of this battle thus far, because Fiercely Forward is also on the charge against Aaron Ackles in that Quasar Sim Racing Leo car. So there is a good chance that we could have a 3-way battle for P2 in the category, but P3 is most likely going to happen between that Ferrari and then the Porsche out of the Fiercely Forward team.
Interesting, 8 laps in this stint from AOD, and they continue. That's when I'd been seeing a couple of GTEs pit. Maybe they'll go a little longer than that in this stint. In fact, if they can go one more, then I'm actually not trusting the lap count that I'm seeing with an hour 15 to go. Trying to, as the teams would be in my head, trying to work backwards on some of the strategy, work out who has 1 stop to go, who has maybe 2 stops to go, and when the window will open for the different cars to get to the end with just make their final stop and get to the end. That's always a critical moment in a race like this.
Well, just based on the rough stints that we've seen earlier in the day, and of course we are under nighttime conditions, which usually means some more full throttle time and therefore a little bit of increased fuel usage, with that 90% fuel restriction in place for the GTE cars as we ride on board with the Kassar number 326. I'm expecting potentially, David, between 50 and 53 minutes to be that magic number for this GTE class. Now, of course, you do have to once again take into account we've seen a number of safety cars here today and a number of cars that have chosen to extend their stints using those safety cars. So that's going to be something else these teams are all thinking about. It just takes one mistake and one car to get stuck in a place that it can't get towed for everything to be shaken up once again.
If we do stay green to the end, though, I think it's 2 more pit stops for Quasar, Fisher, and AOD. Fiercely Forward, on the other hand, I think they've still got enough on board that they're going to make it to that 53 minutes and only need 1 more stop to get to the end. So I think all the fingers and toes are crossed for Fiercely Forward that stay green, whereas some of the other cars that they're battling with would probably appreciate a well-timed yellow after they've made their second stop. iLivery's Vibe Sports, little bit slow, Arjuna.
Oh, I don't miss anything on the Race Spot replay. And let's take a look down in towards the bus stop chicane, and don't tell me it's going to be another one. Yes, it is. Car goes a little bit too hot, and Philip Eckert doing a nice little 360 to head it back in the right direction. He'll have a little bit of a slowdown to serve, but at least no damage from that one.
We should start get a race spot death counter, not death counter, but spin counter on the bus stop section, just like we're gonna get in the cone section at Le Mans. To be very honest,
it's just refreshing to see a bus stop that gets regular scheduled service like that.
Well, last week with the iRacing Petit Le Mans, the core sim racing guys, along with Craig Setup Shot, had a little bit of a drinking game where there were certain rules, and one of those rules was on the hourly update they had to do a shot, so I made sure that Radio Show Limited did that hourly update every single hour. But, you know, if we were playing a drinking game where you had drive-through penalties for that pit lane infraction, if you had it for cars spinning at the bus stop from going in too fast, I think you'd be in some serious trouble with 1 hour and 12 minutes still to go.
I don't think we're going to promote such an idea. I think the point you're getting at is it's not a good idea.
No, it's a terrible idea and it should never be done. I was just saying we're not going to encourage that ever again.
It should only be encouraged in the commentators' race.
There's a few things in this race that have been, you know, kind of predictable like that. Plenty of pit lane penalties, plenty of drivers finding the rear of the car gets a little bit loose across the crest here when you get right to the curb at the bus stop.
Alright, this is interesting. Yeah, I just took a look really quickly over here. Oh, okay. This is interesting. Welcome to the marvelous world of sim racing individuals. My name is Lorenzo Bonder, and apparently Kinetic Sim Speed, Racing Speed, which is one of those cars who were kind of like into that top 5 fray, into the pro category, just decided to have an issue with the iRacing service because Mark Torres was on that car. He decided to something happened to the sim, disconnected, and now he's trying to go back into the sim once again.
What was the car number on that one, Lorenzo?
The 283. He was in the pit lane. The car decided to disconnect out of the sudden, and then he's coming back into the sim mode, though. It's going to take quite a lot to actually come back and rejoin the track.
Interesting. So some dramas there, potentially in GT Pro. There was a change of position here amongst LMP cars, but I'm not sure if it was actually for class because RSR by G Performance have worked ahead of Rusty Spatulas who are in AM. So it doesn't matter for the points, but it shows RSR by G Performance have got 2 of their cars in class, both of them looking for a good result.
And just taking a look at the YouTube chat, sorry, Lorenzo, it seems though you have some more info on what happened to Kinetic GTE.
Yeah, apparently Marco Mogren had a disconnect during his stint and got thrown back into the pit lane. And unfortunately, the Kinetic car, there might be a good chance he's not going to be able to be salvaged because he's dropping back. He's dropping positions like crazy, lap after lap after lap. He's already 2 laps down in this lead of the race, so major problems out of Kinetic Racing. But here they come. They're coming back. That's a good thing, but 2 laps down from the lead.
Pit stop time says it all there. 3 minutes 22. Get to the end of the pit lane here. It'll be near enough 3 minutes 38. That is very, very painful this late in the race for those guys, and not a mistake that they've made. Just, you know, talk about it as reliability, I guess. And it is busy pit stop time. Lorenzo Bonda, what are you seeing on the lane?
Yeah, I was going to actually report a battle between Pure Sims. I just put over here toward Juna so you can actually get over here for us in our feed and for you guys as well. But Daniel Kraft had other ideas coming down into pit lane. That's him. I think that's the number 415 car as well. Just trying to get that confirmation. Yeah, this number 15 as well. And also number 33 coming in as well for their pit lane. So second to last pit service for both these cars. Now I really want to see, do they go for a full strategy and maybe a half fuel stint during the final stint? Because these cars are going 37, 38 minutes tops. So here is a very key aspect of the race we really want to look at. Also see if Daniel Kraft is going to put some tires. No, just fuel.
Yeah, indeed, just fuel. The other car that came in at the same time, we had Delta Sport U4K in there. They're still on the lane as well. And we had seen Geodesic Racing, one-time race leader, pit the lap before, and they also took fuel only. So temperatures still at 19 degrees Celsius. That's some number in Fahrenheit. On the cooler side. So certainly I think the tyres starting to last a little bit longer than they would have earlier on.
Yeah, and of course all these teams were limited to 9 tire sets, and for some of them, not in the GT class specifically, but in the LMP class, that's been a bit of a concern when you're stopping every 40 minutes and really pushing the tempo as hard as you can. So interesting to see some of the split strategy we've seen on tires, but it appears as though for the number 2, no tires till the end.
Yeah, and they're still gonna have one more pit stop right about the halfway mark of the have 30 minutes to go into the rest of this race. We're about to hit the final hour, ladies and gentlemen. I gotta admit, this has been a very interesting race. Race control playing a lot of effect. We now are seeing Usagi race having a little bit of an incident. Is that on the bus stop? Yeah, it is.
Oh, it almost might have tagged a little bit of grass. That's quite different to what we've seen before. Looks like the rear was lost quite early in that one for Marcus Niskanen. He's right up at the left with the grass. And is that what's caused that from your perspective, Arjuna?
Yeah, I think so, and we saw this, I believe, with the Fischer Motorsport and Porsche a while back as well, so it's not something uncommon in these GT cars. They're trying to use the maximum track width and really push all the way up to that grass. Fortunately, if you clip it, you do get sent around, and number 333 still in 14th place overall, though, so they're doing quite well in class, so looking still quite good.
And as the AOD Racing 321 showed us, sometimes under braking, looks like the rear of the Ferrari can break loose with a little bit of ease as well. So combine those together, and the rear of that car is not looking good at all as he gets collected. Niskanen might have gotten a bit loose there as well, but bad goes to worse for the 333 here. It's a little bit offline. That is loose and then helped around.
And just taking a quick look, is that P&D Racing who just took them out? I'm not 100% sure. That's the 134. That is not. That's the Fiercely 4 LMP AM. So it looks like, from my perspective, it could have been the leading LMP2 AM car, but no. As you can see, Taylor Lane, no blame whatsoever over there.
I'm going to say none whatsoever, but certainly, you know, for the Ferrari, in a little bit hot, a little bit kind of off the circuit, and then almost out of control at the point of the impact. It wasn't entirely predictable from Taylor Lane's perspective which way that Ferrari was going to go, and unfortunately, they've chosen wrong there, and it's helped the Ferrari around and also potentially put a little bit of damage on the front of the Dallara, which can then hurt your fuel economy, hurt your speed, hurt your downforce until your next pit stop, where you're then going to have to spend a little bit of extra time to get it fixed up. Right on board here, 5th gear up Eau Rouge Radeon, taking the David Haynes shifting method into 6th.
Good lad.
Well, this is also the 134, David, that has the Red Bull F4 driver Jack Crawford in the car, and he was driving earlier, leading the class LMPM, and unfortunately had an incident that resulted in a penalty, coming 3 wide out of the bus stop chicane. It doesn't work well often, and Crawford got the penalty, and I think that started a little bit of a downward cycle for this 134, but still got some time to go, and Taylor Lane has some work to do, but he definitely has the pace to be able to pull it off.
And Arjuna, wasn't that incident with the AOD 321 car coming out of the bus stop?
You remember right, it was with the 321 indeed.
Yeah, so, you know, crazy moments of that race, but luckily for both cars, you know, still in their category, still being able to keep contact with one another. But now we're looking, once again, that AOT car in a battle with the fiercely forward Josh Glock, not being able to make that overtake Carter Kundiger. But here's the thing. Carter needs to come down into pit lane anytime soon. 23 laps for that Ferrari. It's do or die for that Ferrari, and looks like a splash and dash might be required for that Ferrari for today.
GTE leader is on the lane as well from Latema, so they're committed to that stop and then one splash to get to the end. You're exactly right that AOD aren't going to get to that 53-minute window we think it is.
Yeah, but
I think if... Sorry,
Lorenzo, I'm going to go ahead here, because the cars they're fighting around them actually are in a similar boat. Now, that 334 Fiercely Forward Am Porsche is doing pretty well, only 11 laps in its stint, but you look up the road to Kassar Sim Racing and Fisher Motorsport, they're in that same situation, 23 laps on the current stint, so they may not be getting to that magic marker. However, they're in a very similar boat to the people that are competing around them, and if anything, you have to wonder if Josh Clogg in the number 334 is going to be able to put the challenge to the current leader in GTE AM, the 385 Fisher Motorsports.
Who are on the lane right now with an hour, 2 minutes still to go, and they're not going to get joined by AOD, which is interesting.
You can see they're being careful not to get another one of those pit lane penalties as well.
Yeah, it was, thought he'd seen his lollipop guy and realised he hadn't, and then back into the fast lane and then into the pit stall for Nathan Manning. Fisher Motorsport was leading GT Am until they dived in for this pit stop. Kassar Sim Racing going for the stop at the same time. That's a driver change. Aaron Ackles, as the graphic says, is getting out. Johnny Waters, it soon will say, is in.
There goes the 385 off once again, and they've been through the wars. You can see the damage on their car, David. They put themselves in a good position, and that's what endurance racing is all about. It's about fighting through all the way till the end, and right now Fisher Motorsports in that Porsche looking fairly good, I think, for a podium.
Yeah, you mentioned that there's Fiercely Forward probably on the best strategy at the moment, only needing one stop to get to the end, but then those 3 other cars all in the same boat fighting over the podium, including that car there of Quasar. More dramas in GTE though for Team Hoistingfeld. What's going on there?
Yeah.
Well, I just noticed that the 248 had magically disappeared from my timing screen, and then I take a look at the iRacing simulator. Jan Sentikowski received throughput fell to unacceptable levels, so Sentikowski, who had gotten in that car, was on a mission to try and pull it back up to the front. At the feeling the wrath of the internet gods, unfortunately, and it's just such a shame for the 248 car, David, that was on that fight back. We talked to Sentikowski, he was really on a mission, and, well, technical failure, if you will.
Yeah, that man's going to need a hug after today, I think. That has been setback after setback, and right when they think they're on the right track again, costly issue like that. In the final hour of the race now, though, these pit stops are really going to start counting, and if you are after a good result, it needs to be clean from here. Manuel Sudal, Team RSO, making a pit stop there. LMP cars are going to need still one more after that to get home. The real shape of the race starting to form, getting a truer picture as laps go by.
And 52 seconds, David. He took tires. So Manuel Sudal, he knows he's got this opportunity in front of him, and fresh tires, he's going to try and propel himself to victory. You can see that number 33 out in front has just managed to pip him. The 33 came down a few laps ago, but for the number 97, up to racing speed, and he'll see exactly what Sudal's able to do.
You talk about up to racing speed, but the tyres aren't up to racing temperature yet, and as he hopped across some of the curbs, that's when you really notice the cold tyres. Anytime you're bouncing across a crest or bouncing across the curbs, it was a bucking bronco until he gets some temperature into these tyres, and then they're going to help him in the pursuit of a podium, potentially a win still for Team RSO. And Sudal needs to get those tyres in the window first, though.
And Lorenzo Bonder has gone very quiet, which can only mean one thing, David. Intense mathematics are ongoing, and we're about to figure out exactly what the pit window and pit strategy is looking like for all the teams.
All right, here you go, boys and girls. Strap to your seatbelts. Lorenzo Bonder has done some calculations in here. From what I can see, we are about 58 minutes in, and we go to the average of 2:13 per car in the GTE class in average per lap. That is about 27 laps and a half, might go for 28 depending on circumstances. It all depends on the LMP2 leader. Fiercely 4 is on 13 laps. Some of the guys who are actually with the 20 laps like 11 GT might be safe, because whenever they come down into pit lane, just because of the service alone, might be enough for them to actually have some of the fuel strategy safety. As we're looking with an issue over here with Laps Racing Team, another bus stop incident, it looks like. Not really.
I think it's just an unconventional entry to the pit lane. They've come in a little bit hot and then had to sweep all the way across the track, which can be dangerous sometimes around traffic, to get to the pit in that is a little odd at times there, sort of in the middle of the bus stop chicane for the pit entry. Fiercely forward, carry on, dodging the pit lane as a lot of their rivals had to make their stops, Lorenzo.
Yeah, just wrapping up over here. That Fiercely Forward AM car is safe. The No Luck 313 car is safe. The 11 GT might be safe. There's a good chance. In the Maniti is definitely safe when they come down into pit lane. They might need about, I would say, 3/4 of a fuel for the remainder of the stint. Whatever they can cover, about 16, 17 laps into their stint should be enough for them to actually finish this race if they actually go within that 53 minute mark of this race, if they actually crave for something like that. But for the full stint, whenever they come down pit lane, it should be enough for them for the rest of the race. Everybody else needs to go for a fast splash and dash, maybe 3 or 4 laps of fuel.
Looking in a couple laps time for that GTE final stop window to open. But at the moment it's looking quite good for Latema, who stopped 3 laps ago and still have the lead. So they are starting to look in a good position. And then second and third, of course, on your screen here, Team 11, 17 seconds clear of Maniti. And there's Latema, 3 seconds in the lead, but carrying quite a bit more fuel than the car behind. Going to go for our final RacespotTV immersion before we go for coverage all the way to the end and the checkered flag of this race. Sure, let's go fiercely forward. The Porsche GTM leaders. We're going to ride on board with them for a lap or two. And when we come back, it's the thrilling conclusion of the IVRA Endurance Series 12 Hours of Spa. Under an hour left to go here from Spa-Francorchamps in the IVRA Endurance Series. More than 11 hours run. We're riding on board with Fiercely Forward, and that was their moment at the exit of Blanchimont. Thought maybe there was some contact there, but it just looks like they've pushed out a little wide, caught the curb. Arjuna, we watched first from on board, now from this off-board angle. What do you make of it?
Yeah, it just looks like they go a little bit wide, maybe pushed a little bit wider than they'd have liked by that, I believe, Hell Racers LMP2 that was getting by them as well. And, you know, just kept the foot in the throttle, didn't want to lift out of it. And hopefully for the 334, they didn't take any floor damage from that. We'll see how it plays out and if their pace potentially starts to drop off a little bit.
Certainly a moment that puts some hair on your chest, especially with the great position that they've got in class, the great strategy position where within 47 minutes to go they can make their final stop and get to the end, and they have quite a good lead in GTM. Speaking of that lead, let's take a look at how the race is going right now. Top 8 in each class, starting at the tippy top of LMP. Pure Sims Esports lead by nearly 20 seconds over Team RSO, who are just ahead of Delta Sport U4K. Those two have been going back and forth for second and third. Then Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, some penalties of self-inflicted nature for them have put them back into fourth, but anything could still happen. RLR Abruzzi Esports have 5th in class, 6th in LMP. It's actually our first LMP AM, so they're on for good points there for PND Racing. They're ahead of RSR Esports by G Performance, the next car in class, and that class podium rounded out at the moment. A lot of pit stops still pending by Nomad Sim Racing. And if Lorenzo is here, he can do GT again.
I am here, Mr. David Haynes, so let's go with the GTE class with Latima Racing Team. In P1, Hell Races, followed by 32 seconds as a P2. Maniti Racing is in P3, as just they came out of the pits about a lap ago. Is in third place as the Team 11 now once again now taking that spot out of the Maniti team. So Maniti being relegated to 4th place as they come out of the pit lane. Quasar is in P5, and Fiercely Forward, being your first team in the AM class, is leading that class specifically. In P6, Team Hoisingveld, that's in P7, but that's a pro car. And the second AM car, and also in the top 8, is a Vector Sim Racing, and rounding out the top 8 for the GTE class.
So 2 types of machinery, but really we're talking about 4 podiums and 4 winners here, Arjuna, aren't we?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it's been interesting to see some of these AM cars doing very well in competition against, you know, what is meant to be the better drivers. That's what the AM versus pro ranking system is often meant to be. But it's been great to see a lot of drivers who might not necessarily have the highest I rating, maybe having just jumped into the iRacing service, really being able to, you know, show some strong pace with some impressive drives from some of them. And, you know, PND Racing, that number 182 leading LMPM, well, at one point, David, they were running comfortably up in 3rd or 4th. They had a disconnect under one of our safety car periods, and they managed to fight their way all the way back up into 6th place. Just imagine what their race might have been like without some of those technical issues.
I'll make a little nitpick here. I think the difference between pro and AM isn't pro should have better drivers, it's that pro should have faster drivers. But over a 12-hour race, the consistency, the staying clean, the avoiding penalties should mean that the drivers in the AM category who maybe aren't setting the single lap pace a lot but can be consistent and follow the rules cleanly should get rewarded, and hence behind the same machinery they should get a good result if the race goes well and cleanly.
I do tend to agree with you, David. However, the reason I say faster, or better sometimes, that we're using the I-rating ranking system. And, you know, I'm not really a fan of trying to describe I-rating as a sense of raw speed. In many ways, you look at some of the fastest drivers on the service, they've managed to get so much I-rating on multiple accounts. So, you know, it in many ways, to me, does describe a better driver. It's just been good to see some of the newer drivers. We talk about PND Racing specifically. Some of their drivers have only joined iRacing this past August. So, I mean, you know, their iRating's clearly not yet a reflection of their skill, and, you know, hopefully over time we'll see them continue to grow in iRacing and maybe even competing in, you know, iRacing special events, which is where we get to see some of the best, you know, competing on a regular basis.
Indeed we do. And you've gone and queued up this particular replay, Arjuna.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens here down into the bus stop, and ooh, contact made with, I'm not sure exactly which car that is. That might be the Fiercely Forward number 134.
Well, certainly laps at iRacing team and the 169 coming off worse for wear at that. Just a bit of contact on the rear at a very inopportune time. Did they seal their own fate there against Fiercely Forward? I think Fiercely Forward probably gave them as much space as they deserved there.
Let's take an onboard look and maybe see if that laps at racing car squeezed them. You can see just trying to cut over under braking potentially there, but it'll be interesting to see how the stewards see that, because, you know, ultimately they're the opinions that really matter.
Yeah, exactly. Taylor Lane still driving that car, still being a source of excitement. Maybe not delight for him and his teammates, but that car continues on, despite a little bit of contact here and there for them. What a beautiful return of the flasher headlights from the Ford at the Dallara in that particular case.
I had a bad joke. I had one of these puns, but I'm not gonna say it.
You know what's good? You know what's good about having only one Ford in the field, David? It's that when I see those headlights flash, I know exactly which car that is. And right now, Richard Small in the number 225, clearly not too impressed with the 134 in front of him. Those headlight flashers, in the real world, you have to be a little bit careful about not burning up the light bulbs in those headlights. Well, the virtual world, no such considerations.
I think the return of serve on the headlight flash wasn't so much that he got the headlight flash from the LMP, but maybe just didn't think it was Fiercely Forward's chance to take the apex at Blanchimont there. They might have thought that Fiercely Forward was just a tiny bit too far back to claim the apex at Blanchimont, but did it anyway. And laps at Racing Team, under yet more fire from RSR Esports by G Performance, their number 55 car. They've got two of them. And I gotta wonder here, if they're using the number 55 and they've got that kind of red paint, it really, really does look, especially in the dark, like a Mazda RT 24P.
Well, the good news
I'm
is...
the only one seeing the Mazda resemblance?
No, I think I see it a little bit, but the good news is, at least this one, the Dallara P217, isn't on fire.
If I had to roll the dice and the two options were catch fire or win IMSA races, like, if those were the two things that would happen, if I woke up in the morning knowing that one of those two things would happen and it was a 50-50 chance, I'd take that 50-50. But yes, the reliability is looking quite good for RSR Esports here. How far away do we think from their pit window opening to get to the end? Is it 2 minutes from here? Is it 5 minutes from here?
I can make rain upon that, to be very honest. Pure sim zone, the 13th lap for their stint. So as we've seen time and time again, cars go from 17 to 18 laps. So expect in the next 3 laps, as they just open another lap in Spa, expect them to come down in pit lane in the next, I would say, 8 minutes roughly. 8 minutes, 8 minutes, something roughly.
Fiercely Forward. Their GTM on the lane for its final stop, so where they rejoin, it's going to be interesting. A lot of the cars we saw them battling against before the more recent round of pit stops still have one more stop to go, so if they don't rejoin in the class lead, they're not going to need to worry because, well, this is a separate issue in GTM. Fisher and Manuel Meyer, this is the end of the Camel Straight. Lacombe, and then Malmedy. A little bit too much of the curb on the outside on the entry to Malmedy. Upsets the car early. And for Manuel Meyer, he does a good job stamping on the brake pedal to avoid the barrier. Just goes to show that the curbs can really upset your car. We saw one of the other Porsches get the curb right about there on the exit of Blanchimont and get a lot of air as well. So are the Porsches a bit sensitive across the curbs, maybe?
I think I'd say... Go ahead, Arjuna. I'll finish.
I was going to say a little bit, and I think that was one of the reasons why they weren't so strong at Petit Le Mans. We have seen, obviously, the iRacing BOP update this most recent Thursday, taking away about 9 horsepower, I would say, from the BMW. But the BMW's one strength, in my opinion, has always been stability over curbs. And while that's not to say that that Porsche isn't necessarily good over curbs in some regards as well, I just wonder if in these nighttime conditions where some of these teams are running very aggressive setups trying to get the most performance out of the car, and maybe that's also influencing some of these incidents that we seem to see where cars are spinning all by themselves.
That Malmedy is already infamous in the iRacing community for actually catching any car, and I'm not saying that it's specifically for the Porsche, and I think it's not specific for the setup either, to be very honest. I think it's how you attack the curb and some additions to it. Maybe relative humidity might be playing a factor over here, as we're seeing a battle between Fisher and AOD once again, and there's one of the LMP2 cars. I think that's the PND Racing just overlapping them. But that curb is, people say it's death. It's murder. If you actually take it, it's murder. So it's people try to avoid as the best they can, so they don't get any possible issues with that car.
Well, we are looking at some GTM battles, but car that was in the lead of that class made a pit stop, has come out, still in the lead of the class, despite a lot of the cars behind needing yet another pit stop. So it's looking strong for Fiercely Forward. But I've got to question this. Pitting with about 40 minutes to go or something, Arjuna, only 18 seconds of fuel?
That might just be an error on your timing screen. On my local timing screen, I'm seeing 26.9 seconds of fuel put in that car. I can bring that graphic up on the screen just to confirm there. You can see 52 seconds total in the lane. I have a feeling the 334 is really putting themselves in a prime position to secure the win here in the first round of Season 8 of IVRA Endurance Series.
Yeah, indeed. So they have cut that fuel drop a little bit short compared to a full tank, but they only had 40 or so minutes to go of what would normally be a 53-minute stint. That is a very beat up looking Fisher Motorsport, still under attack from AOD Racing, and these guys are probably not going to challenge for that class win now, seeing as how Fiercely Forward have stamped their authority on it. You're looking at that bit of the rear wing. I was worried about the radiator cover missing.
So the point I was going to make here, David, is you take a look at that, then you take a look at that front radiator. That rear wing, David, has been like that basically since hour 1 of this 12-hour race. So that Fisher Motorsports car really going through the wars, and it's crazy to think that they're still proving to have a strong car underneath them. They're holding off the charge from the 321 AOD Racing Ferrari right now, and you know, we're still working 34 minutes to go. It's a long way. Both these cars still expected to come down the pit lane once again. This might be a battle to watch to the end.
They're running second and third in GTM at the moment, but as you point out, both of them still one more pit stop. I think we'll see how they go compared to the others in class, like Vector Sim Racing in 4th in class, who are going to be able to get to the end. ...16 seconds back, so it need to be an incredibly quick splash from AOD Racing and Fisher if they're going to stay ahead of Vector Sim Racing. So I think those who counted backwards from the second, I believe, safety car might be suddenly finding themselves in a really good spot here.
Well, the time down pit lane is around 24 seconds. That's what we've been talking about for the drive-through penalties. So, you know, right now, Vector Sim Racing, it's looking good to have two Porsches on the top 2 steps of the podium in GTM, and I think we'll see how that battle potentially is going to work out for what will be that third and final spot between the Fischer Motorsports and AOD Ferrari.
Almost feels like in the last hour or so, Vector have come from nowhere, but being on the right strategy, pitting 3 laps ago, they're now going to get to the end, really worked them into their class battle.
Yeah, it really has, and you know, that's what one of these things about those safety cars that come out, you know, it's such a game changer, and to have that additional element of randomness in your strategy calls really means that you have to be on your tippy toes to make the right call at the right time. And that's one thing that, you know, David, we're seeing across all of sim racing. It's not just at the top level, you know, in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, for example. It's also down in endurance, top level endurance series like this, where you've got the team managers, you've got all types of help, and it's all about just making sure you've prepared properly to see what happens. There has been an issue, though, for, unfortunately, the number 248. And David, let's take a look at the replay.
Well, they definitely lost a lot of time when Jan Senkowski disconnected earlier. They've come back out, have they? And well,
nice little 360 there.
I was gonna mention that.
add another tally mark to the bus stop count, I think. But yeah, I do rate the pirouette.
I'll give it this much. That on the 360 counter, as it goes in way too hot into the turn itself, the car just spins around. Good 360 car control from Jan Senkowski. Right, I think that's right in the front of the Maniti car, if I saw that correctly. And game changer!
Game changer! Yellow flag out.
We're gonna have a safety car with 31 minutes to go, and that is huge, especially some of the battles we were keeping our eye on, LMP2 Pro and GTM. You can see the safety car light inside the Corvette there. No way that Senkowski would be unaware of the presence of the safety car. Who does this help? Who does this hurt? How's it going to shake out? Huge questions.
Let's take a look at the replay. I think this is what causes it. Oh, and no luck, M Sport going over and over through the gravel trap. And oh my word, that's a big one. And I think that explains why those virtual recovery vehicles are out on the track once again.
That Corvette pirouette I don't rate quite as beautiful, unfortunately, as what we saw for Jan Senkowski. Pretty well following the racing line, gets a bit of help, and that is a big impact. Car digs into the gravel, and that is fair enough to bring out another safety car procedure.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say, I think this is the news that AOD has been waiting for, because this is that kind of procedure you stay for about 8 minutes, 10 minutes roughly, and you can save that fuel that you kind of need. You're saving basically yourself maybe 2 to 3 laps, and that's what you need. And we're seeing some car down into the pit lane doing the final pit service, but this is a game changer for everyone.
There's a barbecue back there as well, but let's take a look at who is on the lane. We've got Delta Sport U4K making what's going to be their final stop, and they've got a set of tyres left, so they're chucking it on. Pure Sims have done the same as well, so some teams that might have had some sets of tyres left that weren't going to use them, now finding, well, under safety car, why not? Let's bolt to the end. Pit exit not open just yet.
Not open just yet, but this is a big call for some other teams, David. Let's jump to the front of your field. Look at the Team RSO car, currently on lap number 14 of their stint. We know they're going to have to come back down the pit lane at some point in the near future. Only 30 minutes to go. A lot of teams electing to try and risk it here. There are other teams like RLR Abruzzi Esports, the number 14, PND Racing in 3rd place overall as things stand right now, are going to gamble with their lead in LMP AM. So some big changes up front. We'll wait for all the waiver rounds to come into effect, and then we'll take a look at pit stops in GT.
Yeah, we will. This is pretty huge, and pour some cold water as well on the back calculating of the fuel numbers that we'd been working at, trying to figure out who was in a good position strategy-wise, fuel-wise. Really changes it all. RLR Abruzzi have now caught Team RSO in the train. Wave buys in progress. Well, I'm almost short of words for this because I was really focused to that end of the race and the remaining strategies and the pit window opening for LMP2, and now all changed.
Well,
Let me just say one thing over here before I let Arjuna speak. The Lorenzo Boulder prediction actually worked.
I was going to say, not just you, Lorenzo, but me as well. When I jumped back onto the broadcast about an hour ago when Peter Mackay stepped away for the remaining 90 minutes, I was saying safety car is a likelihood in many ways, and guess what? Things are being shaken up. Someone in our YouTube chat, by the way, David, who is very, very happy about this turn of events. Take a look at the number 62 Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. They're back in this one. It's going to be, hopefully, I would think, a 20-minute sprint to the end. And we have to also remember, despite the fact that cautions breed cautions, race control will try to avoid throwing safety cars at the tail end of races. So, it could be this is our last safety car that's going to bring us home to the green and checkered flag.
Yeah, this is absolutely huge for Geodesic. They pitted 2 laps ago, fueled to get to the end. Every single other LMP in front of them is going to need one more pit stop. Suddenly, it is a huge free kick for Miguel Vigo and Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. Bunch of penalties on that car. They've served them, they haven't given up, and now the luck of the gods has absolutely fallen for them. RSO at the lead are going to have to pit in 3 laps. RLR Abruzzi in second are going to have to pit in 5 laps. It is very, very fortunate for Geodesic Racing. Lucky boys.
Well, that's what I was just trying to think about a lap earlier when we saw Delta Sport and Pure Sims coming down onto pit lane, David. The problem is we can try and say that Team RSO needs to come down in, let's say, 3 laps or so. The reality is they're saving fuel under caution here. They're going to be trying to coast as much as they can, trying to make sure they don't burn too much of the fuel. I have to assume that a team like RLR Abruzzi Esports in the number 14 has a suspicion that they can actually make it to the end. Otherwise, this is a gamble that is really, really risky. You look at Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. They're only about 5.5 seconds behind Team RSO right now because they're all in one big queue, as you can see right now on your screen. Something that we also need to consider, though, those cars that came down pit lane under safety car took a set of tires. And so for the number 33 Delta Sport U4K and the number 2 Pure Sims car, there is the potential that they'll have slightly better pace once we get back to green flag racing as compared to that number 62 machine.
Well, we can speculate, but we won't know until the lights go off that safety car and it gets racing again. But take a look at that. Our whole field in a line to the right-hand side of the circuit. Waiver rounds, etc., pit procedures still going on per the championship rules. So it draws out this safety car a tiny bit longer. That means when we do get racing, the car's going to be in their correct order. No one is significantly disadvantaged by the timing of the safety car, and still a couple more waiver rounds yet to happen. Delta Sport in the number 33 aren't in a bad position either, because they're fueled to get to the end, having pitted in that safety car. While they're 9th in the train, the next car that they're probably going to be battling with, Geodesic, is 7th in the train, just up in front of them there. So best placed cars, if we got underway racing at the end of the next time around, I think would be Geodesic Racing 7th in the train and Delta Sport U4K 9th in the train.
Well, I'm just looking at the YouTube chat once again. I'm wondering, David, if potentially the number 33 and the number 2 are going to serve end-of-line penalties for maybe coming into a closed pit lane. We'll have to wait and see. However, I just wanted to point out that 11 hours ago, roughly, this number 33 car was leading the race as the safety car flew for the first time. That yellow flag came out, and the number 33 dived down onto pit lane from the race lead. Didn't obey the pit lane exit and came out of a closed pit lane, and as a result dropped all the way to the back of your field. So the number 33 car has done a fantastic job to fight its way back up to the front here, and I do think, despite the little damage they have to that machine, Karl Modov has enough pace to potentially put up a fight here for the race win.
Well, that's the state of play, we think, for a lot of the key contending LMP cars. Confirmation that the Delta Sport U4K car here did enter a closed pit, and that dampens their hopes a little bit. GTE, I think Latema at the lead are going to get to the end. But they've got Hell Racers just behind them, Team 11 GT just behind that, I think also a field to get to the end. So this hasn't thrown as much of a spanner in the works for GT strategy as it has for LMP. Part of that just because the fuel window is so much longer for the GT cars that a lot of them were already fueled to get to the end.
So we're going to have one more lap under safety car. The pit lane is finally open, and we're going to see a number of cars led by Team RSO down onto lane. Also confirmed, by the way, David, Pure Sims have also entered a closed pit lane. Both teams had almost no fuel. They had to get emergency service. They had to get the car refilled. And unfortunately for them, that is why it's looking like the end of their race here. At least the end of their title challenge, or the race win challenge. There is still the potential to try and get further up in your field.
Well, all of those cars that we thought needed one more stop to get to the end, here they all are on pit lane, taking that service, taking that opportunity. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing go through into the lead. Delta Sport U4K remain in second. There's still quite a few cars here that could rejoin with some speed to the end. Still look for a podium. Someone's gone a little bit far. Hell Racers, it looks like, have gone a little bit far on the pit exit.
And that's the exact infringement that the number 33 got penalized for in that first safety car. I wonder if Magnus Wallström in the number 29 has managed to do the same thing with 20 minutes to go. As we wait for the pit exit to be opened once again, David, it's looking increasingly like this is going to be a 15-minute sprint to the end.
Yeah, it is. So Hell Racers might have gone a little far on pit exit. Everyone else behind looks like they've correctly waited for pit exit to open. All going to rejoin the back of the train behind the safety car. Racing will get underway potentially at the end of this lap. Lights are off the safety car. Cannot wait to get restarted. And how lucky have they been in that number 62 garage for Geodesic Racing? They had just pitted when the safety car was called, and boom, they find themselves.
Oh, Pure Sims getting
the
an end-of-line penalty.
Yeah, and that will be coming down to the Delta Sport car as well for entering that close pit lane. So for 33 and the number 2 car, they're going to drop all the way to the tail of this field. That's going to be a lot of work for them to try and make their way back up into a good points-paying position.
So what was very lucky for Geodesic Racing with the timing of the safety cars being incredibly unlucky for Pure Sims and Delta Sport, who both needed to pit and then found pit entry officially closed when they arrived, but they didn't have the fuel to go another lap around. So that is what has been a huge benefit for some, very big penalty for others. You can see Pure Sims out of line, and now Delta Sport U4K pulling over to the left, slowing up, letting the whole train through. This is what caused the safety car that we're currently underneath No Luck Esport having, as the name suggests, I think, there.
And look at the number of times that car manages to roll end over end as well. Tremendous force behind that incident. And I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory, guys, as to why the safety car came out. You know, that result, that incident almost necessitates those recovery vehicles to come out. So unfortunately for some teams, it's thrown a spanner in the works, but for other teams, an opportunity has presented itself, and we might be looking like we're getting back to green flag racing this time around.
Lights still off the safety car, so we expect it to peel in this time. Your overall leader now, the number 62, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. Little Vigo behind the wheel. He's driven a couple stints so far in this race, and now he has the honour of bringing it home. This is going to be a sprint race. How lucky is he now as well to have a GTE behind him? Not going to be restarting this time. At least one more lap. Lights back on the safety car. presumably give race control a little bit more time to just double check everyone is in their correct position in order, having sent some end of line, having held some at pit exit.
And I think it's also just giving an opportunity for a few cars to catch back up. I'm seeing the 19 and the 199. 2 cars still not caught up with the tail end of the field, and hopefully we'll get back to green flag racing the next time around with about 13.5 minutes to go. So we're looking at, I would say, probably 7 laps to go, Lorenzo, once we get back to green flag racing, if this is the last lap of the caution period.
Yeah, I think this is the last lap of the caution period, as I just saw Pierce Sims and also the Abruzzi and Karl Moldoff in the Delta Sport, the number 33, just coming right behind the end of line. So there they go. They're going to run line that car. So everything will be neat and crisp for that restart. And this kind of changes the whole perspective of the race, to be honest with you guys, because the looks of it is a 12-minute sprint race. The one thing that Miguel Figo needs to do is just don't spin at Las Horas. Yeah, that's the only thing he needs to do. Don't spin at Las Horas, and he got the race win most likely.
Well, no pressure,
Because
Lorenzo. He's done that twice already this race.
No pressure at all. Like, no pressure at all. I think the real race is actually at the LMP2 class, the AM class, because if you look, Nomad is right there, Felicity 4 is right there, Rusty Spatula's a little bit back, but still, there are some cars in between. So the real battle right now is the win, actually, of this LMP2 AM category. Now it's wide open.
Yeah, they're in some great positions now. Nomad Sim Racing are 3rd in the train there, running leader of LMP AM, but they got Fiercely Forward not far behind them, and Rusty Spatula's also in the train there if they can find some speed. So your LMP Pro leader at the head of the train, obviously. Your LMP AM leader not far behind there with a battle on their hands. GT Pro leader is Lotema Racing Team. Big question mark about if they're fuel to get to the end, actually, now I look at it. But this safety car is helping them save a lot of fuel. Team 11, 4 seconds back means there's probably some cars in between them. And your GT AM leader is Fiercely Forward, but they have AOD Racing right behind them as well. So for all 4 classes, I think there is something interesting going on, and I wouldn't want to be the driver at the end of a 12-hour race who has to try to hold on to that position for the win with all my teammates watching.
No pressure, but I think that it's just crazy, David. 12 hours of racing. All of these cars have been trying to put themselves in a position to be in the best possible place to get the maximum number of points come the checkered flag, but it all comes down to about 7 laps of racing action. I'm expecting maybe 7 laps for the LMP2 cars. We'll see if they're actually able to make their way back around and put a lap on some of these GTE machines as well.
Exactly, those first couple laps after a restart are great for the LMP leaders. They get a bit of clear track, but then when they do catch the traffic, it's far more bunched than before. So what might happen in these final couple of minutes for IVRA Endurance, we are all about to find out. Because we've had confirmation race control getting underway this time. It's felt like a while under caution, but all worth it to make sure everything is right and properly prepared to race a sprint until the end.
And it's going to be interesting with all of those LMP AM cars at the top end of the overall lead as well. Out of your 3 podium positions overall right now, David, 2 of those cars are LMP AM, so going to be interesting to see how hard they try to fight position as some of those cars behind try to make their way through to challenge the number 62.
Yep, exactly. Makes it yet more difficult for anyone else who would challenge for LMP Pro honours. Safety car ending. Let's get this one underway. Miguel Vigo is ready to restart. And for IVRA Endurance Series 12 hours of Spa, there is just 14 minutes of sprint to get to the end. And what a great jump Miguel Vigo has had, leaving the rest of the field in his wake.
Look at the rest of the cars still having to go at pit speed limit as they all get up to racing speed. It's taking them a while. This long train of cars finally getting up to speed.
Yeah,
Indeed
now
it is. They're
it's gonna
still
be
working
really...
their way
Sorry, go ahead.
through the bus stop. A couple wide here through La Source. Team RSO have a lot of work to do if they are going to get up towards the lead. And here's what happened on the restart for them. Hell Racers were around and they had to take avoiding action.
Yeah, they did a good job, Manuel Sudau in the number 97 to hold on to 7th place in class. But right now, Alpine Stars Geodesic, look at the gap they have behind them, David. Nothing to worry about as things stand. The gap already up to 7 seconds to 2nd place in LMP.
Yeah, and to the next car in class for Geodesic Racing, I'm pretty sure it is 15 seconds to Team RSO, and then all the traffic in there in between. That's just going to keep expanding over this lap and the next. That's where you want to be on a restart, right at the head of the field so you can bolt away into the clean track. Here goes Nomad Sim Racing. Got a battle on their hands potentially with Fiercely Forward. That's for the lead of LMP AM. This restart's also been pretty generous to your LMP AM leader.
Yeah, he's managed to build a decent gap now, 1.7 seconds as he tries to pull away through the clean air he's got in front of him. Now the gap almost up to 2 seconds. That 134 car has been quick recently. Let's see what Taylor Lane is able to do here in LMP AM.
Yeah, not long before he'll have cut his way through the traffic, but for those that got end of line, for those who pitted and ended up behind some GT cars, a lot of work to do. Here's the lead for GT Pro, and the Tema Racing team on a bit of a back foot here. Team 11 are absolutely charging. That gap is nothing. You've got to keep a good eye on your rearview mirrors as a lot of the traffic comes through. Pure Sims. Oh, remember they pitted for tyres. This is their first racing laps with those new cold tyres at speed, and that is bad to worse for Pure Sims, unfortunately.
Yeah, really unfortunate for them as they're now down in 19th place overall. What could have been a disappointing qualifying performance for them earlier on in the morning. And now that end-of-line penalty in this last safety car period has really relegated them all the way to the tail end of the running cars.
GTs and GTs and GTs in front of them that they've got to carefully pick their way through. They pick off some of the Fisher cars there. There is yet more for them to do. Got Hell Racers BMW. They've got our favourite and lone Ford GT. And as for the GT AM battle, Fiercely Forward has still got that one, but it's not the comfortable margin that they enjoyed before the safety car. The safety car might have allowed AOD Racing to save enough that they are going to get to the end here. Potentially, still a big question mark, but on the road, without accounting for any strategy, just 0.8 of a second. No one has a comfortable margin except in LMP Pro.
Yeah, right now Miguel Vigo continues to just pull away from the chasing pack. That number 62 car smiling to the moon. They were one of the fastest cars throughout the race, but some difficulties up and down the order they went, and managed to get back to the pointy end as a result of that caution and that perfectly timed pit stop that happened right before that safety car came out and put them at the front of the running order. Gap now to 2nd place, which is the LMP AM overall leader. Now up to almost 9 seconds as we continue to ride on board the 321 Ferrari.
Yep, still a lot of traffic coming through. They've got to be very aware of their surroundings, but it is coming down ever so slightly, that gap, whenever Carter Condinger can get a clean run at Josh Clegg.
And you've also got the 305 of Vector Sim Racing behind these guys, David. So there's a 3-horse race for this win in GTE AM, and all 3 of these teams will be wanting what will be their first ever series victory here in the IVRA Endurance Series.
Here we go.
Well, yeah, it's down to about 0.3 or so as the LMP cars try to sort their way through. That forces Fiercely Forward off their preferred racing line, and now there is absolutely nothing between our GT AM leaders except some cars are still trying to cut their way through. That is yet more trouble for Fiercely Forward as they have to shallow their entry across Eau Rouge and Radeon side by side. GT AM leaders, much better run up the hill for the Ferrari of AOD Racing. They put their nose in front.
And I'm looking as well in this GT Pro battle, the chaos between the traffic. between the LMP2 drivers and GTE pros, as it gets a little bit clunky, as now Klassen is actually used on the back bumper of the Latima car. I think that the car spun around, or something might have happened in the Lecombe section right behind them. But there is now the battle between the LMP2, the GTE leaders, as Klassen just goes into the lead.
Yeah, exactly. Team 11 GT getting to the lead ahead of Latema Racing Team. It was chaos on the Kemmel Straight as many prototypes tried to force their way through. Might have caused problems for Andre Montero, as he then almost didn't look to be defending Team 11 GT. And then right behind them comes Beniti Racing as well. Still anyone's game in GT Pro as it is in GT Am.
Yeah, the GT class in both of the Pro and Am categories wide open. Cannot really say the same for the LMP category as it stands. Gap in LMP Am now up to 4 seconds as well. So fiercely forward. They're in second place in 2 amateur categories right now. Let's see if either driver is able to push on and get back up to the pointy end of things.
Just seen Beniti using all the track and then some, trying to stick with Latema and Team 11 GT here. Just about 1 second to cover the top 3 in class.
Pure Sims just avoided a massive crash right in front of the AOD Ferrari in the GTAM class. It's so chaotic, these final moments of this race, that you cannot have 1 minute to breathe.
Yeah, so well, we have battles for GT Pro. Oh, more Pure Sims drama. They are around once again. Exit of La Source, as they've been desperately trying to force their way back up through the field after penalty for entering the closed pit. Bad to worse to yet more problems. Pure Sims Esports, and they, from leading contention, this is tough watching for them.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's going to be just on the power down as well, and unfortunately, they actually get a little bit of contact there with another car. I didn't, in fact, think that was going to be side-to-side contact, but Daniel Croft may have been hip-checked a little bit there. That might be the N-Race Esports number 199.
Other way to look at it is he thought he was clear and he breezed across onto the racing line, but the other driver, good drive around the outside, was still there.
We're going to have to cut to another replay, by the way. RLR Abruzzi Esports. Let's follow this one. The number 14, Pascal Ebner, looks to the inside of that same N-Race Esports car, turns them around. And I do believe there may have been a follow-up incident involved with one of the other cars on track. Let's take a look at that replay as well.
Right in front of the GTA M leader, by the way.
He's N-Race trying to find the correct path through the escape roads to get back on track. Whole stream of cars after the safety car restart. They eventually find a clean spot, it looks like. His team Hoisingfeld, what a tough day they've had. Disconnects, penalties, issues. Safety car brings them back into it as well. They're up in 5th. And Hell Racers, are they a whole lap ahead for the next position?
Yeah, I think unfortunately number 248 is actually a lap down, so even though they're putting the pressure on some of these cars around them, that's Latima right in front of them. Latima is really starting to fall off the pace right now, guys. Down into 3rd. Beniti Racing up into 2nd place in GTE Pro. There's also a battle going on for P2 in LMP Pro right now.
As you expect, with a huge sprint to bring this race home, it is all going on. Team RSO in search of every position they can get. At the moment, I think they're looking to be scored 2nd in class or so, but they would desperately like to try to bring a fight to the lead, as there's just 4 minutes 40 seconds left in this one. No, that is the position. Talk Freak have gotten by him.
Yeah. Just into Kemmel Straight.
So all kinds of positions chopping and changing. Talk Freak find themselves 2nd in LMP Pro. For the lead in GTAM, AOD Racing just stretching out a little bit of a lead ahead of Fiercely Forward.
And while this battle continues to rage on, the Beniti Racing, Matthias Schultz at the wheel right now. He's trying to rein in the Porsche 911 in front for Team 11. It's been a difficult race for Beniti in many ways, but 4 minutes still to go. Matthias is a very quick driver. They've missed a lot of their team who's competing in other events on the same day, so let's see what Matthias is able to do here at the tail end of this one.
exactly, just 8/10 in it. In that one, Maniti and Matthias Schultz quickly clearing Latema, who I wonder if they've got nothing left underneath them for tyres at this point in the race. And then up into second for Maniti, sees them chasing the lead, 7/10 in it. Now that the LMPs have mainly worked their way through, it's a lot of clean track for the GTs to be able to race how they please. Speaking of LMPs, it's Ocean Sim Racing. This is a replay, they're in 20th, so I imagine it's not going to end well for them. Another scratch on the wall in that category.
Another scratch indeed, and someone who's been through the wars a little bit is Miguel Vigo. Currently leads very handily by 8 seconds from the cars behind, but what an interesting call that they had to come down onto pit lane 1 lap before the safety car, and it's worked out perfectly for them. There is another slow car on track, and that's Fisher Motorsport as well, so there's still incidents happening all around the cars as they continue to scrap it out for class positions.
Yep, track is dark, some teams are running out of tyres, and pack racing is fierce since that restart. It remains fierce for the lead of GTM. I thought AOD Racing were maybe going to get to pull away, but fiercely forward, still absolutely with them.
Yeah, I just took a quick look over here. Vector coming down into pit lane. Apparently they had a drive-through penalty as we're just looking, and probably that is going to shape up the category in the AM class. Looking over here, Hell Racers having also an issue at the exit of the bus stop, apparently. As we're looking, there's the Quasar GT right ahead of them. But that's kind of the finding for all the AM class. Now we can focus a little bit on that lead battle between Fiercely 4 and AOD Ferrari.
Yep, your overall leader has just taken the white flag. This race quickly running out for these drivers who want to grab one more position. There's nothing in it for GT Pro. Team 11 just 0.2 of a second ahead of Maniti Racing, using all of the track, kicking up the dust in the face of their opponent, giving it all with just one more tour of the circuit left after this one for these guys.
And while this battle rages on, the battle in LMP2 Pro has been cut short. Unfortunately for Nomad Sim Racing, technical issues now mean that the fiercely forward 134 car has inherited that class lead, and they're going to take home P2 in class as it stands. The Rusty Spatulas are trying to chase them down, but they're a full 2 seconds behind in that category. So right now the 134 fiercely forward up into the race lead, and as we watch Maniti Racing, the number 278 continue to charge down Team 11. The battle for GTEM is just as close, 0.3 of a second separating the AOD Ferrari from the fiercely forward 334.
And you see PJ Clayson's there doing everything legal to just one move to try and break the toe, because he knows that that is where the BMW can be strong. And he's gone in too hot to the bus stop. PJ Clayson's parks it on the second apex and will somehow keep Matthias Schultz behind. But that was nearly a big mistake for Team 11, somehow holding on to that one. They've got one more lap in this class, and they are going side by side for the lead.
Oh, and what a beautiful switchback that was from Maniti Racing up into overall class lead in GTE Pro, and 278 is now going to have to drag down this Camel Straight with that 9 horsepower they lost just a few days ago. Is the power of the Porsche going to be able to drag them back past?
By the way, in the meanwhile, in the AM category, I'm sorry, David, but the battle has kind of found a little bit of a breathing room for Carden Kunder, because he found basically 1 second Josh Clog at the start of La Source, so good chance for that GTM
and
battle.
And to take the race win, Miguel Vigo for Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing played the safety car to perfection, and after 12 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, they bring their Dallara P217 home for the trophy and victory in class. Victory in class is not yet decided for GT Pro though, because using the slipstream to cut back into the lead, Team 11 GT there, their day was nearly done for the lead. They are still in the fight. Fiercely forward, LMP winners.
Yeah, we continue watching this GTE battle, but there are class winners coming across the line. Who's going to be here in GT Pro? Is Matthias Schultz going to have a last lap move down into the bus stop chicane? It's all going to come down to that traffic behind as well, and exactly how they try and cut their way through.
Schultz looks like he maybe has more grip, but the car placement, the defense from PJ Claessens has been fantastic. Just one more serious braking zone to get to the end. It was a problem a lap ago for Team 11. Matthias Schultz is even closer this time around for GT Pro. One more braking zone. Schultz needs to give it everything. Claessens still side by side here in GT Pro. Maniti around the outside. Contact between your GT Pro leaders. Maniti Racing will get to the line first. Is it going to stand though? Big question. GT AM leaders also taking the checkered flag, Lorenzo.
Yeah, really close racing between AOD Ferrari and Fiercely Ford. Josh Clark just went into the very same move you just saw in the GTE category, in the Pro category, but a good hold from Carden Kundinger into the second half of the bus stop section to hold off that Porsche. Really good battle, and a clean battle as well, as you guys are going to see here on the replay. The cutback from Maniti on the La Source at the start of the lap, amazing scenes. And then after that, you guys are going to see the final move into the bus stop. Oh, actually, going to go for the entire lap between the GTE Pro battle. Really good scenes over here, and what would have been a very clean battle, unfortunately marred by that incident. Well, we'll see what the race control will have to say about that.
This is racing like it's the last lap, because it was the moment he was clear, cutting back across to defend the inside. One hell of a last lap battle in GT Pro. Both drivers giving it all. In the end, contact, and we're going to continue with the replay until that point. Maniti crossing the line first, but under slightly questionable circumstances.
And I'm just going to add a little bit of context to what we just witnessed, guys, as we continue to watch them as they head down in towards Puhan. Well, just a few months ago, this very same track, round number 2 of the IVRA Club Sport Summer Series, it came down to a battle between Miguel Vigo, who was in the GT4 at the time, with Maniti Racing in the BMW M4. And actually, as we're coming into this corner, which we're about to see right now as they head back on the long run up towards Blanchimont, contact was made, and I just wonder if a Maniti Racing, something very similar has happened here, where they maybe saw that incident last time out and weren't too happy with the way it went and maybe just sent it a little bit more, but as they head up towards Blanchimont now, we'll get a better look at exactly what happened.
This is where GT Pro may be decided. Of course, 11 GT defend the inside. Maniti send it hard around the outside. Try to get to the second apex of the bus stop. They're alongside, but are they in too hot? Did they make a mistake, or were they squeezed? That's not for us to decide. That's for the stewards to take a long, hard look at that final corner contact for the lead in GT Pro. At this point, we can run through the results, but we can only tell you how they crossed the line, because you have to imagine steward's decision, at least on that one, still pending here in the IVRA Endurance Series. 12 hours from Spa-Francorchamps, first across the line, and your winner in LMP Pro, Miguel Vigo. Winner in LMP AM, and second on the road, which is a huge achievement. Fiercely Forward, Taylor Lane took the checkered flag in that car. Talk Freak Racing, that's second in class. TNT Racing, third in LMP Pro. Rusty Spatulas for second in class. PND Racing, third in class. Now, the interleaving of the results starting to confuse me, but next on the road was Team RSO, then RSI Esports G Performance. HD Sim Sport, 9th. Laps at iRacing Team, 10th on the road in LMP. Flick across to 11th, which was Hell Racers. Is there maybe a penalty still looming there? They at least had a spin on the way to the end. High Caliber Autosports, 12th on the road, iLiveries, Vibe Sports, then RSR Esport by G Performance. Adequate Racing, Delta Sport U4K, Pure Sims Esports, 17th on the road there, RLR Abruzzi Esport, 18th Nomad Sim Racing, 19th, and the first car off the lead lap, Devotion Sim Racing. Remainders there, RLR Abruzzi Esport 15, Hell Racers 19, and Race Esports 199, Fiercely Forward 34, Pineapple Racing 105, 77 laps down, basically the first of our retirements there, including joining the company of Real Pixel Motorsport, Kinetic Racing, Team Hoisingfeld, the 168 laps at Racing Team. Lorenzo, make head and tails of GT with the caveat provisionally as they crossed the line.
Yeah, let's give it a try and try to find ourselves with Team 11 being in first place, Lotima being in second, Hell Racers in third, Manini Racing in fourth place, Team Hoisingfeld ran out the top 5 for the pro category, Samba Racing Teams in 6th, Quasar Racing in 7th, and then we come to the GTE class where Fiercely Forward actually got the lead, the win at this race, and Quasar apparently got a P9, which is second in class as well. So interesting results over here with Kinetic Racing in P10, and then we look at the other results. Vector Sim Racing P3 in the AM, AOD in P4. So interesting scenarios for the stewards right here. Fisher Motorsport and both cars, Pro and AM, P13, P14. Usagi P6, 15. VEC Racing, both AM and 16-17, Devotion Sim Racing, No Luck Esports, and German Sim Racing round out the top 20. And then we have the other cars that finished up until P26, Virtual Motorsports, FAC Autotech Sim Racing, and RSR by Esports by G Performance, AOD, the other BMW car, the Alpine Geodesic Racing of Vivo Costa, and then the last car out in Phoenix Racing Esports here, David. That was an eventful final minutes of this race, I have to tell you.
Exactly. Who knew 12 hours of racing could come to quite a climax like that? We're going to catch our breath. We're going to get ready to dissect what happened. So we're going to take a break, and when we come back, it's post-race interviews, and we make head and tail of what happened across several classes on that final lap here at Spa-Francorchamps. Don't go anywhere, because we're back with more coverage in a minute.
So 12 hours later, the series opener for the IVRA Endurance Series has come to a close. 12 hours of racing action around Spa, and it's the number 62 for Alpine Star's Geodesic Racing that takes home the overall race win. Some late race drama though on the last lap, David, and it seems like a few cars have been misclassified, or rather reclassified, as a result of hitting the incident limit on that very last lap.
Yeah, indeed. Normally, you exceed that incident limit, you get an automatic drive-through penalty, but if it happens on the last lap and you take the checkered flag without having served it, it's time added to the end of the race, and it appears that may have happened at a minimum for Maniti. That contact in the final corner on the final lap, sending them across an incident limit and, well, robbing them of what might have stood as a race win. But that's how it goes. They knew what was at stake and they went hard for that position. So let's get some interviews going then, Arjuna.
Yeah, just before we get there, actually, I'm just reading in the Discord right now for the IVRA Endurance Series. The AOD Racing team not too happy with Fiercely Forward. It seems as though there was contact made coming across the start-finish line, and that is what put that team over the incident limit. So there's going to be a lot for the Shoers to dissect in the post-race. But David, you're standing by with the overall race winner, the number 62 car.
Hey. Yeah, exactly, and when he works out where he is and what kind of push to talk he's using, we've got Miguel Vigo, and for a while there, penalties, other little mistakes, looked like you guys were out of the chance for the win, but lucky timing on the safety car, or were you pitting as soon as that window opened and praying for it?
No, to be honest, we actually got lucky on that safety car. I mean, it's unbelievable, the luck that kind of just came our way. You know, the race, we had that race handled, you know, from the beginning, and, you know, obviously we definitely had the pace to win it. It's just midway through the race, we just, you know, started encountering, you know, little mistakes here and there, and we ended up getting, it was a drive-through and then a stop and go, and so, you know, and then it just got to the point where we thought we couldn't salvage anything, and I was just trying to haul as fast as I could there at the end, just to try and get P4, P3, and then, you know, we got the safety car, and I just was on my outlap, and it just worked out. I still can't believe it, to be honest.
Delara, LMP2, know you guys are a big fan of it at Geodesic Racing. What's the setup direction for that car here at Spa? I mean, there's some slow corners like La Source in the bus stop, but also some long, fast straights here. How'd you approach it? What are you maybe going to tweak going forward?
Well, I mean, for Spa, we kind of figured that everybody was going to run the lowest swing, and kind of, you know, that's kind of what we saw. I guess we're able to extract just a little bit more pace out of it compared to some of the other teams, but I mean, we were talking like maybe 2 to 3 tenths, which obviously, you know, throughout a stint is pretty big, but yeah, it just seemed like our car had a little bit more top end speed and acceleration compared to those guys. And then another big thing was we kind of set up the car to be nicer to the tires so we could do the triple stints, and we noticed that, you know, a lot of teams kind of struggled there on their third stints, and, you know, we were kind of able to capitalize on that.
I was about to ask about tires, so I'm glad you're taking my job away from me, and I don't even have to. You are going to go there unprompted. I mean, good haul of points, of course, taking the win, first round of the season, puts you in good stead going forward. Is there anything learnt from here other than maybe in the setup direction that might help?
I mean, I think setup wise, I think we're going in the right direction. I mean, the whole team, and, you know, I gotta thank you know, TQE, Michael Overbay. He's helped us out a ton, just learning about the car, setting it up, and, you know, what it likes, what it doesn't. And yeah, we'll just have to see how the rounds progress. Our strategy, we kind of faltered a little bit on the strategy because we wanted those the half points. So Pierre and us kind of stayed out just to get that, and then everybody else kind of forgoed that, and, you know, they filled their tanks and were able to extend their run. So we kind of had to play catch up pretty much the entire race after that. So yeah, it was definitely interesting, and we're kind of glad we did go with, you know, getting those top points, because that it's going to matter throughout the season.
Well, it just goes to show in today's race that giving up's never an option in endurance racing, and you've got plenty of endurance racing ahead of you, so I hope you carry that with you. Anyone you would like to thank for today's victory?
Yeah, I want to thank all my guys, all the work they did at Geodesic. My co-driver Raf, who's from the Netherlands, and he's sleeping, and he kind of went to bed pissed off because we thought we didn't have a chance. So it's gonna be pretty funny to see when he wakes up in a couple hours and see that we ended up getting the W. Huge thanks also to our strategists, Andrew and Carlos. They were with us there for the entire race, just looking at all the options, looking at what all the other teams were doing, and that was a really huge help for us to be able to do the race properly. And obviously, of course, our sponsors, Alpine Stars, GoPro, and GSI, SimLabs, Attack Plan, etc. Thanks. All those guys makes it worth it to enjoy, multi-class racing with its highs and lows. And I hope you guys enjoyed the race.
Thank you. That was Miguel Vigo, LMP Pro winner.
So that was the LMP Pro winner. Now Lorenzo Bonder is standing by with the LMP Am winner, Fiercely Forward the number 134, and Taylor Lane.
Yeah, so I'm here with Taylor Lane. First and foremost, welcome to the broadcast booth and congratulations on the win. A hard-fought win. You guys are basically trying to fight yourself against the Nomad, but unfortunately Nomad had a connection issue and then you was passed up that lead to you guys. But give and take what we were talking about, I think, with your teammate in Silas Kravrolik earlier in this race, you guys were kind of, trying to find your way into the team itself and trying to find the groove into the race, and eventually you found that groove. That safety caution basically threw a bone and basically did a lot of favors for your team, and I think you guys are pretty comfortable and happy with this win.
Yeah, we are extremely happy with that win. It was unfortunate that it was at the demise of Nomad, but we've worked so hard and it's so good to get the result for it. My teammate have done an amazing job. Can't thank them enough.
And basically, you guys did have a really good pace of the car, of course, and you were keeping up with some of the cars in the top of the field. Of course, it is different categories. You guys get points by just being in the class. You guys don't get points by overall teams. But what do you guys feel in terms of overall pace as a team thus far?
Overall, as a team, our pace has been very good. Obviously, we've got a benchmark in Jack Crawford, him being a Red Bull Junior. We've sort of been. It wasn't here for a lot of the practice, but he's sort of our benchmark at the minute.
Right, and now we're going to be talking about a little bit more into the next round, and that is a very different track. Phillip Island is not the same beast you guys actually tackled over here. It's much more of a narrow track. You guys might not have many overtaking spots like you would have into this track itself. So how do you tackle a track that is still fast but doesn't give you a lot of room to err?
I think it comes down to a lot of practice, especially when it comes to traffic, because in this P2 it's all about traffic management as well as tyre management. As long as you can get those two down, you're pretty much there or thereabouts with everyone else.
Right, and to wrap it up, Taylor, anybody you want to give any shout-outs in the Fiercely Crew pit lane? I know Ali is one of the team managers. Is probably certainly is going to be happy. I know he's standing on the waiting for the interview room. But anybody want to give any shout-outs in the Fiercely Forward crew?
Yeah, I'd love to give a shout-out to everyone in the team. Everyone has done an amazing job. I'd also like to give a shout-out to Gomez Sim Instruments, our main sponsor for the series. I'd also like to give a shout-out to Porsche Sport and Opencast. Sorry.
All right, fair enough. It happens. But Taylor, once again, congratulations on the win. I can wait to see what the Fiercely Forward teams brings next round. Arjuna, back to you.
So that was the 134 Fiercely Forward taking home a late race win in that LMP Am category due to some technical issues for Nomad Sim Racing. But now David is standing by with the GTE winner and Team 11's PJ Claysons.
Good evening.
Well, PJ, welcome to the commentary booth. It's funny, after a 12-hour race, I only want to ask you about the final lap and give you a chance to give us all your take of what happened there. I mean, what a great battle at the end of such a long race that you guys had. Maybe would have liked it to have ended slightly different than that in the final corner, but what was your take from the cockpit?
Yeah, first of all, let's say that it's a shame that it had to end like that. Yeah, with an incident like that, of course. But the building up from the safety car was amazing. We needed the safety car to have enough fuel to finish the race. So the safety car provided that for us. And from the restart on, it was just, we knew that the two teams in front of us still had to pit, so we had to fend off only Manatee at that point. We were also on 3 stints all tires, so we knew it was going to be an uphill battle at that point. They were faster as well, but I just gave it my everything to defend, to try and get that win. Yeah, and again, just a shame it had to end like that in the final corner.
Tell us about the change in track conditions, the change in visibility over 20 hours. I mean, it feels like it's always been dark now that we've raced 2.5 to 3 hours in the dark towards the end. But what does it change from the driver's perspective?
It like from the beginning, I didn't have a lot of problems with the changing conditions. The only thing I had a bit of issues with was some brake markers that I used on the ground. Suddenly there was a shadow over it, and in the dark it was a bit harder, but we did, of course, did some night practice as well. So that wasn't really that big of an issue for us. It only made the track a bit faster at the end, so.
And what about those tyres? You mentioned you were on the triple stint of them at the end of the race. Was that the plan? Did you get forced into that? And how did you meter out the tyre allocation?
We actually still had 4 sets left, I think, in the end. Because when I started the race, we had very good conditions, track conditions. It was 19 degrees track temperature, I think. So that also 2 safety cars, maybe 1, I'm not sure anymore. So that made us do a triple at the beginning as well. I then tripled in the middle, I think, and we knew we had to triple near the end, so it was either Lewis, my teammate, or me. So yeah, we just made the decision that I was going to triple towards the end. But other than that, it was doubles changed with triple stints.
Good mix of manufacturers in GTE, unlike one make LMP. What's the strengths and weaknesses of your Porsche versus the Corvettes versus the BMWs, etc.?
Well, actually, it's a bit hard to tell, as especially at Spa, all the cars have different setups or are set up differently for the track. For instance, there were Porsches that were like 5 or 10k faster than me at the Camel Straight, just because they were running a low downforce package. So yeah, it's hard to tell here in this particular race what the difference are.
Well, congratulations. First across the line per the official timing, and we imagine that might likely stand. Regardless, a great race by you guys to be in it right all the way until the end there and put on a cracking battle for us and everyone watching to enjoy. Who would you like to thank while we've got you on air?
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you guys for putting up a great show, a great broadcast, very fun to watch in between the stints. Also, of course, I'd like to thank Lewis, my teammate, who did an awesome job to just put in good laps after good laps. It was amazing. And most importantly, I'd like to thank Alexi Olaine, who wasn't in the car for us, but who has been spotting throughout the entire 12 hours for us. And even now, I think he's from Finland, so it's, I think, 4 or 5 a.m. in the morning. And yeah, he just did the entire 12 hours for us, which I can't thank him enough for that.
Team race in a real team effort for Team 11. PJ Clayson's winner in GT Pro, we are led to believe, joining us there, Arjuna.
Yeah, and we'll wait to see the results of that class as well. But one final class winner to bring into the commentary booth before we can sign off for today's broadcast, and it's the 330 Fuel crew who are currently listed as winning the GTE AM battle, and Lorenzo is standing by.
Yeah, so I got both Josh Clogg and also Ali Slate from Fiercely Forward, Ali being the manager, Josh being the driver. And Josh, just like we mentioned with the PJ Clayson's, take us through that those final laps, especially that final lap, that final wild one.
Yeah, it was a real close battle. Once the safety car happened, if the safety car wouldn't have happened, then we would have had a clear shot. But the safety car brought them in a little closer. They got around us with that straight line speed. I could, keep up in the braking zones, but they would pull away every straight. The last corner there, finally got a good run on him. Went side by side. Once we were coming out on the drag to the straight, I glanced over at him to see where he was, and as I saw him, that's when he was coming back over onto the right side of the track, and unfortunately made a little contact there, maybe some net code, but either way, it was awesome racing. We had no idea that on the cooldown lap, we saw that our places were different than what we expected. So once we got back to the pit, we kind of investigated a little more and found out that had actually put them over the incident limit. So incredibly unfortunate circumstances, but it was awesome racing and quite a day to, we were up and down, and to come out, on the podium, let alone winning. Very, very happy about it.
Yeah, you guys basically started this race within a very relatively, I'm not going to say safe area of the AM category, but of course, this race has played out so differently throughout the race, from the start to finish. So, what is the mindset, and I even bring Ali Slade as a manager side, also a little bit of the engineer as well, to try to manage through these safety caution, these safety car cautions, and this fierce racing, no pun intended, of course, but between all the cars and drivers themselves.
Yeah, so just a quick shout out to Andrew Streetley, who was the 334 engineer. I was actually engineering the 134. But yeah, strategy, I mean, from 134 side, from the LMP side, we would, the strategy the whole way through was to try and stretch the tyres. We did three quad stints on the tyres, which really helped put us in a good position. We were trying to stretch out to the 19 laps when we could. So yeah, it was all about each of our cars having a dedicated race engineer to really have hold of the strategy. We had a strategy meeting before the race, and we were, through the whole of the prep, we were discussing how things could play out. But I think the thing that we always couldn't really account on was the safety cars. And I think today, for at least the 134 car, they fell so nicely for us. When we pitted, one came out straight after that, and it really gave us that track position at the end there. But yeah, in terms of strategy with the cars, we were always very much looking at the kind of endurance side of things, if you like, making sure we had the tires and the fuel, stretched as long as we could, and we had ourselves where we needed to be at the end.
And Josh, what about the GTE car? You guys felt any concerns in terms of tires, anything of the nature? You guys also saw that the fuel range might have been good, because you said yourself fuel range was good at a certain point.
Yeah, it was actually on our side. The safety cars hurt, every single one hurt us pretty much. I think we had like a 30-second gap. If this last one didn't come out, they would have needed to stop for fuel, I believe. We were good for fuel. On the second or third safety car, we took a little bit of a gamble with fuel, and it worked out for us very well. But yeah, we were comfortable on fuel at the end, but there was a question of whether or not they had to stop. So close one.
Yeah, close one, and always a great battle nevertheless with the AOD car. Unfortunately, you guys, for the AOD car getting hit by the incident limit of the iRacing service. But anyway, great win for the 334 car, the 134 as well, getting that win in the AM Plus. Josh, Ali, thank you so much for being with us, and I hope to see you guys doing well also in the future races.
Thank you so much for having us. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
All right, back to you, Arjuna.
That was your fourth and final winner in the GTM category of today's 12 Hours of Spa, kicking off a 7-race calendar for the IVRA Endurance Series. And we'll take a look at that schedule now. We'll be back in just under a month's time for the 4 Hours of Phillip Island before heading to Barber for the last race in 2020. The race I'm most excited about, though, David, is one I wanted to ask you about. Recently announced that due to dropping the LMP1 class, what was originally scheduled to be 2 separate races at VIR has now been combined into one 5-hour megathon. They're going to be racing around the Grand West layout with all 55 cars out on track, and that is going to be one of the most exciting races I think we've ever broadcast here in the IVRA series of competitions.
Yeah, I'm thinking if class frustrations with the S's at Road Atlanta exist, imagine the S's at VIR. That's definitely going to be interesting. I like VIR. Looking at the other races on the schedule, obviously next we're going to 4 Hours of Phillip Island. Got to cheer the home circuit there, and that's a very wide open, very fast and flowing circuit that I think will suit the LMP2s. And then December, 2.75 hours of Barber. Maybe a little short, but Barber is an interesting track, and if it's good for IndyCar, surely it can be good for LMP2 as well. 4 Hours of Mid-Ohio in the new year, then VIR. 6 Hours of Imola on the cards, and championship to be concluded April 10th with 10 Hours of Motegi.
And Lorenzo, you were in the box for almost, I think, up to 9 hours today, and the one thing that we were talking about as we approached the halfway point of the race in this one were those halfway points. And there are going to be a few opportunities here. So October 10th, obviously 12 Hours of Spa. We've seen 150 points total awarded across if you were able to win both of the classes. That same situation going to be present at Motegi, and that's going to shake up the championship fight that much more.
Yeah, I think consistency has to be key in this championship. Those who actually didn't have a good result, for example, in the Phoenix and the Alpine Geodesic GT cars, I think these intermediate rounds might be the key rounds for them to actually get back up speed, climb up the few spots, and then when they come into Motegi, go for the full out pedal to the metal and then try to get as maximum points as they can possibly grab in the Japanese track. But I like this calendar, to be very honest, because this calendar is not used in the normal formats. You know, tracks that are kind of a little bit of an odd tracks for the majority of the cars. They usually see more mainstream tracks, so these less mainstream tracks are good to see these kind of close battle racing and good strategies as well.
Well, Race Control going to take a well-deserved week off after this one. 12 hours of action and such a busy time for all of the stewards in today's booth. However, IVRA action is going to return before November 7th. Join us here live on RacespotTV and the iRacing Esports Network as the IVRA Club and Club Sports Series makes its debut on October 25th, and the very next day, join us for round number 2 of the IVRA GT Sprint Series. Well, after 12 hours of racing action and an hour of qualifying before that, it's time to finally say goodbye to you here live on the iRacing Esports Network. For myself, Arjuna Kankipati, I've been joined in this commentary box for the last few hours by David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonder. As always, TV cameras provided to us by Istvan Ballo of TrackCams22, and Tyler Maxson provided all of our car cameras here today. We'll see you in a month's time from Phillip Island, but for now, enjoy the rest of your weekend.